Hello everyone, it's me, Lucy. Today I bring you another super funny crossover story. If you like it, please like and subscribe to my channel. Before starting the story, let me briefly narrate. During the Tang Dynasty, in the 10th year of Zhenguan, at Jingyang County, Changle Square, someone's hand was placed on the door. Then appeared a very hot girl. "It's late at night, young master, no need to hurry, come in, the maid will prepare tea and make the bed for you." A young man listened with a dark expression on his face. The girl then led the young man into the room. Later, the girl lay on the bed, sweating all over. "Young master, the maid feels very hot, can you check my body for me?" Upon hearing this, the young man approached with a dark and emotionless face. He then slowly touched the girl's neck, making her moan in pleasure, saying, "Please be merciful, young master." Then, the young man immediately tightened his grip on the girl. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, revealing a circle of green energy in her pupils. At this angle, one could see the young man using his martial arts to suppress the girl, causing her demonic aura to continuously emanate from her body. On the young man's hand firmly clamped a sparkling talisman, his eyes shining brightly. "The monster, better show yourself quickly." Starting the story, my name is Shen Chongqing, a good young man, growing up under the red flag and educated in the materialistic scientific theory since childhood, once crossing over to this cannibalistic feudal society, Tang Dynasty, Zhenguan 10th year. Not only not transmigrating into a prince, crown prince, or wealthy man, also without any system support, pity me, struggling to live hand to mouth, working hard, saving money to rent a shabby tent to live in, yet still unable to escape the fate of being trapped. Chongqing entered the house, ripping the paper in his hand in anger. Damn! The unscrupulous intermediaries in the Tang Dynasty are so rampant. How could this scholar be so cheap? This tattered house had become the starting point for my legendary conquest of Tang Dynasty. Chongqing walked up to the door covered with talismans, taking deep breaths. "Forget it, the money's all spent, what more can I do?" A gust of wind blew, causing the talisman leaf to fall from the door frame. This dirty and tiny place had no cleaning service, only random things stuck everywhere. Inside the courtyard, there was a rusty iron sword pierced into a yin-yang array, and looking up at the ceiling, spider webs were spun around the talisman leaves. Chongqing approached the rusty sword, silently thinking to himself, "Reality has proven that even though I come from the modern civilized society of the 21st century, facing 800 bandits in ancient times is probably not enough to stay calm." With that in mind, Chongqing took out a cigarette, lit it up, and took a long drag. Exhaling the smoke, his eyes looked blankly to the side. The smoke from Chongqing's cigarette billowed, and accidentally, the dead old tree next to him sprouted new shoots after inhaling the smoke. As Chongqing observed the surroundings of the house, he noticed a flickering light. "Hey, what's that? Why are there broken pieces of iron scattered around like that?" Curiously, he stepped closer to pick up the sword to examine it, but as soon as he touched it, the handle broke. He stared at the broken sword in shock and exclaimed, "It's broken. I still wanted to use it to cut grass and plow the land." Suddenly, a voice from the room made Chongqing turn his head in surprise. "Young master, help me. The master of the house is here," the voice said. Chongqing quickly dropped the cigarette in his hand, muttering, "What's going on? Didn't the real estate agent say this house has been empty for a long time? Why is there someone here?" The angry youth cursed under his breath and walked straight towards the room, shouting, "Who's in there?" As he approached, he accidentally stepped on a magic formation, leaving his footprints and causing a beam of light to shine. Chongqing opened the door, furious, and shouted, "This place is mine now, get out." In front of him were a giant pair of jade rabbits and a voluptuous girl, who called out to him as, "Young master." Chongqing's eyes sparkled, his face flushing red as he muttered under his breath, "Mom, I know love now." When the little sister rushed over, the young man quickly dodged to the side, causing the little sister to fall flat on her face to the ground. However, Chang-Ching still didn't help the little sister up, but turned his face to the side, saying, "Miss, please don't think you can touch anything on me." The little sister boldly grabbed Chang-Ching's belt, saying, "I told you, why don't you Tang Dynasty women study well, the working class should rely on hard work to make a living." The little sister leaned close to Chang-Ching's back, saying softly, "Young master, I always rely on my 2 melons to make a living." As she finished speaking, Chang-Ching began to feel the pressure of the 2 melons on his waist. Unable to bear the pressure of the 2 silicon bags, he panicked and shouted, "Oh, you perverted woman." Without hesitation, Chang-Ching immediately backed away, hugging himself, staring at the bunny's pair, his mouth shouting, You're a lady, stop talking nonsense. I suspect she wants to do something to me, but I have no evidence." So Chang-Ching turned to the side, then the whole body of the other little sister suddenly emitted streams of eerie aura. But Chang-Ching still didn't know and boldly said, "Girl, it's late, if you don't have anything to do, go home quickly. In the future don't casually enter such dilapidated houses, no one will save you if you get trapped." Then he stepped back and took the talisman off the painting. "Moreover, they say this place is likely haunted, isn't the young lady afraid?" He kept talking without noticing that the demoness had emitted a sinister aura behind him. "So, young master is afraid of ghosts and demons? Haha, I am the child of fortune, chosen by the heavens, possess a chaotic Taoist body, and spirits and demons dare not approach." Suddenly, the painting showed signs of movement. With angry eyes and sweating, the demoness has completely transformed into a demonic figure, with sharp claws pointing straight at Chang-Ching, but he remained calm and said, "You cannot understand these things. In fact, I am just threatening you. All these monsters and demons are just superstitions of the ancients." Looking from the outside, Chang-Ching's house was filled with sinister aura, the demonic and eerie essence of the demoness. At some place, a man appeared meditating, then a high official stood in front of the man and said, "Taoist, do not worry, I am the city god of Jingyang County, with the authority of a military judge, I will help you eliminate the demons. The 9 demon ancestors are about to unite, their power is unpredictable, so I can only seal them first, causing inconvenience to you, Lord." After finishing speaking, the man stared at the aura in his palm and shouted loudly, "Not good, my sealing spell has been broken." Turning back to Chang-Ching, facing the attack of the demoness, nearing death, he still paid no attention and focused on the golden coin under the table. Chang-Ching saw his eyes turning into sparkling diamonds. And the demoness behind seemed to be getting closer to him, almost catching the prey. Suddenly, Chang-Ching lifted the table, causing the demoness to accidentally hit her face on it. But Chang-Ching paid no attention to anything around, he picked up the coin and put it in his pocket. "Money falling from the sky is truly lucky, I can have 2 more meat buns for breakfast tomorrow." Suddenly, the gold coins inside the bag emitted a bright light. Chang-Ching saw it, his mouth agape in astonishment. He exclaimed loudly, "Heaven, have I encountered a demon? Where is my money?" Still shocked, in an instant, the coins in the bag flew out and opened up a system space. Chang-Ching, upon seeing this, was extremely happy and thought to himself, "So the system, the divine weapon must be for those who cross over, has finally appeared." So Chang-Ching took out a rose branch from somewhere and put it in his mouth, showing a handsome face. "Let me see what function your divine system has," he said. The system panel immediately appeared in his hand. Current existence time is 71 hours. 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Please recharge energy in time. Rewards for the first recharge range from 6 hours to 1,500 hours, with rewards ranging from 6 gold coins to 648 gold coins. If no money is recharged to maintain life, the system will kill the host. After reading this, Chang-Ching was furious, smashing the system. "What kind of stupid system is this? How can I play with it?" The demoness spoke up, "It's not too early now, let me take care of you, rest." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the demoness received a lightning-fast punch straight to the face. Though the blow was quite painful, the thick-skinned demoness put on a seductive, teasing expression. letting out a drawn-out "Ao." Looking down, Changqing saw that the demoness was tightly gripping his arm. He turned to see the girl with a flushed face, trembling all over, clinging to him. "Huh, why are you still here?" he asked, bewildered. Right after that, the demoness collapsed against Changqing, resting her head on his body with a dreamy look in her eyes. She whispered, "Why is it that whenever I touch someone, my body," Changqing, now blushing furiously, stammered, sister, let's forget about today. We can meet another time." Just then, as they were struggling, a young Taoist and an official burst through the door, shouting, "Demon!" Seeing them, Changqing widened his eyes in shock, mouth agape, frozen in place. In contrast, the demoness continued to enjoy the close contact with the young man, moaning incessantly. The Taoist and the official stood there, eyes wide and mouths agape, stunned for a full 6 seconds. After the moment of shock passed, they pointed forward together, exclaiming, "Is this the super strong demon you were talking about? What is the name of that mortal?" "Judge Lord, do not be deceived by appearances, this is a trick to drain the vitality of that person, ignore him." After hearing this, Changqing's face was sweating profusely. "She acted on her own, having nothing to do with me." Why does this scene seem familiar? Changqing immediately imagined the image of the Taoist and judge as villains, the demoness as prey, and he as the unjust one. Thinking this, he stood up suddenly, pushing the demoness to the ground. Why scold her after leaving? Changqing then thought, encounter dishonesty, stay calm for a moment. I thought she was a lost young lady or a lost girl from someone's family, not an immortal running away. Wanting to steal my money. Her words were strong, but her heart was crying. I don't even have money to deceive anymore, everything was swallowed by the system. Seeing Changqing's actions, the Taoist and judge frowned, silently thinking, Three young lord still has no way to deal with the old demon, yet he gently pushed her, and the demon energy dissipated halfway. Just a mortal, not even bowing to me as the city god, very disrespectful. Judge angrily marched forward and shouted at Changqing. Changqing immediately kicked the two madmen out of the door. I must know which deity you are, dressed in luxurious and extravagant clothes, in such strange attire. Just looking at it, it's clear that it's not something good. Did you even look at my house to see if there's any money to cheat us? What city god? I am the Jade Emperor. Nowadays, the deceivers are not even professional, huh? Changqing then threw the demoness out and told the madman to leave, saying, Get out, I am still bothered here. After the altercation, the doors were closed firmly, and the two men and one woman who witnessed the scene had their eyes darkened. They whispered, Taoist, I can no longer use my divine power. Me too, it seems that as soon as we entered this courtyard, we couldn't harness our magic anymore. Is that person a deity? When Judge looked down at the demoness, he saw her body emitting a strong demonic aura. The Taoist handled this demon old man how? The Taoist heard it, raised his leg up to his neck and ran like a rocket. The demon old man is fierce, little Taoist, go ahead to find a master for help. Hey, don't leave me here alone. Judge looked down, his face sweating profusely. Let's negotiate a bit. Below, the demoness turned into an ugly old woman to the point where even the race had to be criticized, and then Judge's hoarse scream echoed throughout the area. At night outside Changqing's room, a group of evil spirits lurked and sniffed. It smells so good, want to eat, just smelling this scent is enough to make the whole body boil with power. He belongs to me. Below the small courtyard, a pair of white silky feet appeared from the smoke, followed by a tail with smooth fur, in front of which appeared a very beautiful girl, with a full water and electricity body. Interesting, the whole body of this little mortal emits an enchanting aura, no wonder it can make demons within 100 miles boil. The flirtatious girl licked her lips, looked forward with a soul-piercing gaze. The ordinary demon can eat him, but he might be able to ascend. If we can absorb his vitality, the fairy would immediately take action, not to mention any more. After speaking, the younger sister stepped forward, using her hand to push open the door. The sound of the door creaking made Changqing unable to bear it and had to cover his head in pain. The sound kept echoing in his ears, making him angry. clenching his teeth and frowning, Changqing walked out of the door, yelling loudly, "What kind of noisy person are you? Do you have any ethics out there? I am annoyed and upset, don't you let people rest at night?" A stream of bright energy burst from his body, dispersing the fox spirit and the group of dark evil spirits. After that dazzling light, a figure appeared. It turned out that the fox spirit had returned to her original form, looking confused as to why. At Ziku House, Jingyang County, below is the fox spirit lying unconscious in front of the small courtyard. After a while, she woke up and opened her eyes, quickly getting up and looking around, realizing that it was almost dawn. She couldn't believe she had been unconscious for so long. As she was still dazed, the spirits of resentment and demons appeared behind her, staring intently at the little fox. Feeling something, little fox immediately turned his head to look. The resentful spirits gathered into a female demon, her eyes shedding tears, hidden weapons densely packed around her, a ball of demon energy forming in her hand. She stared ahead into the void. Little fox was scared, her fur bristling, eyes wide open, shouting loudly, "Demon spare me." Little fox was so scared she fell to the ground. "I have no more power left," she sighed. "Damn, those dark Taoists from last night. They are really infuriating." Looking up, she saw the demon approaching with eerie faces formed by hidden weapons. "Is my life really over?" Just as she felt despair, Changqing unexpectedly opened the door and stepped out, saying, "A beautiful day is beginning." As he looked up at the still dark sky, he yawned, "Oh my, did I wake up too early? The sky is not even bright yet." Seeing this, little fox ran to seek help, but Changqing had unknowingly closed the door. The accidental scene turned little fox's whole body into stone. The evil energy flow of that demon lover appeared right behind little fox. The demon lover leaned into little fox's ear and smirked, "Little creature, are you lost?" Little fox, sweating profusely, was too scared to say anything. The demon lover then loudly exclaimed, "Your flesh looks delicious." Little fox, trembling in fear, screamed, "I'm going to die," 10 times in a row. Just as little fox was about to meet the ancestors, Changqing opened the door and stepped out. The radiant light from his body dissolved the dense hidden weapon in front of him. Carrying a basket on his shoulder, Changqing glanced in a direction and said, "I have to leave early today. This system is terrifying, demanding both money and life, truly unlucky." While walking, Changqing inadvertently stepped on little fox's tail, saying, "Hey, where did this demon dog come from?" Little fox, in pain, retorted, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, you're the dog, your whole family is the dog, release my master quickly." Changqing sat down scratching his head and looked intently at the fox holding its swollen red tail, saying, "Haha, sorry, whose demon dog are you? Why did you run to my doorstep?" Then he made a weird face and reached his mischievous hand forward, saying, "Come here, let me touch you." The little fox saw this and said, "Scram, foolish human, don't touch me," but being in fox form, it couldn't stop Changqing from touching its head. As Changqing touched the fox's head, a surge of spiritual weapon continuously absorbed into the little fox's body. Feeling the power within, the fox opened its eyes wide and wondered, "What's happening? How can this guy hide such a powerful spiritual weapon in his hand?" At that moment, the little fox willingly allowed Changqing to stroke its soft fur, while he complimented, "Oh, so comfortable." After a while, he looked at his hand in surprise, a wild dog. Looking down, he realized he was no longer touching the fox, but it was still wagging its tail autonomously. "Haha, my right hand is truly inherited gold," he exclaimed. He finished speaking and turned towards the well, waving to little fox, "Dog, now I am poor and have no money to feed you. There is a system urging me to deposit money, so I can't take care of you. You should find a wealthy owner." After hearing this, the fox fainted, then suddenly ran towards Changqing. "What is happening to this person? Last night a furious roar killed 100 demons immediately, even turning me, a Qing Qiu fox fairy, back to my original form and losing all my powers. Just now, 9-tier demons merged and didn't even dare show their faces. Moreover, just now he touched my head a little and I felt my cultivation breakthrough after 100 years, while Changqing was polishing his teeth, accidentally spitting water onto the fox, awakening it from its dream. But moments later, something made little fox feel like he had entered a fairy world. This water is spiritual water, thank you for this gift of nature. Changqing glanced over as he polished his teeth, seeing the fox demon wagging its tail and smiling at him. Do you like me like this? Just as he finished speaking, a demon appeared next to Changqing, opening its mouth wide, ready to bite him. Fox demon saw then he was scared the color flew. At that moment, the display screen showed time left to live is 62 hours 36 minutes 44 seconds, and the countdown of remaining time kept decreasing. After spinning the numbers, the remaining time to live was 48 hours 36 minutes 44 seconds. At that moment, gold coins shot out from the system, instantly hitting the demon. The gold coins continued to glide past the demon, causing it to completely fade in a cloud of smoke. Before the lightning-fast strike of the gold coins, the fox demon was shocked with bulging eyes. Changqing felt some force pushing him to kneel to the ground. Then, he looked up at the sky with a terrible expression, secretly thinking, what is happening? I feel like my body is being hollowed out. Remaining lifetime is 48 hours 0 minutes, now his body had no more vitality, so the remaining time to live continued to decrease, with only 14 hours 36 minutes 44 seconds left. Seeing the situation was not good, the little fox immediately bit Changqing's clothing and pulled him out of the well. The 9-tier demons merge into one. At the time of the alternation between yin and yang is when its energy is strongest, unexpectedly attacking the immortal, it must quickly leave. Changqing was pulled for a moment, his divine soul was restless, even growing a horn on his head. He panicked and shouted, little dog, don't misunderstand. Hearing that, the fox immediately released Changqing, and he quickly got up to explain, just now I hadn't eaten breakfast so my blood sugar dropped, causing dizziness. It's not a strange reaction of the body. The little fox, after hearing this, murmured to itself, he is truly an expert in hiding, being attacked by the merged tier demons without any injury. Just now he pretended to be unconscious to check if he can escape alone. Clever, luckily I am smart. The system panel appeared in front of Changqing, time left to live 14 hours 30 minutes 11 seconds, he grabbed the system panel, widened his eyes in shock and shouted loudly, I only sleep for a maximum of 8 hours, after 72 hours there are only 14 hours left. What kind of system is this, leaving people with little time to live? The fox, seeing Changqing struggling with the system panel, smiled and silently thought. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Although I don't know what the Immortal said, it definitely contains some great Tao. My cultivation is shallow and can't comprehend it, I must definitely cling to the Immortal, aha. At this point, the cultivator has explained the situation clearly to the master. Please master, how should we deal with this matter? An old man flew sword forward, muttering to himself. That expert weakened the power of the 9-tier demons in Ziku House last night, better to defeat them immediately while they are still weak. He is Yuan Tian Gang, the supervisor of Qin Tian in the Tang dynasty, a wise cultivator. I will obey. Disciple will invite judge, city god, to pursue demons and restore peace to Jingyang County. Old Tian Gang looked at the divination bowl in his hand, surrounded by a stream of energy, he silently contemplated and sighed. Expert broke the 3-yang formation, I wonder if he is still in Jingyang County. If lucky enough to meet him, must discuss the Tao with him. Curious about Changqing's identity, he raised his hand to draw lots. After a while of drawing lots, he was extremely surprised to find that he couldn't divine Changqing's background. Could it be that his cultivation has surpassed mine? Later, old Tian Gang, while creating hand seals, rushed into the market and accidentally bumped into Changqing, who was reading a fortune for a young man. Brother, your glabella has turned black, a great misfortune is approaching, Changqing said. The young man broke into a sweat upon hearing this. Aren't you supposed to read palms? Why are you saying my glabella has turned black? He asked. There are thousands of methods to tell fortunes, they all originate from the same source. Don't get hung up on the form, Chongqing explained. Old Tian Gang overheard this and frowned in displeasure. How dare you deceive people in broad daylight in front of me, he thought. Suddenly, Chongqing stood up, took a step forward, emitting a radiant glow, and then rolled up a scroll, handing it to the young man. What should I do then? The young man asked, still anxious. Brother, don't worry. Just hang this Immortal with treasure painting in your home. It will ensure you are immune to all poisons. No need for 999 taels, no need for 888 taels, just 10 taels of silver, and you can take it home, Chongqing declared. The young man's eyes bulged in shock, sweat pouring down like rain. He hesitated, unsure of what to do, when suddenly an old woman appeared behind him. Oh my, it's Shen Taoist. The lady I work for was possessed, and it was this Taoist who saved her, the old woman said, causing Chongqing to feel elated, almost drooling at the thought of becoming an unparalleled expert in one step. To everyone's surprise, the old woman was the one he had hired to act. Your acting was very good, I'll give you extra money, he whispered to her. The old woman then loudly called out to the people around, could I deceive everyone on the street like this? That evil presence was ultimately. Thank goodness for Shen Taoist, otherwise, the lady might have died. Hearing this, the crowd opened their eyes wide in amazement and believed her wholeheartedly. The young man who was having his fortune read earlier quickly handed a fistful of money to Chongqing. All right, Shen Taoist, I want that scroll, he stammered. Chongqing took the money, flashing a confident smile. Old Tian Gang, seeing this, immediately spoke up. Wait a moment. Which sect does this little immortal belong to? Do you have proof of identity issued by the government? Which Taoist temple do you practice at? Chongqing frowned and squinted at Tian Gang, thinking, is he scrutinizing me? Before he could respond, Tian Gang pointed a finger at Chongqing and shouted. The little guy is rotten, still young but refuses to study well, even learning from others to deceive. Today this old man will not let you take advantage easily. Chongqing also did not fit in, stepping strongly on the table in response, who are you? So a young man, an old man who doesn't give in to each other, rushes into a crazy quarrel. Old man, I advise you to think carefully before speaking, you are clearly a normal person, even though you can't understand even palmistry you dare to say that your words can expel evil. The quarrel becomes more intense, the two faces are closer to each other, whose policy is the one providing evidence. You say my words can't expel evil, show evidence. Talking nonsense can't be said, be careful I'll sue you for defamation, you rotten little guy, really sharp-tongued, daring to demand evidence. Chongqing looked at the angry face of Senior Tian Gang and smirked. Hanging a sign to drive away evil spirits is originally intended to comfort the mind, see what you can do. The old man raised his hand to the face of the old lady behind him, frowned, and shouted loudly, the words of Yuan Tian Gang are evidence. Furthermore, I dare say she is your accomplice. Chongqing heard and raised her middle finger, responding, oh really? Who is Yuan Tian Gang? I am Li Shermin. If you are really Yuan Tian Gang, go back to the palace and have fun, don't come here to argue with me. The old man, angry, clasped his hands together to form a seal, immediately releasing a bright golden force. Little guy from your unscrupulous family, daring to call the name of a saint directly, don't be so arrogant, he burst out. Chongqing, seeing this, turned pale and said, what do you want? Old Tian Gang charged towards Chongqing with a forceful blow and shouted, who is the evil sect? Try me and see, behold the righteousness of Xian sect here. Seeing the old man standing right in front of him, Chongqing teased, drawing on the palm of old Tian Gang. And as the old man realized his power had disappeared, Chongqing took the opportunity to point at the old man's face and shouted, okay, it turns out you are the one trying to deceive people. Perhaps afraid of someone stealing his meal, he deliberately peeked around. That's right, Shen Taoist quickly deal with this troublemaker for the people. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he focused on his palm and whispered, impossible, I've been practicing for decades and never encountered such a situation. Chang Qing rose as the water flooded in, sternly warning everyone, stay alert and don't fall into the trap of this scammer. Shen Taoist's talisman can bring peace to your home. Enraged, the old man overturned Chang Qing's work desk, saying, even if I can't use my power, I won't let you deceive people here. Before he could finish his sentence, a spiritual weapon shone brightly in his face, and another one emerged from the painting on the table, surprising him. Old Tian Gang stared at the gleaming light, silently contemplating. This character, why does it have such a powerful and mysterious aura that makes me terrified beyond imagination? Chang Qing looked at the old man's face, his expression darkening with anger. If my family can't make money, we will die anyway. Before I die, I will definitely use you as a stepping stone, he said fiercely. Suddenly, old Tian Gang knelt down and bowed his head before Chang Qing, startling him. I never expected that this character hides the great Tao. I was blind to Mount Tai, disrespecting the expert senior. Please forgive me, he pleaded. Is he mentally ill? Who was emitting such weird energy just now? The old actress pointed out the strange scene. At first, this old Taoist didn't believe it, but Shen Taoist's magical talent has convinced him, someone said. Making money is crucial, this is a good opportunity for publicity, another added. Chang Qing used his fan to wake up his divine soul. Yes, making money is still more important, he said, trying to sound kind. Don't worry, this fairy will not hold it against you. Good or bad, you are still a cultivator. Do you not understand the principles of cause and effect? Chang Qing chided, making old Tian Gang bow his head, sweat pouring down his face as he mumbled to himself, no wonder I regarded him as immortal. This is a manifestation of returning to one's original state after becoming an immortal. The fate of individuals is determined by the heavens. If I were to help them arbitrarily, it would be against the will of the heavens. But taking a few taels of silver symbolizes cause, and helping them overcome calamities results in a good effect, Chang Qing explained. The crowd below, dazzled by the golden light, stood with eyes wide open and mouths agape. Exclaiming, so this is what they mean by the laws of the heavens being clear and the cycle of cause and effect. How could I not know this principle? All those years of cultivation were in vain. Hearing this, Chang Qing frowned, his face contorted with annoyance, thinking, don't just boast, you have to pay up. Just as he finished this thought, old Tian Gang produced a shining black jelly and said, it would be an insult to you if a priceless treasure like this were put on the market. As a junior, I sincerely ask you to bestow upon me your calligraphic treasure. I promise to enshrine it in the main hall and reflect upon it daily. This is the only thing I carry with me, befitting your esteemed status. Chang Qing immediately snatched the black jelly bead from the hands of Mr. Tian Gang and looked closely at what this stone could do. This sky-repairing stone was already the most precious thing on the junior's body. After looking at it, Chang Qing slammed his hand on the table, making Mr. Tian Gang jump in surprise and sweat. I don't need this bead, do you have something more practical? Hearing this, Mr. Tian Gang stared up at the sky, a certain idea popped into his mind, and a moment later, he held the shimmering Taoist scripture in his bare hands and shouted loudly. Thank you, senior, for passing on the teachings, the junior will definitely understand the hidden principles in it every day. After Mr. Tian Gang left, the young man who was fortune-telling spoke up. Shen Taoist, he sold the scripture to him, and what about me? Don't worry, I had already calculated that he would appear, so I was prepared. After speaking, Chang Qing immediately unfolded another scroll of Taoist scripture, the golden light shining on the face of the man. This righteousness character can ward off evil and is more suitable for you. Okay, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. The man joyfully held the scroll of Taoist scripture in his hand, dancing happily as if going to a festival, and the basket containing Chang Qing's scrolls of paper now became something very valuable. The scene shifts to Ziku House, where Judge and the Taoist appear at Chongqing's small courtyard. Judge, holding a broom tightly in his hands, speaks up, "How can this creature stop demon energy so quickly, and even stronger than before?" The young Taoist stares at the strange bowl in his hands, gritting his teeth. "Judge, don't worry, our master has arrived in Jingyang County, I will send word for him to come." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows in, causing the young Taoist to widen his eyes in surprise. Before he can react, a stream of evil energy attacks him directly from outside the door, shattering the strange bowl in his hands into pieces. In a desperate moment, someone punches the evil energy attacking the Taoist with all their strength, revealing it to be Judge. He exerts all his strength to grab hold of the dark energy, shouting loudly, "Taoist friend, now!" Upon hearing this, the Taoist immediately raises 2 fingers in determination, generating golden lightning from his fingertips. Then, a sword flies out from the bowl behind him, heading straight towards the purple evil energy. The sword and the evil energy clash fiercely, resulting in a powerful explosion. From outside the door came a shrill scream, "Mung beans and lettuce, which god dares to destroy our house?" Judge and the Taoist heard and their eyes widened in horror, something suddenly causing that air flow to gradually disappear. Sauntering inside, Chongqing gritted his teeth, glaring and shouting loudly, "What are you all doing?" As soon as he saw him, his sword immediately pinned straight to the ground along with that air flow. Chongqing looked around his house, tears welling in his eyes. "I just left for a while and this bunch has already destroyed our house." Looking at the door, he was shocked to see, "Oh my god, the disciple I just hired." Chongqing infuriated pointed at Judge and the Taoist, shouting loudly, "You two are something else, couldn't cheat me last night so today you take the opportunity to cause trouble when I'm not home, right?" Continuously cursing without noticing the evil energy stream behind him had escaped from the glittering sword. The 2 men saw and simultaneously held out their hands forward shouting, "Be careful." The evil energy behind his back was gradually forming into a horrifying monster, emitting a creepy demonic aura all over its body. The 2 young men looked, and were horrified, their eyes wide open and sweat pouring down their faces. "There's a demon under your feet, stay awake." Hearing this, Chongqing bowed his head and stared down at the ground with an indifferent face. "What demon?" he asked, looking down under his feet. The demon raised its head and seemed to want to swallow his calf whole. Chongqing lifted his foot to see if there was really a demon as rumored, then he looked up at the sky with a fierce expression. Without realizing it, he gave the demon a kick and it exploded, smoke billowing up, flattening the demon. But he didn't actually know what he had done, so his mind was in a panic and sweat poured out like a stream. The evil energy of the demon, angered by Chongqing's actions, made him run around in panic, shouting, "Who's there? What was that noise earlier?" The 2 young men witnessed the scene and shouted in amazement, 9-tier demons clinging to Jingyang County for over 10 years have been vanquished by his kick. Hey, don't underestimate the expert." So the Taoist stepped forward to Chongqing's place, looking at him with a gaze full of admiration. "Little Taoist is Li Chunfeng, the successor of the arithmetic deity, Yuan Tian Gang, did not know the name of the expert. Li Chunfeng. Yuan Tian Gang, did Taoist Li work for Qin Tian's supervisor? The cultivation of the little Taoist is not enough to enter Qin Tian's supervisor." After speaking, Chongqing glanced at Judge. "So, this lord with a beard looks familiar, must be Yin God, a certain city god, right? Previously when I went to the temple, the statue of the god looked like this." Upon hearing this, the martial saint also stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect. "I am indeed Yin God, city god Siwu Judge. Last time I committed a crime, this time I am grateful to the Taoist friend for not calculating the past and helping." Chongqing heard this and took a puff of his cigarette to calm down. Chongqing, with the cigarette in his mouth, stared absent-mindedly in a certain direction. The Tang dynasty people are indeed simple and rustic, so Chongqing shed tears at this point, the smoke from the cigarette forming an artistic shape of letter O. Encountering 3 swindlers in just one day, how could Chongqing be so unlucky? Heartbroken, Chongqing spread his arms wide and pointed in all directions. I am a Marxist-Leninist scholar, I only believe in wealth through labor, not in supernatural power, so let's talk about reality a bit. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. The two of you have turned my house into this state, tell me, is this official or personal business? Hearing this, the two were dumbfounded, with thousands of questions running through their minds. Why, what do you mean by official or personal? Can we speak in ancient language? Chongqing stared ahead with a dazed expression and said, Dear sirs, stop flirting with me, I'm a straight man through and through. With that, Chongqing rushed forward, pointing at the two men and bluntly said, If it's personal, you'll have to compensate me a huge amount of money. Then he raised both hands to the sky, if it's official, I'll hand you over to the authorities, and you'll still have to pay a hefty sum. The two men were dumbfounded and mumbled, I am the Een God City God, I only receive incense offerings, I don't have money. How can a high-level cultivation expert be lacking such worldly things? There must be some deeper meaning. After waiting and getting no response from the two, Chongqing, furious, tossed aside his cigarette and snapped, What do you mean by saying nothing? If you don't speak, you're going to face the authorities. Hearing this, Chun Feng threw a bag of money to Chongqing, but it felt strange. Judge, with empty sleeves, helplessly exclaimed, I can't see any demons, but there are definitely 3 poverty ghosts here. Chun Feng whispered back, Expert, should I stay here to help you fix the house or just take this little bit with me? Chongqing reluctantly replied while looking at the gold coins and a few broken silver pieces in her hand, Well, that's fine. Chongqing led the two to the front door of the house, You figure out how to fix the red bricks and mud yourselves, don't mess around there anymore, let's get to work. An hour later, the house had been completely repaired. Chongqing stood in the house, placing his harvest on the table, the pawnshop owner wouldn't take this stone. So it can only be used as a paperweight. The old man gave me 2 taels for it, minus and share, today's total earnings are 20 taels. As he was counting the money, a beam of light suddenly shone on his face, and the system interface appeared, sucking up all the money he had earned. Hey, my money, leave me some. Chongqing stared at the system interface, noticing that the time had changed from 9:56 to 35:56, then he realized. It seems like I met the conditions for the first top-up reward, I can claim 2 rewards now. The first top-up reward is currently being drawn, with thousands of items displayed on the system board. Wow, it's dazzling, did the system finally hack for me? SSR, SSR, give me SSR. After a loading screen, the system awarded Chongqing with 2 scrolls of cheats. His eyes widened, his veins turned red, and his pupils shrank. He angrily threw the 2 scrolls on the table, shouting loudly, Oh my goodness, methods for making fertilizer, methods for distilling alcohol, is your system serious? I'm starving to death, how could you give me these damn things? Chongqing's eyes turned dark as a bear. Trembling all over. Indeed, regular people like us can't afford to top up in the game. After a while, Chongqing walked towards the door, placing his hand on Chun Feng's shoulder. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you're waiting to be fed at my house. He then gently chased him away. Li Chun Feng, it's not early anymore, help me cover that hole first today and then go home early. At this moment, Little Fox slipped in through the door with a bag in its mouth. Chun Feng, seeing this, widened his eyes in astonishment, Fox Fairy Lord, Chongqing sat down and took the bag of food, You're here again? Bringing gifts to flatter me is useless. I can barely support myself, how can I feed you? Chun Feng whispered, That, expert, it's not a dog, it's a fox. Chongqing, hearing the murmurs, turned to Chun Feng, Are you talking to me? Meanwhile, the little fox stood up, gnashing its teeth and threatening, Dare to speak nonsense and you'll surely die. Chongqing gently touched the little fox's hand, This little creature does indeed have spiritual nature. If you've tried so hard, I reluctantly let you stay. From now on, your name will be Xiao Bai, okay? the fox demon happily barked twice in approval, woof woof. At Siku house that night, a Shui Long appeared in the sky, twisting and turning among the clouds, chasing after a Bai Long, shouting loudly. Sister, wait for me, the condition of the Empress is not good, we must find someone to treat her. While flying, Bai Long suddenly noticed a stream of golden light shining ahead. Shao Qing, look, what is that? After speaking, the two dragons transformed into two chubby girls, looking fresh and no need for makeup. I feel the powerful force attracting people's souls in that dazzling golden light. It must be an immortal descending to the mortal world or a rare treasure appearing. Let's go and see. At that moment, Chang Qing sat in the room looking at the system board, with only 32 hours, 45 minutes, and 21 seconds left to live. He frowned, trembling all over, looking miserable. Not only was his remaining life short, but his stomach kept growling non-stop. Chang Qing helplessly banged his head on the bed 30 times, whispering, "Oh, so hungry, all the money has been swallowed by the system, can't survive a day." To comfort himself, Chang Qing bit down hard on the pillow, his eyes teary. "Oh system, if you keep doing this, before you can kill me, I'll die of starvation." Outside Chang Qing's room, there was a rich stream of spiritual weapon light surrounding it. But above appeared the aura of eerie demons. Little Fox sensed it, glanced up and thought to himself, what sound is that? Why does this sound contain such mysterious Taoist energy? After thinking, Little Fox jumped onto the roof. Little Fox looked up at the moonlight, imagining an intimate scene with Chang Qing. The power in my body is boiling, there is an urge that cannot be suppressed, I really want to be with him. In front of the moonlight, demon energy continuously absorbed into Little Fox's body. Below, the 9-tier demon had merged and was lurking in front of Chang Qing's room. After absorbing the demon energy for a while, Little Fox returned to its original form. The younger sister standing on the roof looked down with a stern gaze. These demons have been defeated and merged by immortals, daring to appear and disturb the resting immortals, truly ignorant of life and death. The merged demons created an extremely terrifying ghost energy, with hungry eyes and mouth as if wanting to devour something. Chun Feng standing beside turned pale. On the roof, Little Fox unleashed its power, a menacing aura of a vicious fox appeared behind it. The evil demons below did not match up, but gathered together into a fierce monster rushing towards the little fox. Chun Feng stood behind, sweating profusely and trembling. Amidst the battle between the two forces of demon beasts, Fox Clan and the 9-tier demon, the young man inside the house remained calmly asleep, lost in beautiful dreams. Meanwhile, the siblings of the Long clan watched from afar in astonishment. "Sister, the demon energy is too strong, why are there so many powerful demons appearing in this small Jingyang county at the same time?" Bai Long looked down at the fierce battle below and commented, "No wonder the spiritual weapons surrounding the people in the room cannot ignore these demons like the sun in the night." Back to the demon battle, the image of oppressive and powerful fighting power was actually two women clawing at each other like jealous thieves. At that moment, the twin dragons Bai Qing landed on the ground from the sky and shouted, "Which wicked demon dared to cause chaos in the mortal world?" The two women turned their heads in surprise, but did not let go of each other's hair. Bai Long with a serious face stepped forward and said, "Evil is evil, no one can stay calm in front of me, Shui Long, yet you still stand here, seems like you have some courage." Little Fox widened her eyes and shouted, "What did you say? You two long worms, I see you mostly came for the man in the room, right? Pretending to be serious for what?" The wicked demon smirked and said, "Or you collaborate with me, we can defeat this arrogant fox together, we each get half of the man." Little Fox's face darkened, her eyes cold like a demon as she used her claws to grab the crazy woman's head down. "How dare you call me an arrogant fox?" The fox sister immediately punched the crazy woman in the face with a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour. "I am the fox fairy Qing Qiu," said Little Fox. She then continued to punch the wicked demon a few more times, almost knocking him out of the earth. After that, Little Fox delivered a deadly blow and shouted, "Still dare to challenge an immortal? I'll kill you right now." The twin dragons saw tears and snot flowing non-stop. "Sister, has this fox ever refined their body? It's truly frightening. After the deadly blow, the little fox appeared in a hidden weapon stream with dark eyes full of evil energy, while the demon only remained a dark and putrid soul. The fox demon glared ahead, gnashing its teeth and shouting, "What? Want to fight? I am Fox Fairy Chingchio." Bai Long, upon hearing this, clasped his hands together to create a seal and shouted loudly, "Thunderous justice, dispel evil, heavenly thunder's will, command." As he finished speaking, a powerful thunderbolt struck down from the sky towards the small courtyard. At that moment, a shimmering shield suddenly appeared, enveloping the small courtyard and blocking the attack of the thunderbolt. In the sky, the little thunder deity was hit by the reflective power of the shimmering force, causing his eyes to bulge and blood to flow from his mouth continuously. Below, Bai Long was puzzled, gazing up at the sky as if waiting for something. Why has my fist technique disappeared completely? Where is my thunderous power? The little fox, upon seeing this, immediately pounced forward with eyes blazing with two pupils. Wow, in the Immortal's palace dare to stir up power, really doesn't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. So Fox Demon struck a powerful blow towards Bai Long, causing him to be pushed back hundreds of meters. Bai Long fell to the ground and accidentally looked over to see a sword emitting a bright and radiant light, maybe the expert he was looking for. Could the prince be saved now? But Fox Demon didn't let up on Bai Long, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with her sister. Li Chun Feng hid in the bushes, tears flowing, shocked and shouting, "Are these celestial beings fighting?" During the intense battle between the two sisters, Fox Demon used her ultimate technique. Triple fire kick, clear self-completion, fire respect military. Bai Long also retaliated with his ultimate technique, 8 comprehensive systems, unblock evil obstacles, Western Wonderland. After clashing in the air, Bai Long jumped onto the roof to continue his attack with Great Dragon Command, Sovereign Earth Bodhisattva, Ancient Infallible Treasury. Exhausted from the intense battle, Bai Long sat on the rooftop, glaring down at the little fox, clearly filled with anger. At this moment, the fox demon, enraged, swung a kick toward Bai Long, but the girl swiftly leaped out of the way, causing a nearby tree to bear the brunt of the attack instead. Seeing Bai Long fleeing, the fox demon immediately gave chase, her legs trampling over something dark and indistinct. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chang Qing sat up in a frenzy, clenching his teeth tightly and shouting, "Good heavens, who's so inconsiderate, making noise outside every night?" He grabbed his head, so angry that he could barely open his eyes, and yelled, "If they don't want to sleep, then don't sleep." With that, Chang Qing threw open the door and stepped outside, his face radiating evil energy. Hearing the commotion, Bai Long was startled and glanced over. What greeted Chang Qing's eyes was the sight of Bai Long using a magical rope to bind the little fox like a sweet, pet-like creature. Suddenly, Chang Qing turned back inside, slamming the door behind him, leaving Bai Long puzzled. Inside, he slapped his forehead and exhaled a fragrant breath, muttering, "Mother, it seems the noise is causing me to hallucinate at night." So he decided to open that door once more and stared with wide eyes, stunned by the dramatic turn of events of the little fox. Looking at the scene, Chang Qing broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What is this situation?" Bai Long's eyes turned green, while the fox demon seemed pleased with his accomplishment. Without investigating the situation, Chang Qing loudly scolded, Shao Bai, this damn dog, so many people in the house and it didn't bark once, what are you doing?" Despite his shouting, Xiao Bai did not respond. Chang Qing stepped out of the door, glaring around, "Where is my dog?" Angered, his mind ablaze, he ran towards his two sisters who were fighting fiercely. Yelling, "Stop fighting in my house in the middle of the night, where did my dog go?" Bai Long, upon hearing this, stared at Fox and through gritted teeth, said, "Mortal, stop making noise, I am saving his life." Chang Qing approached, holding Bai Long's hand. "What a nuisance, who knows, you guys might have stolen my dog, come with me to see the magistrate." When Changqing's hands touched the two girls, the expressions on their faces seemed to be under some kind of overpowering force that made their bodies tremble. After absorbing the power, Bai Long's ears swelled up. What kind of technique is this? Just a touch and I feel the power surging through my body, no longer under control. The younger sister took a deep breath, angrily shouting at him, "You foolish mortal, I am the princess of the Long Clan East Sea, do you know that you were nearly killed by this fox? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would not have known how you died." Hearing this, Changqing pushed the little fox aside, then looked at Bai Long and said, "Oh really, the thief dares to be arrogant with me?" "What thief? I didn't steal anything." Changqing firmly grasped Bai Long's hand and shouted, "Stop the pretense, princess of the Long Clan. Fox. Let's see who you really are in front of me." Finished speaking, Changqing used one of his arms to lift Bai Long up high. "I too will not pretend any longer, I am the inheritor of socialism, a believer in dialectical materialism and the one who ends the old gods, citizens who comply with the law in a modern civilized society, a pioneer in street sanitation, the runner-up in the National Children's Latin Dance Competition, the nightmare of the little children of the sun." Bai Long blushed with shame and thought to himself, he really is not an ordinary person, just a light touch and the cultivation power that cannot break through in my body is rapidly increasing. This feeling is really comfortable. That rascal, quickly release my sister. Bai Long said, "Shao Qing doesn't need to." Changqing quickly raised his giant hand to block Shao Qing. Dare to resist? Chun Feng and the little fox sitting here saw Changqing spinning Bai Long around like a top and exclaimed, "Ah, the expert is playing with the dragon. Haha, the owner is truly majestic." Chun Feng looked at the scene in front of him, stunned and gaping. "I have been cultivating for so many years, today is like a feast for my eyes, and the great power of the legendary cultivator is only this much." After being turned around by Changqing for a while, the two younger sisters sat in a corner, feeling scared. Entering people's homes without permission, disturbing others while they sleep, and even stealing my little fox, don't think just because you're women I will let it slide. And being so young, not knowing how to behave properly, what is wrong with you? Quickly speak up, where did you hide my dog? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Chun Feng hugged the little fox and rushed over like a gust of wind. "Immortal, your dog is here. Startling me, where did you come from?" Changqing pointed ahead. "Do you know how close you were to scaring me to death? Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to fix the door and leave?" After hearing that, Li Chun Feng rolled his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and spoke. "Cultivation immortal, the little Taoist wants. Then he knelt down with determination and handed the fox to Changqing, speaking loudly. "The little Taoist wants to ask Immortal to accept me as a disciple." After saying that, Chun Feng continued to look pitiful, with tears streaming down. "Please teach me your divine techniques." In Jingyang County, in the morning, a black eagle with jet-black feathers was flying in the sky towards the brilliant light shining ahead. This was the Black Eagle King, one of the 4 great demon kings. After flying for a while, the Black Eagle King landed on a lighthouse, gazing intently ahead, only to realize it was looking towards that shining light. "Oh my, what is that shining light over there? Why does it make me feel terrified?" As the Black Eagle King looked at the brilliant light, its 2 pupils contracted. "Black Mountain King told me to scout this area, which is the territory of the Nine Ghost, and now there's this shining light. Could there be a treasure emerging?" At this thought, the greed in the Black Eagle King's heart ignited, and demon energy filled the surroundings. "Haha, if I bring this treasure back, Black Mountain King will surely appoint me as the leader of the 4 great demon kings. This time, I must make those 3 bow down to me." Half an hour later, in Changqing's small room, he was sitting solemnly in front of the twin dragons and the kneeling Taoist. "Immortal, the situation is like this." The little fox came forward to lick Changqing's face, causing him to open his eyes wide in confusion. "Li Taoist, do not cause chaos anymore. Just return the result, no explanation needed." nothing else. I'm just an ordinary person, I have no magical powers to impart to you. My humble abode does not house any tear demon, why don't you leave? After saying this, Changqing continued to stare at the twin dragons. You too, earlier you told me that your father was seriously ill, passing by here to ask for some medicine, and even had dealings with the fox demon, fabricating so many stories. The dog theft was a misunderstanding on my part, and wanting me to heal the master is not possible. I suggest you invite a physician to come and diagnose the master properly. With that, Changqing put the basket on his back and frowned. Alright, it's already morning, I have no breakfast to offer you. I have to go make a living, you all can go on your own. As Changqing left, Qing Long suddenly burst into tears. Sister, did we upset the Immortal? That's why he refused to help us. I didn't expect the fox demon to be a pet raised by the Immortal. It seems we have to show complete sincerity to succeed. Dear Daoist friends, little Daoist Li Chun Feng, pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. The three turned to look at Changqing's retreating figure, while the little fox sat inside the basket, sticking out its tongue and mocking. A while later, Changqing and little fox arrived at the market, starting to sell their spiritual teachings. He slammed his hand on the table to create a cool posture. Open up, open up. As soon as he heard the call, a crowd of people gathered, lining up. Shen Great Master, look at me first, I have money. Last time, Shen Great Master scared that old Taoist to his knees, definitely has real courage. Before he could sell any scrolls of spiritual teachings, suddenly a government official appeared with a group of guards. Step aside, all of you, step aside for me. He was the magistrate county of Jingyang County. The magistrate county pointed at Changqing's face. There's a report of someone cheating on the street, is it you? Hearing this, Changqing stomped his foot on the table. Which scoundrel reported that? Trying to catch me? As he finished speaking, the two guards pointed their sticks at Changqing's neck. Just at that moment, the judge stepped forward calling out loudly, expert, expert. He walked towards Changqing and pointed in a direction. It's not good, Ziku House has a problem. Indeed, when the county magistrate looked ahead, he saw a thick aura of demon energy surrounding Changqing's small courtyard. That direction is Yonglu neighborhood of Ziku House, right? Look quickly, ghost energy is rushing straight up to the sky, truly terrifying. Why are demons causing chaos in broad daylight? Didn't you know, the demons in this Ziku house are extremely powerful? However, Changqing did not see any evil energy or demon energy at all, and said, are you serious? The sky is clearly very blue. The county magistrate heard this and was shocked. Changqing then glanced at the dark-faced judge and said, Your Honor, what do you mean? Do you have nothing better to do than to play tricks on me? Back in Changqing's room, Black Eagle King was searching frantically. Treasure. Where are you? Come out and follow me home. Where did you hide? It's not here, it's not there. After a while of searching, belongings were scattered everywhere. Black Eagle King scratched his head and muttered, Strange, I clearly saw a golden light appear in this mansion earlier, that was the sign of the treasure. Why can't we find it? At the same time, in the market, the crowd was bustling like a festival. Come over here to see, Shen Taoist is about to perform exorcism at this scene. It's still the evil spirit in the old Ziku house, causing harm to our Jingyang County for many years. In the bushes by the roadside, the twin dragons and the Taoist Chun Feng are lurking, listening to the people around gossiping. Here he comes, this Taoist, let's see how Shen Taoist performs. The three of them listened, their eyes widened and they exclaimed in unison. Great, the Immortal has returned. At this moment, Changqing led with a very cool demeanor, holding a fan like a young master, followed by the judge holding the countless sky flag Tianzun. Next to the county magistrate holding the flag of the demon-slaying immortals. Behind, the little fox glided past the bushes, casually giving a thumbs up to the twin dragons and the Taoist, causing blood to gush from their ears, and then the little fox transformed into a human form, turning angrily to stare at the people behind with anger. You can't even protect your own home, yet you want to be by the side of an expert seeking miraculous powers. The people in the house are none other than the Black Eagle King. One of the 4 great demon kings under the command of Old Demon Black Mountain. We are indeed no match for him. When Little Fox heard this, she frowned and said, "Humph, you all stay here and watch carefully. Even if Black Mountain Old Demon comes by himself, my master will turn him into dust." At that moment, Black Eagle King stood inside the hall and heard faintly, "Black Mountain, expert, Taoist, exterminating demons." Upon hearing this, Black Eagle King's face changed and he exclaimed, "This is not good." Before descending from Black Mountain, the king had warned about a place called Chin Tian Supervisor, where there are experts. Could it be that they are targeting us? After a while, they finally arrived at the hall. Judge turned around and said cheerfully, "Expert, this place is dangerous with many hidden dangers outside. I will stay outside to protect them, so please handle the demons inside." "Is it because you are afraid?" "Junior brother, if you can defeat Tear Demon in Ziku House, I will believe you are not a fraud." After speaking, the magistrate county turned away, smirked in a cunning manner, thinking to himself, "Just return the result, no explanation needed. If the child cannot do it, we will win a battle." In front of everyone, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, warning criminals in Jingyang County is very beneficial for maintaining security in this district. Truly understanding the people's hearts and employing various strategies. Inside, Black Eagle King now looks at life with half an eye. "Earlier, I did hear them mention that some expert was coming to inspect. Can't stay here for long, next time I'll come back to find this treasure," he said, and then used the wall-piercing technique to fly straight into the wall, but a certain force stopped Black Eagle King in his tracks, causing him to hit his head on the wall so dizzy. Seeing stars, just then, when hearing the noise Chang Ching entered opening the door. What was that? The bang-bang sound earlier was definitely not a mouse, right? Black Eagle King lying on the ceiling, looked down and saw Chang Ching holding a mirror walking in, mumbling, "Such a big commotion, surely this mouse has a big head, I wonder if Xiaobai knows how to catch mice." Looking down, Black Eagle saw Chang Ching holding the mirror spinning around like a fool, then whispered, "Mouse. What is he talking about? Is he the expert?" Upon entering the room, the presence of the Demon King was immediately detected, but it was too terrifying. Regardless of whether the Demon King was good or bad, it was still a Demon King, so there was no need for it to try to capture the person. Outside the door, the people from Judge and Magistrates County stared at the door, but everything around was silent. Judge tightly held the table, with an excited expert look, and as soon as he entered the room, the demonic aura was immediately suppressed. Inside the room, Chang Ching bowed his head and stared at the items on the old table with a beard, insisting that the house was haunted in front of many people, and now it turned out that they were being surrounded by people from the whole county. Chang Ching frowned, thinking about the scene of being shackled with a sigh. If today's performance did not go well, his survival tactic might be lost, and he might even be taken directly to the mansion prison. As he was lost in thought, the system board displayed a notification that there were 29 hours, 23 minutes, and 33 seconds left until the host would be killed directly. Seeing this, Chang Ching focused on the items on the table, which included 2 secret manuals, a lighter, and an iPhone 6 from the Ming Dynasty. "If I were imprisoned in Deluo, counting down to the end, then I would surely die." With no other options, he had to use his brain to think. "Wait, there's a smartphone, I think I have a way out. Not only can I escape danger, but I might even be able to seize the opportunity to make some big money." After thinking, he took the Ming Dynasty iPhone 6 and searched continuously. "Luckily I brought personal items when crossing over. I downloaded a lot of movies on my phone to watch, to pass the time." As he opened a movie, suddenly strange sounds came from outside, shocking the judge and magistrate of the county. The magistrate was stunned when he heard those sounds. "What kind of sound is that? It must be a demon causing chaos. But this demon sounds weird." Inside the room, Chang Ching looked puzzled, swiftly sliding the phone screen. "Oops, wrong choice, luckily no one is here, or I'd be embarrassed." Black Eagle King lay on the ceiling, eyes wide open. That's a divine weapon. Can you self-generate a fist technique again? But this humble one has never heard of any fist technique like Yamate Kudasai, Dame, or Ikuku. Chang-Ching raised his iPhone 6 Plus to take a picture of a beautiful model and accidentally captured Black Eagle King as well. Unfortunately, there was no network in ancient times, so besides being able to take photos, it just looked like a brick. As soon as he pressed the capture button, the flashlight flashed into Black Eagle King's eyes, causing him to panic and scream, what is this light? My eyes, oh my mother, my internal injuries are shattered. Black Eagle King now lay on the floor foaming at the mouth, trembling all over. This mortal monk clearly discovered me, pretending not to see, waiting for me to relax my guard and then use some sophisticated fist technique to attack me. Chang-Ching still happily posed for a selfie, as calm as a fly, and Black Eagle King, seeing this, could only helplessly think, this mortal's thoughts are indeed sinister. Outside Magistrate County, the crowd waiting eagerly, their faces darkened with disappointment. Shen Taoist, delaying won't do you any good. If you don't come out, the officers will come in and arrest you, Judge said, standing beside them with eyes tightly shut, retorting, such narrow-mindedness, daring to doubt an expert. Just as the words left his mouth, Shen Chang-Ching stepped out of the door. Here I am. Magistrate Lord, what's the rush? Didn't you say that my Ziku house has been occupied by a tear demon for many years, with no one able to exorcise it? Today, I, Shen Chang-Ching, have captured the evil spirit in this mansion. He held up his phone screen in front of them, and on the screen, a demoness emerged with a ghastly face and sharp fangs. Here's the proof. See for yourselves. The crowd gaped in fear as purple demonic energy began to rise around them. The demoness climbed out of a well, scratching the ground with her sharp red painted nails. Seeing this scene, Judge and the people behind him turned pale with fear, sweating profusely. The resentment is too strong, it's even more powerful than the original Nine ghost, someone muttered. Noticing their terror, Chang-Ching pointed at the screen and said, Do not be afraid, this demon has been sealed in a precious tome by me, so it will not harm the mortal world anymore. When the demoness heard this, she acted like, what's next? Then Chang-Ching reversed the video. Look, if I want her to move forward, she will move forward, and if I want her to move back, she will move back. Upon rewinding the video, it was strange, a Japanese girl writhing with ecstasy, moaning loudly. Chang-Ching quickly displayed the image of the girl, shaking the phone screen like crazy. So, do you see how amazing I am? Judge raised his hands to the sky, then slapped his thigh to wake up. The crowd began to exclaim, the vengeful demon is so powerful and yet is played around by Shen Taoist, immortal great power extinguishing demons, protecting countless virtues of the people. The county magistrate, trembling, pointed at the phone screen. Why did the precious tome suddenly go dark? Damn, it ran out of battery at this moment. Seeing that, Chang-Ching quickly put his smartphone into his clothes, then raised his hand to his mouth and coughed, saying, Ahem, opening the heavenly eye is not as easy as you think. The scene earlier was extravagant for you mortals, but today you can witness that it has been contaminated with ominous energy. It may be difficult for your home to be peaceful in the future. However, this Taoist has studied a bit about exorcism, recently even wrote a few words that can exorcise and protect the home. Hearing this, the crowd and even the county magistrate immediately offered money to Chang-Ching. Taoist, you must give me the secret treasure, I've been waiting in line since early morning so it's my turn first. The official also cannot cut in line. In the crowded crowd, 3 young men hurriedly squeezed in, asking, where are we going? Ziku House has an expert, I want to ask for a talisman to protect my home. Now, people all over Jingyang County are lining up like ants. Is it really so magical? Wang Air personally saw Shen Taoist subduing the tear demon, could it be fake? Jingyang County is saved, I also want to ask for a talisman. Below, 2 young men appeared holding a scroll of magic spells. One with hair, one bald, one cries, one laughs. Shen Taoist is really good, his hands are swollen but still gives us secret treasure, so touching, how can that be swollen, that's called true Qi dominance, written in the ancient scriptures like that. After a while, most of the villagers had dispersed, but unfortunately, Chongqing's hand now looked like a monster's hand. Today is tough for you all, stay for a meal. I'll go clean up the room first, been writing all day, my hand is about to become a printer. Chongqing with his monstrous hands struggled to open the door, only to meet 4 diehard fans staring at him with gleaming eyes. Seeing this, he immediately shut the door tightly. Stepped into the room, tossed the gold coins up high, looking extremely elated. Ha ha ha, I have money now, finally don't have to bow down to the system anymore. This old man is now a wealthy player. The members of Judge, Twin Dragons, upon hearing Chongqing's words, were overjoyed. Senior, Immortal, inviting us to stay for a meal, does that mean you have accepted us? Good too, good too. Why did the fox fairy feel like she was about to fall out of favor? Suddenly from the brightly lit hall, accompanied by the words, "Revive, my time," the die-hard fans saw the scene in front of them and were dumbfounded. Demon energy is gone. Could it be that an expert intervened? At this moment, Black Eagle King, sitting on the ceiling, affected by the attack, foamed at the mouth. Just now was the fist technique, now it's the golden light. What crime has this Sikh committed? Looking down, he saw Chongqing staring at a few gold coins and sighing, oh my, the money isn't hot yet and it's already gone. Now his remaining time to live has increased to 275 hours 18 minutes 10 seconds. Chongqing clasped his hands together, urgently praying for the system to display 6 units over 6 hours. Immediately, the system displayed handmade soap making method. Grind shell powder into powder, add water, put shell powder into vegetable ash, pour the liquid mixture on top, shape and cut into pieces, let it sit for 10 to 35 days until soap reaction occurs. Shen Chongqing finished reading, his eyes turning into coins, smiling brightly. Wow, handmade soap making method. This thing is good. In this era, normal people all use beans to bathe, soap is not more convenient. Money will flow in abundance. Chongqing looked blankly at the empty chest, his face as pale as a ghost. But I only have 10 days, and making soap also takes at least 10 days, I should think of another way to make money. Feeling as sad as a dog, Black Eagle King fell from the ceiling with a thud, feathers falling in disarray, causing him to startle. Hey, what is that? Chongqing curiously reached out to grab Black Eagle King. It turns out that the commotion earlier was not a mouse, but a wild chicken flying in. The ancient environment is really good, even wild chickens can be so big. Without hesitation, Chongqing carried Black Eagle King on his shoulders. The poor child didn't even know when he was locked in the room, probably starving to faint. Chongqing tucked Eagle King under his arm and stepped out of the door. Luckily you met me, I am a kind-hearted person, even a blade of grass wouldn't dare to step on me. Hearing this, the people from Li Chun Fong and Twin Dragons stood awkwardly behind the door. Is the expert planning to use resurrection magic to revive the Demon King? Cannot be, if released, the consequences are unpredictable. The expert is generous, loving all creatures, truly an immortal, all beings are equal in the eyes of the immortal. If the immortal can resurrect the Demon King, then curing the prince is just a minor matter. Soon after the crazy fans saw the result of Chongqing, their eyes widened, mouth gaping as they exclaimed, oh, wow, so it's roasted, not finished yet. Shen Chongqing continued to sprinkle more sweet spices on his roasted Black Eagle King. However, the scent that rose was not a pleasant one, but a strong aura of demon energy. The crazy fans saw and whispered, the meat of a great demon is extremely poisonous. Let alone it's the Demon King, why would the expert want to eat it? Chongqing sliced the juicy, fragrant chicken meat, brought it up and said, you have been waiting for a long time, enjoy my craftsmanship, it's really delicious. The 4 crazy fans looked pale, no longer having any appetite. Expert, I remember I still have something to do, excuse me, my mother doesn't allow me to be late, I have to go back first. Sister, I don't want to die. Hoo, Shaoqing, don't be afraid. If the immortal rewards, how dare you refuse? After my sister dies, I must ask the Immortal to save father. Saying this, Bai Long reached forward to grab the piece of chicken. Immortal, let me go first. Suddenly, a flash of light swept past, and the chicken leg disappeared. Looking over, they saw the culprit was none other than the little fox, gripping the enormous chicken leg in its mouth. Changqing angrily shouted, "Xiao Bai, the guest hasn't eaten yet. Spit out that big leg for me." However, the little fox ignored its master and happily nibbled on the leg, absorbing the demon energy emanating from it. The twin dragons, seeing this, were astonished, their eyes wide open. Fox Fairy Senior took the risk to test the poison for us. There are good fox demons among the fox demons, they exclaimed. Very quickly, all that was left of the chicken was a bare bone. Suddenly, the little fox stood up, its head spinning and wobbling unsteadily, causing Changqing and the others to gape in shock. "Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you?" After a moment of staggering, the little fox demon collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Is Fox Fairy Senior dead?" one of the twin dragons wondered aloud. Changqing walked over, lifting the fox's tail in confusion. "It's still alive. What's with the expression? Why does it look like it's quite enjoying itself?" The little fox demon jumps around, with a delighted face whispering so comfortable, feeling a body full of spiritual energy. Indeed, the demon king's meat that the fairy can also be poisoned to death. When Bai Long saw that scene, he was stunned. "Isn't he dead? That's demon king meat that even immortals can be poisoned to death by." Changqing stepped forward to cut some meat for Chun Feng and Judge. "Today everyone helped me all day, can't let everyone go home with that hungry stomach, let's try it quickly while it's still hot." Chun Feng took the plate of chicken meat and glanced at Judge. "Or should we try a bit? The fox demon at this moment is already enjoying the master, if he acts it will be beyond your imagination. The demon king being grilled by the master is even better than the peach banquet on 9 heavens." At this point, the twin dragons also reluctantly put a piece of meat in their mouth to chew. Chun Feng and Judge also bit their stomachs and chewed the meat with tears. Just finished eating, the several of them broke out their power, twisting their bodies with a seductive face, quietly thinking pure spiritual energy, "I can't hold back this restless tingling sensation. Oh, please don't break through anymore, my body can't handle it. Elder sister, it seems like my cultivation is about to break through again." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 streams of green and yellow spiritual weapons shot straight into the sky from Changqing's small courtyard. "Xiao Qing, my cultivation has also broken through. This roast duck from the immortal realm is truly the delicacy of the fairy world." The 2 sisters embraced each other after their breakthrough. Changqing saw this and walked over to stop the cold wind. "Not a bad reaction. With my current cooking skills, these ancient people really can't resist. If I were to open a barbecue shop, even the emperor wouldn't be able to resist." On the other side, the 2 young men Chun Feng and Judge also broke through their strength, embracing each other and dancing the tango. "There is so much spiritual energy in this roast chicken, I feel like I'm about to grow wings and fly away. That's right, my body is restless, the power like that of a flowing stream is about to burst out." Changqing saw the scene before him and his eyes turned into chili peppers. "Oh my, this is a bit too spicy for the eyes." At that moment, Bai Long suddenly remembered his father passing on his dragon palace's sea water, tears welling up in his eyes. "While I am enjoying the grace bestowed by the immortal, the life of the prince in the dragon palace is in danger. I'm truly an unfilial daughter." "Boo-hoo," Bai Long cried out loud, making Changqing turn around to look at her. "Oh, why are you crying now? I didn't scold you, did I? Or did I not give you any resources?" The twin dragons knelt down before Changqing. "Immortal, Dongli begs for your divine intervention to save our king. We are willing to serve by your side in this lifetime. I've said it before, I don't know medicine, don't you remember?" He stared up at the sky, a thought forming in his mind. "So here's the deal, I am currently short of manpower, you and your junior sister can help me, and when we make money, I will share the wealth with you. With money, you can cure your father's illness. What do you think? Please guide us, Immortal." Jingyang County at night, 10 miles outside the village deep in the forest, a pair of glowing eyes watched over the blood-soaked bodies. Then, from the darkness emerged a fierce tiger with sharp teeth, known as the Kuei Shan Golden Desolate King. One of the 4 great demon kings, Kuei Shan, wandered around, sniffing the auras in the forest. That bald bird, letting him scout ahead first, why is he so slow? I'm starving from waiting. At dawn, with birds chirping and flying around, a distant voice sang, the sun shines, flowers bloom, birds sing early, early, early. In the yard below, the twin dragons were sitting in a meditation posture, listening to the faint singing. Sister, listen to what the Immortal is singing. Why does it sound? Bai Long began, but before she could finish, both Bai Long and Judge burst into tears. The great Tao's rhythm, thank you Immortal for your grace. Hurry and grasp this time to comprehend the Tao. We can't waste the expert's intention, they cried. The fox, seeing this, frowned and muttered, truly inexperienced. Inside the courtyard room, Chongqing sat leisurely, humming a tune, while intently looking at the system panel. Ha ha ha, ever since this broken system activated, every day has felt like a knife at my throat. This is the first time I've woken up naturally without worrying about my survival time dropping to 0, he said. Then, glancing at the system panel displaying a fine wine, he muttered, it seems that only brewing wine yields quick profits in the shortest time. Luckily I have the talent of modern cooking, opening an outdoor barbecue stall and selling some roast chicken and roast duck. I can also have Dong Li and Xiao Qing, 2 beautiful women serving. I don't believe the ancient people can resist. After thinking for a while, he opened the door with a red face, his eyes widened with a smile. As soon as he saw Chongqing coming out, Dong Li shouted loudly, making him startle, Immortal, please assign us today. Damn, why shout so loud, almost scared me. These 2 ladies seem determined to be our followers, so Chongqing took out some money from somewhere and gave it to Dong Li. If that's the case, then I'll give you a task. Take this money and buy some wine. Remember not to go to Little Tower but to go around a few wine shops, the cheaper the better. Oh, yes sir, said the twin dragons. Dong Li and Xiao Qing immediately left. Shen Chongqing stood behind and shouted loudly, go early and come back early, find some intact bamboo sticks on the way back. This thing is free, you can take as much as you want. Yes, Immortal, please rest assured, I will complete the task. Then Judge and Chun Feng approached and clasped their hands in a ceremonial gesture. If the repairs to the temple are completed, I must also return to City God Temple. If anything happens here that requires the City God's help, just let me know. Alright, you can go on your own. When City God left, his face turned dark. You act so well, must be a professional actor. Dealing with troublesome people, Chun Feng said confidently with a smile, are you leaving too? The power of the little Taoist is a bit low, but devoted to Tao, please allow me to stay by your side to learn. Upon hearing this, Chongqing agreed immediately, in that case, you can go with me. Thank you, senior. Those who don't receive free manpower are fools. So Chongqing and Chun Feng, along with the little fox, walked through a market, the sound of vendors shouting, sharpening knives, cutting knives here. New batch of curtains just out. Little brother, come and see, all good items. Did I hear wrong? They are selling like hotcakes. Above the wine shelves display price tags. Stuffed glutinous rice costs 1 tael, 7-grain liquid costs 5 taels, Immortal wine costs 10 taels. Chongqing looked at the price list and calculated with tears in his eyes. How can modern people drink cheap white wine? Due to the development of technology and industrial production, the quality of distilled spirits is good, but his current capital is not enough to produce in large quantities. Thinking this, Chongqing rubbed his head, wrinkling his brows. Forget it, sell roasted duck first to accumulate some startup capital. While lost in thought, Chun Feng suddenly tapped on his shoulder and spoke up, Senior, why are you so focused on material possessions like money? Are they really that important to you? Shen Changqing pointed angrily at the chubby girl in front of him. Then let me test you. Do you see her over there? Chun Feng opened his eyes wide and replied, a noble person. At this point, the two young men leaned in close and whispered to each other. To the ordinary eye, she appeared to be dressed in silk, but to the enlightened eye, her demeanor exuded wealth. Yet, everyone failed to notice that the material possessions on her represented the essence of the world. He imagined himself standing on the golden beak, holding a fishing rod. The nature of the world is so, take out the gold to talk about, gold is the remnants of the ancient stars' collision when the universe began to form, before the sky and earth, brought to our world by emptiness, eternal, coexisting with the dragon veins of Kyushu for tens of millions of years, while we just dig it up for decoration, you only see the appearance, not knowing it is as old as heaven and earth. Is it still a common thing? Chun Feng heard this and widened his eyes, then immediately knelt down and kowtowed before Changqing, a little Taoist, saw things as they are, can't escape from the world, many thanks to the Immortal for guidance. Looking like that he secretly thought small things, thinking I deceived you to the point where you can't distinguish between east and west, will have to obediently be a security guard for my roast chicken shop ha ha ha. After kowtowing, Chun Feng raised his head and dared not hide, the realm of the little Taoist has been stuck for many years, fearing that he had been blinded by the world. You asked Immortal for guidance earlier, only a little more to go, hoping Immortal will succeed. If you are sincere like this, then I will guide you a little more. So Changqing turned and whispered in his ear, surely upgrading skills is useless, try my method. Little Taoist listened carefully. The value of human life is dual-sided, truly manifested in dedication, realizing the value of bright conditions, enjoying music and gold coins when venturing out, the ideal sparking the greatest enlightenment in the sky, hardship in the struggle of the mind, that is the historical materialistic value. Hearing this, Chun Feng made a serious face, the value of human life is dual-sided. Hardship and struggle, sitting in the bushes, he chuckled, yes, that's right, now Chun Feng seemed to be in a fairyland, experts dozen words have expanded my heart realm, the demon that haunted me for 3 years has finally been eliminated. Thinking of this, Chun Feng shed tears towards Changqing, thank you, expert, for helping me realize, I will definitely remember these 30 words and always recite them, indeed, children are easy to teach, I have advanced thoughts since 10, you will gradually realize. Changqing glanced at Chun Feng, who was drooling, and grinned mischievously. Hee, this gullible guy is about to fall into my trap. Watch how I, the great trickster, make a profit from this, he thought. After mulling it over, Changqing turned away and asked in a strained voice, Li Taoist, you've cultivated for many years. Let me ask you, in this world, countless people with magical talent seek immortality, yet why do so many desire to become emperors instead of pursuing immortality? Chun Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The emperor naturally desires immortality as well, but achieving it is too difficult. We cultivators defy the heavens and can only extend our lifespans by a few decades. Very few can live to be 100. Immortality is not so easily attained, he explained. As soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, he noticed a brilliant light emanating from Changqing. TSK, immortality is not that hard. If you count from today, I've already lived for over 1,000 years. This is now the Zhenguan era of the Tang dynasty. From the 8th century to the 21st century before I crossed over, isn't that 1,200 years? Chun Feng was stunned, his face darkening. An immortal truly is an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Who else could live for over 1,000 years, he thought. After pondering for a moment, Chun Feng stepped forward and naively asked, may I ask, Immortal, if this little Taoist continues on the path of cultivation, can I attain immortality like you? Hearing this, Changqing covered his delighted smile with a fan. He's taken the bait, he thought. Then, striking a super cool pose, Changqing replied, I can't speak for others, but if you follow my path of cultivation, 2 or 3 years won't be a problem. Chun Feng, feeling as if he'd just struck gold, gaped in astonishment and grinned widely. "Does that mean the Immortal is willing to take me as a disciple?" he asked excitedly. Changqing, now enveloped in a white aura, turned to him. "Usually, I don't accept disciples lightly. Before, I didn't accept you because I wanted to test your determination. Now, seeing that you have some talent and potential, I'll reluctantly accept you as a nominal disciple. Let's see how persistent you are in the future." Hearing this, Chun Feng immediately knelt at Changqing's feet in front of the surrounding villagers. "Master, please accept a bow from Li Chun Feng." Changqing saw that and turned his face elsewhere with a playful smile, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Alright, many people are watching. You once said my master is Yuan Tian Gang, so I guess I don't need to teach you any magic, but some other things you might understand. If you called me master, of course I won't treat you badly. Get up, first help me carry the luggage." A while later, the two disciples came back after buying chickens and ducks. "Master, are you going to roast these 2 ducks?" Changqing walked into the house, grinning. "That is master's magic weapon for wealth, wait a bit and you will see." Upon entering the room, he saw a chubby man wiping sweat from his forehead. "Immortal, this is the duck roasting oven that I made as per your request. How do you find it?" Changqing looked at his duck roasting oven, pleased and full of praise. "Master's craftsmanship is not bad, it only took half a day to create." "Shaoli, you replace master in giving the reward to the Grand Master." Hearing this, Chun Feng handed the chubby man a bag of money as tears flowed down his cheeks. "Immortal, there's no need for that. Who dares to accept your money? In our house, we still have your written words displayed. Now everyone in the house is healthy and well-fed, all thanks to your blessings," the chubby man said before leaving. Changqing also waved goodbye, saying, "Immortal, no need to see me off. Whatever request you have, you can always tell me." "Thank you, Grand Master. Next time you buy a word, I will definitely give you a 20% discount," the chubby man replied. Changqing looked closely at the money in his hand and smirked. Wow, people from the Tang dynasty are indeed straightforward. Even if I want to spend this money, I can't. The scene shifted to the twin dragon sisters. Shaoqing and Dongli, who had completed their task of buying wine and returning with a bundle of bamboo sticks. "Sister, why does Immortal need these bamboo sticks?" Shaoqing asked. "Immortal has his own reasons for doing things, don't ask too many questions." "Let's go back quickly to avoid keeping him waiting," Dongli replied. As they were on their way, Dongli sensed a strong demonic aura coming from a small courtyard. Her face darkened as she turned to Shaoqing and said, "Demon energy. The scent of blood is so strong. There must be monsters causing trouble in the courtyard. Let's go in and take a look." Inside the room, the innocent victim's dead body lay in a pool of dark red blood, followed by a sharp fang mauling the corpse, blood splattering everywhere. It turned out to be Kuei Shan tiger, prowling around attacking innocent men, using its giant paw to trample on the bodies, and then using its sharp teeth to bite off body parts, its eyes sharp, emitting a fierce light staring straight ahead. Outside the door, a loud shout echoed, "Bold monster, daring to harm people in broad daylight in this world." Upon hearing this, Kuei Shan turned its head and glared. The twin dragons kicked down the door and stride in fiercely. "Hey, wicked tiger demon over there, cultivation is not easy. Why harm others without reason?" After hearing this, Kuei Shan slammed its foot hard on the ground, its claws scratching the floor. It glared straight ahead, its body covered in the stench of blood, transformed into half-human, half-beast, massive and powerful. It stood up and stared at the twin dragons, growling, "Where did this little demon come from, daring to teach this king a lesson?" Dong Li's eyes widened in anger, her brows furrowing as she clenched her teeth and brandished her weapon. "You don't know life and death, it seems you want to test the power of this lady," she declared. "Sister, be careful," Kuei Shan raised his sharp claws, grinning wickedly. "Such arrogance. Disturbing my meal, have you considered how you'll compensate?" With that, Kuei Shan opened his mouth wide and lunged forward. Bai Long, unafraid, immediately unleashed a powerful force towards the tiger. Xiao Qing screamed in fear, "Sister, be careful," dropping the 2 wine jars she was holding, which shattered on the ground. The scene shifted to Chang Qing and his disciple, who were testing the oven with 2 ducks. The delicious aroma made their mouths water. Don't rush, they're almost ready," Chang Qing advised. "I never expected Master not only has profound cultivation but also cooks so well," the disciple commented. A few minutes later, the ducks were perfectly cooked, their aroma filling the air. Chang Qing immediately took out honey glaze and brushed it over the ducks to enhance their glossy appearance. Add a few more herbs, a couple more barley drinks and it's ready. Soon the afternoon came, the sun also went down the mountain. Chang Qing used his hand to shield his eyes and looked out the door. "Why haven't Dong Li and Xiao Qing come back yet? It's almost dark, buying wine shouldn't take this long." As he finished speaking, suddenly the magistrate county in 2 guards rushed in shouting loudly, "Shen Immortal, Li Taoist, help us quickly, something big is happening in Shirley Village." Chang Qing saw the panic of the magistrate county and quickly supported him. "The county lord, calm down and tell me, what happened?" "Shirley Village has a monster. A family of 3 Hong family members all died tragically." Chang Qing's face turned pale after hearing this. He sighed, "Oh, a monster. Are you serious?" A while later, at the Hongjai mansion, cries echoed throughout the house, "It's too tragic, the whole Hong family of 3 is dead, it's karma. Do you know that this Hong family has been haunted for a long time? People in the house keep dying for no reason, and the neighbors around also encounter bad luck." "Really? A whole family of 3 met a disaster, is it really because of demons? We should not stay here anymore, to avoid bad luck." Seeing the scene in front of him, Chang Qing was stunned, his eyes wide open, furrowing his brows, speechless. Chang Qing and Chun Feng walked over to look at the bloody body, while the crowd kept gossiping. "Surely it was done by demons, they say our Shirley Village is actually a big tomb, the Hong family presided over it and always lived with such filthy things, that's why this happened." The county magistrate took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, with a frightened look. "Shen Taoist, I won't hide it from you. For many years the Hong family has indeed had many deaths, the officials couldn't find out the truth, couldn't do anything. Unexpectedly this incident happened, it's related to demonic forces, we should have informed the Qin Tian department to send experts to handle it, but now everyone is in chaos. Shen Immortal, we all know your ability to capture demons is as clear as day, please help us in Jingyang County." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "County Lord, don't worry, little Taoist works for the Qin Tian supervisor, and has responsibility in this matter, moreover with our master here, we're not afraid of any evil." Chang Qing, upon hearing this, had a dark expression on his face, thinking to himself, "Damn, I do not agree, who made you talk so much, this is a death sentence. Look for a demon slayer, why look for a scholar to write like I do?" After thinking, Chang Qing pretended to smile brightly. "The county lord, the monster that eats people, this is really serious, I believe in the talent of exorcising and killing demons of my disciple, I will assign this task to him, and also check his skills." Hearing that, Chun Feng took out a strange bowl and plate, looking straight ahead. "Yes master, the disciple will not disappoint you." Saying that, Chun Feng displayed Xian Tian precious tome, reveal the demon. From the strange bowl and plate in his hand, appeared golden spiritual weapons. Shining brightly, suddenly a dark demon energy appeared on the strange bowl, making Chun Feng stunned. "Is this a curse?" "It's old demon Black Mountain." Seeing this, Magistrate County looked worried, turned to ask softly, "Li Taoist, what's going on?" Chun Feng looked closely at the strange bowl and plate in his hand. "This incantation is the center of the curse, this curse comes from the magic of old demon Black Mountain. He is among the top 20 great demons most wanted by Qin Tian's supervisor," said Chang Qing as he stepped forward, raising his hands to the sky and shouting loudly, "Enough, enough, the more you talk, the more absurd it sounds. Some curse, some Black Mountain old demon, all scare tactics. Look at those people who have been threatened, look at the wounds on the bodies, clearly done by savage beasts. Don't talk about monsters and demons threatening children anymore. Hearing this, Chun Feng turned to look at the trembling crowd, silently thinking, so that's it, I've messed up. Now everyone is scared, I shouldn't talk about ghosts and demons in front of the fearful. No wonder he's the master. Being cautious like this, I completely overlooked those details. This is truly looking out for the people, so the three of them sat down together to observe the body, with the county lord asking, is there any other clue? Is there someone injured or another witness? Seeing this wound, its demon energy residue, indeed caused by demon beasts. The master is right, just a glance can grasp the key points. After observing, the magistrate county turned and said. Yes, just now in a hurry forgot to say, the magistrate county said that he saw two young ladies from your house seem to be taken away by demons. Chang Qing still couldn't hear clearly, immediately raised his hand to stop him. I said, there are no demons, it's wild beasts. Wild beasts. Seconds later, he realized what the magistrate county said, his eyes widened in shock. What? Who was taken away? Immediately, a faint scream rang out, causing the guards and the crowd to startle. Quickly summon all the hunters in the county. Scene switched to somewhere else. Now the twin dragons were sitting on a pile of bloody bones. Sis, I don't want to die. Shao Qing, don't be afraid, the Immortal will definitely come to save us. Kuei Shan smirked cynically after hearing that. What Immortal? The damn tiger demon. I advise you to release us. I am the princess of the dragon clan, the daughter of the dragon king East Sea. Kuei Shan not only wasn't afraid, but also grinned widely. Haha, the princess of the dragon clan. How can you threaten me? My ancestors are even leaders among the 4 great demon kings. The subordinate of Black Mountain is the Tiger King Kuei Shan, weaker than the Dragon Clan. We can serve as concubines for the Black Mountain Lord at the right time. Shao Qing was horrified and cried out, I don't want to be a concubine, I don't want to be a concubine. Outside the forest, Chang Qing's group had started to act. My lord, we have found many fresh tiger footprints. The evil monsters must not have gone far. If we follow these footprints, we can surely quickly discover its whereabouts. Chun Feng, walking beside Chang Qing, felt uneasy and said, Immortal, this fierce beast is extraordinary and eats humans. We should not let the hunters take risks. The hunters turned around and reassured. Don't worry, we are experienced hunters. We have encountered many packs of beasts like this before. Chang Qing sighed and raised his hand to his forehead. These hunters are indeed experienced in tracking wild animals. Let them continue. Dong Li and Shao Qing's lives are still unknown. If something happens, I don't know how to face their families. After a while, the crowd discovered a cave in front of them. Here we found the tiger den. Everyone quickly followed to explore if there is any other way out before. Before entering the cave, a hunter spoke up. The county lord, Shen Taoist, we have just checked around, this cave has no other way out. Very good, all of you come here to listen to me, let's do this first. While Chang Qing was discussing work with the hunters, Chun Feng took the mysterious plate and went to explore. Damn, the smell of blood is too strong. Seconds later, Chun Feng brought the mysterious plate forward to display the Xian Tian precious tome. Checking the demon energy around, the light of the mysterious plate shimmered brightly. Then a column of information appeared above, showing the information of Kuei Shan, Golden Desolate King. Kuei Shan, ranked 13th on the Qin Tian Department's wanted list, a demon king of 4-star danger level, truly a great demon. With my current cultivation, I am not a match for this tiger demon. After speaking, Chun Feng took out something shining from his clothes. I don't even know where Master is right now. Regardless, we can't let the tiger demon descend the mountain to harm people any further, Chun Feng muttered. He quickly wrote golden characters on the Bagua table, the heavens are round, the earth is square, the law is everlasting, with my golden pen, 10,000 ghosts will perish. As he was setting up the array, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder from behind, causing him to startle and widen his eyes. He turned around to see Chang Qing. At the same moment, the array he was casting dissipated. "What are you doing, Shaoli? Everyone is busy, you should go and help out too," Chongqing said, dragging him away before he could respond. "Master, I was casting a spell and setting up an array. That tiger demon is a demon king." Chun Feng protested. "Alright, after we catch that tiger, you can cast whatever spells you like. At that time, I'll teach you a few celestial spells," Chongqing reassured him. "Celestial spells? Master, are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. Couldn't be more serious." Meanwhile, inside the cave, Kuei Shan lay in a deep sleep on a pile of bones, drooling in a state of bliss. Beside him, the twin dragons were also napping, but their faces showed clear signs of unease. After that, a gust of white air rushed into Dong Li's nose, causing her to wake up suddenly. Dong Li sat up dazed, her face pale. "Is there commotion outside? Are there people, so many people? Could it be immortals coming to rescue us? That would be great." Standing outside the cave entrance, Chongqing held a drum in his hand, while Chun Feng was wearing a colorful tiger headgear. "Master, does this really work?" Wait and see if it works or not," Chongqing said, then immediately struck the drum hard, shouting loudly, "Tiger cub, wake up quickly." Upon hearing the loud noise, Kuei Shan startled and opened his eyes wide. "What is that sound? How dare it disturb me?" The prince, while enjoying drumming, something suddenly frightened Chongqing so much that he threw the drum and stick away, shouting, "Oh my goodness, help!" Chun Feng crouched inside the tiger head, looking so scared that he almost wet his pants, his face devoid of blood. Chun Feng looked ahead with wide eyes, sweating profusely. "Here it comes, it's the tiger demon." The intense light emitting from Kuei Shan's cold eyes struck the crowd, causing the young people to widen their eyes, gasp, and sweat profusely. "Oh my, so big, what is he eating to be so huge?" At that moment, Kuei Shan emerged from the cave, baring his sharp fangs and roaring furiously. Seeing this, Chongqing immediately began to perform a wild dance. "Shaoli, don't be afraid. Shake it like I taught you," he instructed. Chun Feng, sweating profusely, stammered, "Master, will your spell really work?" Without waiting for a reply, Chun Feng stomped his prosthetic leg on the ground and began an intense hip-shaking dance. "Shake, shake, shake that pot," he chanted as he moved. After a while, he controlled the tiger head to turn back with a seductive look under the moonlight. Kuei Shan, upon seeing this, now had the image of a cute tigress in his eyes. Chun Feng continued to sway the tiger head's hips provocatively. "So intense, so intense, so intense," he chanted. Kuei Shan, captivated by the tigress's allure, could only repeat, "More power, more power, more power." Unable to resist the attraction, Kuei Shan exclaimed, "Oh wow, this tigress is truly fascinating." Overcome with desire, Kuei Shan leaped towards the tigress, his face flushed and his eyes turning into hearts. "Let me love you, my dear tigress." And so the male tiger embraced the female tiger's head to give her the most wonderful kiss on earth, feeling but not cold like a flower. Inside Chun Feng's head, "Is this magic? Master, when did you use magic? And yet it makes the Demon King so excited." Then a not-so-light collision sound made Chun Feng's face pale, unable to speak. Who would have thought the little demon Kuei Shan was standing behind, ready to attack? Contrary to expectations, Chun Feng cried out, "Master, save me, or I will die." Seeing this, Chongqing immediately ordered his brothers behind him, 500 brothers, "Seize him now." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge net was launched from the bushes straight towards Kuei Shan. Followed by the next move, activate the aiming technique, one arrow hits the target. Now thousands of sharp arrows flew towards Kuei Shan, piercing his skin and flesh, making him clench his teeth in anger. "Damn humans." The arrows landed right in front of Chun Feng, making his eyes bulge in shock. "Master, I'm still here. The two hunters over here are still busy pulling the bow like a machine with annoyed faces. The thick skin of the tiger is not easy to penetrate. This tiger, am about to transform. If this skin is brought into the city, it will be 10 times more expensive than ordinary tiger skin. Changqing standing beside listened with envy, eyes clearly showing 2 large coins. What a valuable tiger skin, huh? He, so this skin must not be damaged. At this moment, Kuei Shan suddenly erupted with a fierce roar, scratching forward with a few powerful demon energy lines. A group of foolish humans. In the midst of the battle, accidentally knocked off the fake tiger head, revealing Chun Feng underneath. Kuei Shan looked down in surprise. Chun Feng raised his head, sweat pouring out continuously, but still smiling friendly. Tiger brother, hello. Kuei Shan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, gathering his strength and throwing a thunderous punch straight at Chun Feng's head. I will kill you, master, save me. Chun Qing looked stunned, shouting loudly, let that man go, give him back. Without hesitation, Chun Qing rushed forward and stabbed Kuei Shan's buttocks with a sharp sword, causing blood to spurt out. Kuei Shan, in great pain, convulsed and roared loudly, his mouth wide open, possibly as wide and long as a normal living person. After that roar, Kuei Shan fell to his knees, lying on the ground with the sword still impaled in his buttocks. Shen Taoist is truly a divine being, not only wise in strategy but also incredibly powerful. A single sword to end the fierce tiger truly benefits the people, Kuei Shan thought to himself. Oh, no, too much praise, it was thanks to the county lord's command. Chun Feng, standing in front of the 2 descendants, seemed invisible. This tiger demon is tough, it seems that master knew all along. Those movements were all opportunities to find the weaknesses of the tiger, right? Chun Feng approached, drew his sword, covering his nose, his face turning pale. So the buttocks are the only weakness of this tiger demon? No wonder a master's sword could break through its defenses. After some boasting, Changqing also remembered the twin dragon's power and shouted loudly. Yes, Dong Li and Xiao Qing are inside, right? Magistrate County heard that, then happily replied, Shen Taoist, don't rush, I have already sent people in to search for them. Just as he finished speaking, the twin dragons appeared behind the guards, calling out loudly, Immortal. The 2 girls were so moved that they rushed to hug Changqing. Thank you, Immortal, for saving us. Ah, it's okay, you're not hurt, that's good. Then Changqing gently stroked Dong Li's head, giving a handsome smile. It's okay, we're going home. Dong Li, upon hearing this, glanced with affection, let's go home. A while later, back in Jingyang County, a red flag with the words, Heroes Fight the Tiger. Drums beating loudly, fireworks exploding like a festival, a crowd of people returning to the village, with guards carrying a tiger on a stretcher. Last night, Shen Taoist went up the mountain to capture the fierce tiger, with 1 sword taking its life, helping Jingyang County eliminate a great danger. Changqing wore a red flower on his chest, smiling brightly, hello everyone, I have just won the flower of the manly world. After that, Changqing turned to look at the magistrate county with a sly look. The county lord, have you seen that I risked my life to eliminate the evil in Jingyang County? Should the government express something, express what? What does Taoist Shen mean? Hearing this, Changqing made a face that no one could match and whispered in magistrate's ear. The Hong family grand mansion is now uninhabited, just when I want to hire a larger residence for business. I wonder. Magistrate County understood the meaning with just a glance, immediately interrupting. Taoist Shen is protecting Jingyang County, this residence is a gift from the government to the Taoist. Changqing heard this and put his arm around the magistrate's shoulder. Smiling brightly. The county lord is truly generous, soon I will write a talisman to ward off evil for the county lord, don't mock me. At this moment, Chun Feng stood behind watching the shadows of the 2, silently thinking. The Hong family grand mansion. Last time, I saw that the residence had a bit of an ancient feel. If it is said that 3 members of the Hong family were killed by a tiger demon, then what about the rumors in recent years that the members of the Hong family have been dying one after another? Could it be that the master has noticed an issue with that residence? Therefore, I asked the magistrate county about the institute to avoid encountering any disaster from other ordinary people. I have to go and investigate again. A while later, at Ziku House, Chang Qing stood before the magistrate county, thanking him for the invitation and offering to visit another time to share a drink. Magistrate county chuckled at the courteous guest, advising him to seek help if needed. Chang Qing then turned to ask his sister Bai Long, where Dongli and Shaoli had gone. After hearing that Immortal Taoist wanted to revisit the Hong family grand mansion, Chang Qing confidently agreed to conduct an experiment with the early assistance of others. Meanwhile, at the Hong family grand mansion, Chun Feng stood in the courtyard and observed that hidden weapons seemed to completely cover the institute. Upon visiting nearby residents, they mentioned that the Hong Family Institute was built next to an ancient tomb underground, and generations of the Hong family have guarded the tomb. Before there was a master here, he must have used the immortal weapon to suppress the aura here, so that's why I didn't detect it, but now the aura is about to condense into substance. No wonder the people of the Hong family have been dying mysteriously one after another in recent years, if ordinary people here will be continuously eroded by this aura, and life expectancy will also be cut short. While pondering, suddenly the strange tablet on his chest emitted a bright light. The light shone brighter and brighter, causing him to be extremely startled. What's going on with Xian Tian precious tome? Why does it automatically rotate? From the tablet, a stream of golden fiery gas surrounded Chun Feng. He looked up at the sky in shock. What is this? In the sky, a giant red eye appeared, constantly accumulating hidden weapons. Chun Feng's face looked uncomfortable when he saw it. Tuam Tran Sol. Tuam Dai Tran Qua Black Mountain Old Demon. Black Mountain Old Demon uses this cemetery as the eye of the array, gathering the aura of the earth's veins. This Hong family ancestral hall is right at the center of the array. Then Chun Feng immediately calculated with his fingers. Not good, the master killed the Demon King under the command of Black Mountain Old Demon. So he was heading to Ziku House. Back at Chang Qing's small courtyard, Kuei Shan had been groomed and cleaned, nails trimmed, ready to be put in the pot. Xiao Qing sat by the fire with Chang Qing happily chatting away, wondering if they could really have some good wine like this. Of course, roast duck had to go with good wine. Let's give it a try. Dong Li added some diluted wine into the steaming pot. Xiao Qing added some firewood. They were engrossed in conversation, not noticing a black crow on a branch staring at them intently. This black crow had eyes as red as giant eyes earlier. After observing them, it quickly flew away, leaving a feather falling down. A while later, it returned to a very dark, gloomy place. A hand reached out to receive it. The one receiving the black crow was a wicked old man, surrounded by demon energy. Immortal. Kill my subordinate Demon King. I want to see what this so-called immortal is capable of. The water dripped from the bamboo tube, flowing into a pot, surrounded by threads of colorful energy, a certain power causing Dong Li to emit a seductive and confident aura. Is this a celestial phenomenon? Xiao Qing also didn't differ much. The flow of power made her body contort continuously. Just by sniffing this wine scent, but there is already a strong spiritual weapon covering. Chang Qing brought out the sparkling wine in front of the two younger sisters. This wine's degree is average, still not meeting my expectations. What kind of celestial phenomenon? Too much praise. What is the degree of wine? Immortal's intention is to still be able to ferment a better wine. Outside, Old Black Mountain was observing something. The appearance of this little guy looks no different from an ordinary person and cannot sense any power on him. How could Kuei Shan be killed by this normal person? There must be something strange. Behind the old man, two young men were talking to each other. Shen Taoist is an immortal. Do you understand immortal? Zhao Lao Air bought a character from Shen Taoist so he can make 10 flashes every night. Even his wife doesn't dare to scold him as a useless man anymore. The characters of Shen Taoist, besides exorcising evil spirits, protecting the house, also have this effect. Probably need another character for our family tiger to broaden his horizons. After chatting for a while, the two young men looked up and were amazed. It turns out that seeing the old man, the two young men came forward teasingly, "Hey old man, are you also here to find Shintaoist for a fortune-telling? I didn't expect someone of your age to still seek this, impressive, impressive. Old sir, you don't need to be shy, just go straight in, Shintaoist is very friendly, no need to climb walls." Old Black Mountain heard this and turned his face darker than a pot, speechless. At that moment, Chongqing was pouring wine into a cup when the two young men suddenly rushed in. "Shin Immortal, you're back." Chongqing turned to ask, "What do you want from me?" "We want to buy Immortal's secret treasure." Chongqing's eyes lit up. "Haha, a request for a writing? Alright, I guarantee a reasonable price. Do you have any specific requests for the writing?" Then one of the young men whispered in his ear, "It's the writing you did for Zhao Lao Air last time. That writing of yours is really effective." Zhao Lao Air boasted to us every day about his success. Chongqing was shocked to hear this. Thinking to himself, 10 times. When did my writing start having this effect? That Zhao Lao Air is really exaggerating. If those two buy my writing and it doesn't work, they'll come back to cause trouble for me. Chongqing imagined the terrifying image of the two young men and gently said, "I can write the words you requested, but the effect isn't as exaggerated as that. Besides hanging my writing, you need to exercise daily. If conditions allow, using tiger or ox genitalia will have miraculous effects. As for 10 times, please be realistic." The young man pointed towards the door. "Immortal, no need to be so modest. You might not know, but in Jingyang County, from the elderly at 80 to children of 3, no one says your writing is ineffective. If you don't believe it, look, just now we saw an old man climbing the wall wanting to get your writing but felt shy." As he finished speaking and turned around, he saw no one by the wall. Where did the old man go? Just then, a lightning bolt struck, accompanied by a voice saying, "Are you looking for me?" The twin dragons immediately recognized who it was. "That is Black Mountain Old Demon," Chongqing shouted in anger. "Oh, you have destroyed my roof." Black Mountain Old Demon stood on Chongqing's roof, a powerful bolt of lightning behind him, and a black crow with red eyes on his shoulder. The people below were horrified and pale at the sight. Black Mountain Old Demon, with his dark eyes, smirked condescendingly, "Little guy, this time I have come to find something from you." Dong Li quickly turned to Shaoqing and said, "It's Black Mountain Old Demon, Shaoqing. Whatever happens, even if it costs our lives, we must protect the Immortal. If fighting breaks out, take the Immortal back to East Sea for help. I will stay here to stop him." "No, sister, I will stop him, you take the Immortal away." Despite the concern of the twin dragons, Chongqing was itching for a fight, yelling, "Old man, do you think age gives you the right to climb onto someone else's roof? Any tiles broken must be fully compensated for." Old Demon Black Mountain was stunned upon hearing this and thought to himself, "No matter how many times I look at him, this guy still seems like a normal mortal. There isn't even a hint of magical power in his body, not even compared to the twin dragons beside him. But he sees me and not only isn't afraid, but he also seems to want to fight me. What's going on here? Better not act rashly, I should probe him first." After thinking this through, Old Demon Black Mountain shouted loudly, "You killed the Demon King under my command for no reason. How do you wish to die?" Chongqing was shocked, eyes wide and mouth agape. "Demon King? Are you talking about this tiger?" Chongqing couldn't believe his ears. He looked closely at the tiger, then turned to Black Mountain and said, "Old man, have you been hearing too many rumors and become delusional? Yes, I killed this tiger, but its skin was given to me by the county lord as a reward. If you want it, you'll have to pay for it. And also, get down from there before you fall and try to blame us. There are many people watching here." Before Chongqing could finish his rant, Dong Li stepped forward and whispered, "Immortal, that's Black Mountain Old Demon, a heavenly demon." Chongqing heard this, not only was not afraid, but continued to curse, "Old demon, heavenly demon what? Like you don't need to show your face. I've been tolerating you for half a day, and you dare to ruin my house. Today even if the King of Heaven comes you won't be able to leave." While cursing, suddenly Chun Feng rushed in with a worried expression and shouted loudly, "Master, be careful, not good, Black Mountain Old Demon is furious now. A heavenly demon can destroy the whole land, wipe out an entire country." At this moment, Black Mountain Old Demon floated in the air and unleashed his power. Behind him appeared a demon with sharp iron horns on its head and 8 demon arms. Black Mountain Old Demon smirked and grinned triumphantly. "A small ant like you dares to disrespect me, I will skin you alive, seal your soul, torment you every day." With these words, he swiftly jumped down from the rooftop, still wearing that sinister smile. "I won't let you live, nor will I let you die." Under the swift and powerful attack of Black Mountain Old Demon, everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down their faces. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "We're doomed, this is peak madness, Immortal, be careful." Just as the shouts died down, a thick plume of smoke rose from the yard. Everyone, including Chongqing, raised their hands to shield themselves. From the smoke emerged Black Mountain Old Demon, with his joints dislocated, face twisted in pain, and teeth clenched in rage. Seeing this, Chongqing stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Old man, you don't need to make such a grand gesture. Admitting your mistake is enough." The old man fell backward, with blood flowing from his knees. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. At that moment, as he lay down, a golden light shone on his face. "Where is my magic power? Has my magic power disappeared?" From a different angle, looking down at the scene, Shaoqing, Dongli, and Chun Feng were wide-eyed and slack-jawed with shock. The Immortal is truly incredible. Black Mountain Old Demon is kneeling. Chongqing stepped up to Black Mountain Old Demon, holding a scroll of heart methods. "Didn't I warn you earlier? I told you to be careful and not fall." "Now it's fine, who said you were messy, dare to climb on the roof?" Old Black Mountain was upset, then he immediately got up, raised his creepy hands and lunged forward, shouting loudly, "I will kill you." However, Chongqing gently grabbed his hand without fear, knelt down and offered a scroll of scripture to Old Black Mountain. "This is for you, consider it as a sign of respect from me to you, no need to fix the roof." Old Black Mountain, touched by those cold words, opened the scripture. Scroll to see. What is this? Inside the scripture scroll was written a large word, "2", which emitted a brilliant beam of light shining into Old Black Mountain's eyes, making him scream loudly. Seconds later, a dazzling golden character emerged from the scripture scroll, piercing through the old man's body, a fatal blow causing Old Black Mountain to cough up blood. He fell to the ground, making Chongqing horrified, shouting, "Oh no, I gave you a page of characters without touching you. Everyone can testify for me, I really didn't touch you." His family promised that they would not overlook us. Outside, the people rushed into Chongqing's house in chaos. "Hey hey hey, we clearly arrived at the bridge first, why is this old man cutting in line?" That's right, he's old but still sucking up to immortals like that, does he have any integrity?" Hearing this, Chongqing stepped forward to calm the crowd, his eyes shining brightly as he saw gold in front of him. "Everyone, don't rush, it's all here, we should all respect our elders and treat the young with love, isn't that the tradition of Jingyang County?" At the same time, Little Fox ran to the place of Old Black Mountain. "Indeed, you don't know your place. You don't even bother to see where this is." The disciple of the Immortal King still wants to challenge the power of magic. "Even if your strength is of the heavenly demon level, it won't be enough." Old Black Demon heard this and sweat beaded on his forehead. Is he really immortal? How can it be? He clearly doesn't have any magical aura. Little Fox, upon hearing this, looked admiringly. "Can the courage of an immortal be seen through by a mere mortal creature like you?" Looking at the old demon's frail appearance, Chongqing remarked, "In your current state, you're even weaker than a 3-year-old human child. Isn't this proof enough?" Just as he finished speaking, a 3-year-old child appeared from nowhere and urinated on the old black demon's face. After finishing, the child pulled up his pants and ran away, leaving the old black demon fuming, his eyes burning red. How detestable! How dare a mere mortal child do such a thing to me? I am the great black mountain immortal, ruler of this domain, revered by the 4 great demon kings. Furious, the old demon struggled to get up. A mere mortal dares to defile me? I will bathe Jingyang County in blood and turn it into a living hell. Meanwhile, a black crow with red eyes was staring intently at something. When Dong Li looked into the crow's eyes, his own pupils reflected its face, and hypnotic rings began to form, turning Dong Li's eyes crimson. Seeing this, Chun Feng's face twisted with worry, and he shouted, "This is bad, it's a demonic soul-capturing spell." Very quickly, Dong Li lost consciousness and was seized by the old black mountain. Even though I don't know how you managed to seal my magic, I, the great immortal, still have many trump cards left. Little guy, today if we dare to fight, it will surely make Jingyang County flow with blood. Now I give you 2 choices, you kill the Demon King under my command, then I will take this woman away to compensate, or you kill her, and we will live and die together. Chongqing, after hearing this, angrily shouted, "Old man, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want that tiger skin, just take it, don't hurt others." Old Black Mountain, after hearing this, stared at Dong Li, smiling slyly, thinking to himself, why is this little guy worrying about the dragon demon like that? Is there a hidden relationship, even playing with a female dragon? I can see you are not a righteous fairy. Seeing the sly smile of Old Black Mountain, Chongqing angrily snorted, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to attack. But before he could do anything, a large dark figure appeared behind Old Black Mountain, accompanied by a voice saying, "If the old pervert like you stops bothering, then it's fine, but dare to threaten Lady Dongli." As he finished speaking, a large man with red eyes, rushed from behind, grabbing the head of Old Black Mountain, saying, "I've been tolerating you for too long." The young man threw a thunderous punch straight at the wall towards Old Black Mountain, saying, "Get lost." Chongqing and the people behind were shocked and amazed. "Well done, truly our son." After dealing with Old Black Mountain, the young man gently helped Dongli up, saying, "Lady Dongli, you don't need to be afraid, that pervert has been taken care of by me." Holding the beautiful girl in his arms happily, suddenly Shao Qing ran over from afar and snatched Dongli from the young man, shouting loudly, "Sister, are you okay? That guy threatened to kill me earlier, what happened? What did he do to you earlier?" Chun Feng and Chongqing stepped in front of Old Black Mountain and opened their eyes wide. "Is this guy dead?" "Master is truly terrifying," Chongqing asked in confusion. "What did you just say?" "Is he dead?" Chun Feng replied, "Master is extraordinary, helping the Tang dynasty to deal with the great demon Black Mountain." "This is a great feat." Chongqing looked around and quickly grabbed Chun Feng, whispering, speak softly, do you want to get me killed? This old guy wasn't killed by me." "Do not speak recklessly, wait for the official of the county government to come and manage your mouth properly," Chongqing said, then took a branch and poked it in the face of the Old Black Mountain. "Should we try to find a doctor to save him?" He suddenly changed his expression, his face turning pale, his nose wrinkled like a pig. "Oh no, it's over, this time it's finished." When things were calm, someone lost their life. A few moments later, as the sun set behind the mountain, the county magistrate and 2 guards arrived, bowing in respect. "Shen Immortal has done a great deed for our Jingyang County. That Black Mountain Old Demon is a great demon in the top 20 of Qin Tian's supervisors' wanted list. Now eliminated by Shen Immortal, it's truly a joyful event. Shen Immortal, no need to worry, I understand your traditional rules as cultivators. Such supernatural matters cannot be understood by ordinary people." Chongqing then put on a red headband again, but his expression was strange this time. The county magistrate, seeing Chongqing's bewildered face, continued with a smile. "The county government has issued a notice, this Black Mountain Old Demon, oh no, this notorious villain is wanted by the government. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary." Today, Mr. Shen has personally eliminated, especially praised. After speaking, the county magistrate returned on his sedan. Mr. Shen, please stop, let us go back. After the county magistrate left, Chang Qing took off the red flower on his chest, looking around and thinking to himself. Never thought I would wear a red flower twice in one day. Inside Chang Qing's chamber, the burly young man had opened a grand festival, telling the people that. Let me tell you all, that old man is truly the Black Mountain Old Demon, the second son of our third uncle from the second ninth family next to the Lao Wang family, with a senior brother working in the clan. All the evil deeds are to deceive the innocent like you. How would common people like you know about this? After speaking, the burly young man stood up and asked the sickly young man in front. Ergo Z, did you say all that is true? You were there too. That person said with his own mouth that Shen Immortal killed the Demon King under his command, wanting to take Lady Dongli as compensation. That's right, many people heard it at that time. The crowd of people, upon hearing this, were shocked and surprised. Oh, is that so? The young man in disarray continued, at that time, I had no idea of the identity of that old man. I thought he was a pervert behaving rudely towards Miss Dongli, so I approached and gave him a punch. But I never expected to kill him. Now looking back, my legs are still shaking. An elderly villager interjected, Hey, you foolish kid, how could you have killed Black Mountain Old Demon? Didn't you see that Shen Immortal had previously made that demon kneel on the ground with a divine light, and then caused him to cough up blood? If it weren't for the Immortal's use of divine power, could you have even touched the Black Mountain Old Demon? If you weren't an immortal, you would have died without even knowing how. No wonder I felt the wind blowing oddly at that moment, like the scene of two great martial artists dueling. Exactly, I felt the same way. The expressions of Shen Immortal at that time were all different. I think I also saw the soul of Shen Immortal fighting back and forth with Black Mountain Old Demon in the sky. Just then, a group of children appeared out of nowhere. Surrounded by children, Chang Qing played along with their questions. Immortal, Immortal, do you know how to eat sugar-coated haws? I don't know, he replied. Immortal, do immortals need to go to the bathroom? Why don't you guess? Immortal, are you married? What's it to you, you little brat? Immortal, Immortal, is it because no fairy sisters like you that you're not married? Shut up, you little brats. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Dongli and Xiao Qing were brewing wine together. Xiao Qing, watch the heat carefully, Dongli instructed. The wine is ready. The wine is ready. Xiao Qing exclaimed. Quick, find a jar, Dongli urged. Just then, a loud shout from Chang Qing echoed. I'm really not an immortal. In the afternoon, at Ziku House, in the small courtyard, Chang Qing and Chun Feng stood facing each other with serious expressions. Chang Qing looked at Chun Feng skeptically and asked, Do you really have to go? Chun Feng boldly replied, I must go. Chang Qing, frustrated, asked, Have you reconsidered? Chun Feng closed his eyes tightly and responded, No need to reconsider. Hearing this, Chang Qing spat loudly to the side, Humph, you scoundrel. Chun Feng, seeing this, was left speechless. At the same time, Little Fox saw Chang Qing's thick spiritual weapon water area. He happily rushed over with a drooling mouth, eager to enjoy it. Before he could indulge, Chang Qing threw a coconut shell at Little Fox's head, shouting loudly, Don't lick it, if you dare, I'll throw you into the courtyard, don't be disobedient. A moment later, Chun Feng walked over with a sad face, clasping his hands in salute, Master, I will return soon, I must quickly bring the body of the Black Mountain Old Demon back to our sect's territory. Upon hearing this, Chang Qing took out a bottle of wine and some hot snacks. All right, I know. If you have to go far, take these to eat on the way. Oh, how boring, all the employees at the roast duck shop have left, oh dear. Chun Feng took the bottle of wine and the plate of snacks in his hand, smelling the fragrant aroma rising up, bewildered, Master, what is this? Chang Qing turned away, waving his hand in farewell. just some snacks and homemade wine. Be careful on your journey, return early, I won't see you off anymore, I'll go to sleep now. Chun Feng curiously opened the plate of snacks to see what it was. A bright golden light suddenly appeared, causing him to be extremely surprised. His eyes widened, and inside the basket were plump steamed buns emitting abundant spiritual weapon energy. Chun Feng, upon seeing this, shouted loudly, "Ah, is this a divine object?" Without waiting any longer, Chun Feng immediately grabbed a steamed bun, shoved it into his mouth, chewed it hastily, swallowed it, and at that moment, the spiritual weapon erupted within his body. He raised his head to the sky, his eyes emitting two pillars of dazzling golden spiritual weapons, his whole body continuously absorbing abundant spiritual weapon energy. Moments later, the golden spiritual weapons converged into a pillar, piercing straight into the sky, accompanied by Chun Feng's cry of, "I have broken through, I have broken through." Chun Feng knelt heavily on the ground, then raised his hands to his forehead, tears streaming down his face. Disciple is truly grateful for the divine object bestowed by Master. I will remember this grace. This time I will definitely spread the Master's fairy tale along the way and then ask for the sex reward for Master. As soon as he finished speaking, a book sprouted wings and flew straight towards Chun Feng's face, emitting a painful sound. Chang Qing quickly flew out of the room like a gust of wind, his eyes widening as he yelled directly at Chun Feng's face, repaying kindness with vengeance. "Isn't it? Little guy, mention me outside and you die for sure. If you mention me again, our master-disciple relationship is over." After saying that, Chang Qing walked straight and slammed the door shut, not forgetting to curse again, and also, "Get out quickly, don't stay here screaming and disturbing my rest." Chun Feng sat dazed on the ground with a bleeding head. He glanced at the book on the floor, curious he picked it up to see, it turned out to be the 99 Secret Formula. After reading it, Chun Feng tears kept falling, his mouth smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this formula must be a profound technique. The Master is indeed a person of rigid mouth but soft heart. Master, I will definitely cultivate with my heart every day, not to disappoint your expectations. Later, in a certain place in the village, Chang Qing rode a horse carrying a lot of immortal items. "Do we really have to move to the Hong family grand mansion?" Chang Qing smiled and answered, "Of course, Feng Magistrate has already given us the permission. The original house is too small, we can only barely stay there, let alone run a roast duck and distilled wine business for my fortune." Dong Li, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in surprise. Despite the curse at the Hong family being unblocked after the death of the Black Mountain Old Demon, most immortals were not aware of the demon's story, so they still saw this place as ominous and avoided getting close to it. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the gate of Hongjai Mansion. Chang Qing and Dong Li stared at the mansion, with Chang Qing saying, although Dong Li has never operated a business, he still knows that places with bustling crowds are the best for opening a store. "Is it unreasonable for us to choose a place like this?" "Well, you make a good point. It seems like we can only resort to killer moves," replied Chang Qing as he turned around. His eyes inadvertently met hers, leaving him speechless and blushing. Both of them had the same thought in mind, she's too close. Dong Li, feeling embarrassed, timidly stepped back, thinking to himself, the scent of an immortal is so pleasant. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing woke up and yawned, asking, "Sister, have we arrived yet?" Chang Qing got off the horse, looking slightly shy and youthful. Launching an assassination mission is essentially like holding a grand opening with discounts. By then we will set up a stage in front of the door, invite a few theater troupes to promote the opening of the new store, invite some old monks to recite sutras on stage, and then invite the venerable Taoist Chao Vong Trong to mainly show that there are no longer any evil spirits in Shirley village of Jingyang County. It is now the cleanest place in the entire Tang dynasty. Xiao Qing opened his eyes wide in astonishment and asked, "The immortal wants to perform magic?" Chang Qing, feeling helpless, replied, "Well, you said we have to go." A moment later, he glared, furrowed his brows, and said annoyedly, "Whatever you say, just remember not to announce to anyone outside that it's magic." Or no one will dare to come." After speaking, Chongqing handed out a stack of flyers and said, "Take this, go out later and paste it in various places, especially near the town gate, where there are many people. Be careful, if officials come, run away, don't get caught." Chongqing handed the papers to the two girls, then turned around with an excited smile. "I will go clean up inside, remember to come back early before dark, I will treat you to a duck." Shortly after, the two sisters Dongli and Xiaoqing carried out their mission. After finishing hanging flyers all over the village, Taitu, Immortal suddenly told us to hang these. Is it really just to promote his new store? Dongli took out a sheet to look at, then a rich spiritual weapon radiated from the paper. No, impossible, if it's just normal promotion, why would Immortal give us sheets containing such powerful spiritual weapons? The spiritual weapon from the flyer began to absorb into Dong Li's body, causing her to close her eyes tightly and exclaim, "Earlier. Sister has been cultivating for a long time and only enlightened by 2 sheets, these sheets are all treasures, Immortal is not wasteful, Immortal must have other intentions, it's just that our cultivation is not deep enough to see through it." The sky quickly turned dusk, the sun went down behind the hills, the sunset shone its light all over Jingyang County. Dong Li and Xiaoqing stood behind the crowd watching the flyer. The two girls sighed in relief, wiping away the sweat from their foreheads, finally finished pasting the flyer. They could now go back and report the results to the Immortal. At this moment, the crowd gathered to see the flyer shouting that Shin Immortal wanted to perform magic. What magic? Doesn't it say here that it's a grand opening sale? Performing magic is good, right? If there is an Immortal sitting in Shirley Village's dangerous place, then we can freely move around. As they were speaking, suddenly a spiritual weapon appeared from the right, suppressing the flyer, then another spiritual weapon continued to suppress another flyer on the right. Dong Li and Xiaoqing saw the spiritual weapons, stunned and shouted in surprise, "Is it a battle of magic?" Above in the sky, the powerful spiritual weapons gathered to create a huge and mysterious magic formation, enveloping all of Jingyang County. Seeing that scene, a loud voice echoed through the crowd, declaring that Jingyang County has become a holy land for cultivation. In Shirley Village, the ancient tomb under the ground. At this moment, outside the coffin appeared dense energy swirling around, which turned into a dark spirit with 2 bright eyes. The dark spirit flew around the coffin and then entered it. A moment later the coffin lid opened. Inside the coffin, a sinister aura constantly emanated, accompanied by the figure of a girl absorbing energy. From the energy emerged a girl with blinded eyes saying, "Ha ha ha, I am reborn again, I didn't expect the Black Mountain Old Demon to use Een corpse to cultivate energy, must be wanting to break through realms with this continuous gathering of Een energy, I will take advantage of this." With that, the girl in red jumped out of the coffin, her whole body surrounded by dense energy. This Een corpse nurtured by Een energy for 100 years is not bad, waiting for me to devour a man, I can surely break through my power, once again escaping the 3 realms and not being limited by the 5 elements. At that time even a Deluo Golden Immortal won't be able to stop me. That night at Shilipo, in the new residence Shin family, the courtyard house was enveloped in dense energy. Inside the courtyard house, Chongqing was sound asleep, snoring softly, not only that but also using the little fox as a sleep mask to make it more comfortable. Besides, Dong Li and Xiaoqing were lying on the bed, happily saying, "I'm not drunk yet, I can still drink. The immortal wine is so delicious. Senior Immortal, please be gentle." Then the evil demon walked forward, with a malicious look in her eyes, licking her fingernails with a sinister smile. "Arrogant man, when you hit me before, I was left with a shattered soul. Now I have this Een corpse, even if you are a fairy, you are not powerful enough to intimidate me anymore." The scene then shifts to the city god temple in Jingyang County. Inside the temple, Siwu Judge is standing with a green-robed official, in the middle is a man sitting on a chair, who is the city god. "Lord, do you know the background of Shin Taoist? He is young but has great power. If he stays in Jingyang County for a long time, we won't have to worry about demon attacks in the future," the green official said. The city god smiled and replied, "Indeed, I would like to meet this expert. Not only can he defeat the demon king in Ziku house, but he can also easily deal with Black Mountain Old Demon." After speaking, city god instructed 2 officials to follow him tomorrow to pay a brief visit and not leave a bad impression on the expert. As he finished speaking, something made city god frown and ask, "What is this dark aura?" He then loudly asked the judge official, "Is it true that the expert went to Shirley Village today?" The official confirmed, "Yes, Shen Taoist has moved to the Hong family grand mansion in Shirley Village." City god sensed an evil energy and exclaimed, "The aura in Shirley Village has changed. This dark aura is as sinister as the demon king at Ziku house. We must hurry there. This aura is likely emanating from that coffin. Shen Taoist may not be a match for it." The official widened his eyes and said, "Even the divine master may not be a match. We must go quickly." The official was one judge, and upon hearing this, city god solemnly stated, "It is our duty to protect the people. Even if we die, we must die honorably." When judge heard this, he bowed his head and said, "Your Honor, I was wrong." City god raised his hand and thought to himself, "With the immortal status of Taoist Shen, if something unexpected happens here, I fear that his disciples will come to seek explanation, and the burden will fall on me. I must see if Taoist Shen can handle it, and if not, I must rescue him. As for exorcising demons, I can only report to the Qin Tian supervisor of the court for resolution." After thinking it over, city god, judge, and one judge used their spiritual energy to fly to Chongqing's place. They quickly arrived outside Chongqing's house, where the main door was wide open, and a dense evil aura emanated from inside. City god and the 2 officials hurriedly rushed in, shouting, "It's not good, Taoist Shen is in danger." City god frowned as he entered, shouting, "Evil spirit, leave now." Suddenly, something hit city god in the eyes, causing him to stare in shock. Moments later, city god fell backwards, hitting judge's head with his own, and judge's head hit one judge's face. Upon hearing the call, Chongqing opened his eyes and looked towards the door. "What's going on?" It seemed that he and the demon were unaware that the demon was sprawled on his body with a drunken face. The city god and the 2 officials, upon seeing the scene in front of them, had a dumbfounded, uglier than anyone else look on their faces, speechless. Immediately, the 3 young men closed the door and with a loud apology, "Shen Taoist, sorry for disturbing your spring night, we will come to apologize to you another time." Chongqing sat up and yawned deeply, looking indifferent. "Strange, what are these guys doing in the middle of the night? Acting like they've seen a ghost. It's spring night, isn't it?" As he finished speaking, his face turned pale. "They've seen a ghost. Just wait." Chongqing immediately sat up and looked around his bed. Seeing nothing unusual, he remained silent for a while, then laid back down, holding little Fox in his arms, smiling brightly. "What's this? Fooling me with fake gods and demons. If they do something unethical next time, I will show them the iron fist of socialism." Right now, the demon is crawling under the bed, with a face as green as a lizard, thinking, "How can this be? Just being close to him drains the spiritual weapon in my body. My power now far exceeds before. Even a true immortal would struggle against me. No, I must leave this man before speaking." After thinking, she crawls out of bed shivering. City god, judge, and when judge stand on the roof, eyes wide open, mouths agape, their faces red with excitement. A true peak immortal, even a female demon can't resist, truly flawless. The demon walks out the door gasping, weak all over, then looks over and sees the city god and the 2 officials. The 3 are startled and immediately use their spiritual energy to disappear, saying, "We're not watching anymore. If there's nothing happening, we have no business here." The demon clenches her teeth, face dark with anger, speechless. After a while, the 3 return to the city god temple sweating and panting. At this moment, a group of people appeared before them and asked, "How is the Lord?" Hearing this, Judge opened his mouth wide in surprise and shouted, "Such celestial methods have never been heard of before," shaking the heavens and the earth. "That artist really has guts. Who knew that exorcism could be like this?" a young man, his face turning pale, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Ah, what exactly happened? Quickly tell us, what celestial means did the expert use to eliminate the tear demon?" This young man was General Gon Lu. The city god, hearing this, began recounting the story. Initially, we intended to provide support for Shintaoist. Before he could finish, Judge raised his hand, cutting off the city god's words. As a result, we saw the door of Shintaoist's house wide open, and that demoness. At the same time, when Judge stepped forward and interrupted Judge, that female ghost was climbing all over Shintaoist. I saw it clearly, her whole body limp, with seductive eyes, constantly writhing. As he spoke, when Judge and his two subordinates blushed deeply, their bodies feeling a rush of excitement. That scene, that situation, oh my, it was blindingly dazzling, he added, with a mixture of shock and fascination. What about behind? What about behind? Keep going. So when Judge continued to tell the story with a smile, leaving City God sitting lonely on the seat. Behind us, we were chased out by Shintaoist, but we didn't leave yet because Shintaoist couldn't control that female demon, so we stayed on the wall, ready to rush in to help at any time. But before you could even finish the suspenseful part, Judge flew up and pushed when Judge aside to tell that female demon is as weak as a dog, going in and out like a cow, but even so, she still gently opens and closes the door, just afraid of disturbing Shintaoist. Moreover, her aura has decreased by 99%. When the subordinates heard this, their eyes sparkled, their mouths gaping in excitement, so thrilling, as expected of Shintaoist. They were having fun when one subordinate stepped forward, raised his hand to voice his suspicion. But do you think Shintaoist can only last for a cup of tea? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the subordinates beside him grabbed his hands tightly, staring with eyes full of evil energy, staring straight at him. Seconds later, an evil foot kicked straight into the face of that young man. What is called Shintaoist can only last a cup of tea, that is Shintaoist kindly sparing her life. Otherwise, how could the body of that female demon bear the punishment of Shintaoist? Dare to mock our idol, brothers, beat him up for me. Hearing that, the subordinates immediately flew in to beat the young man into dust. Shintaoist is our role model, little guy, you are challenging my authority. Hoo, I was wrong. How could a brat like you disrespect Shintaoist? Let me teach you a lesson. Sorry, stop beating him. Transition to Chongqing's courtyard house. At this moment, the aura outside kept accumulating densely in front of his house. Haha, this courtyard house is truly a holy land for cultivation. At this moment, with the alternation of yin and yang and this gathering of spiritual energy, my soul power has reached its peak. In just a moment, the tear demon appeared with a terrifying look, with razor-sharp teeth resembling a demon as it spoke. Try again. Even if you can't kill the person in that room, you still have to threaten him to run away. Just as he finished speaking, Chongqing stepped out of the door with a yawn, gripping his belt with a look of needing to pee. When the tear demon saw this, she was startled and sweaty. She quickly hid behind a big tree, in a state of fear. Not good, not good, why did he suddenly come out like that? Chongqing, with a careless look in his eyes, looked around to find a place to pee, and after a while, he found the big tree in front of him. To be you. For Chongqing, monsters and demons always appeared distorted, so he did not see the tear demon hiding right in front of him. Chongqing slowly walked towards the tree, unfastening his belt as he walked. The tear demon saw this and was shocked, her face turning pale. He found me, didn't he? Chongqing stood in front of the tear demon, with his legs apart in a relaxed stance. She covered her nose with her hands. What are you going to do to me? A moment later, Chongqing lowered his pants to reveal his firm left peach. The tear demon saw this and her divine soul went crazy. In a panic she yelled, "No, Immortal, I was wrong, I dare not anymore, ahoo-hoo," and then Chongqing calmly poured a stream of holy golden water on tear demon's head. The water contains all the essence of the earth, thick with a foul smell. In an instant, the tear demon turned into dust right on the sacred water. Chongqing heard a strange noise, startled, shouting, "Who is it? What is that noise?" Then Changqing calmly tightened his belt, then glanced down at the sacred water muttering what was it in the middle of the night and then crying out, "Darn it, I'm dead." After talking nonsense, Changqing turned and left to go to sleep, waiting for when he would be rich and definitely build a bathroom with a toilet in the room. At night somewhere in Jingyang County, a courtyard house was still brightly lit. Inside the light appeared the silhouette of a couple of men and women affectionately cuddling. "Did you hear anything earlier?" "Sounded like a demon. Perhaps Shen Taoist is fighting Tier Demon. Shen Taoist is powerful. Don't worry, our wolf lord. Let's keep going. It seems like I see the teleport closet. I can't go up anymore, huh?" "You don't want to go up or you can't go up. You really are a useless person. Even a little movement scares you so you can't go up." Below is a lonely young man passing by. Hearing those words, tears streaming down his face. On the other hand, at Changqing's residence, he lay on the bed hugging little Fox as he slept, his mouth constantly muttering, he, so much money, all mine, all mine." The next morning, at Changqing's courtyard house, outside was a lion dance performance to celebrate the grand opening of the first special offer, Shenki roast duck. The people gathered to watch the lively lion dance. All cheering and praising, "Well done, did Shen Taoist really chase away evil spirits in front of everyone today? Can it still be faked?" Unexpectedly, advertisements for Shen Taoist's roast duck shop are everywhere. "Only Shen Taoist can do this. If it were someone else causing a disturbance, they would have been caught by the local authorities already. Is that so?" Upon hearing the news, I immediately left the field and ran back, not missing such an event. Among the crowded crowd is also the magistrate county, and behind him a young man steps forward to say, "Lord, with so many people gathering like this, trouble may arise. Should we send guards to disperse them?" Upon hearing this, the magistrate county turns around and slaps the man on the back of his hand. "Drive away what? This is Shen Immortal we're talking about. Little guy, you must be new to your position and haven't heard of the great name of Shen Immortal. Now, who in all of Jingyang County doesn't know about Shen Immortal's prowess? You must remember, in Jingyang County, encountering Shen Immortal is meeting a true figure of authority. Today, just stay here and watch how Shen Immortal subdues the Tier Demon. Yes, Lord. I will remember." On stage, Changqing cheerfully waved to the crowd. As soon as they saw him, the people started shouting loudly, "It's Shen Immortal. Look over there, Shen Immortal is here. Shen Immortal, I love you. Shen Immortal, don't catch ghosts anymore. Come catch me instead." Now, Changqing stood beneath the sun, above everyone else, with a friendly smile, thinking, "I never imagined the reputation of an immortal would be so useful. Gathering so many people here, Shenki's roast duck shop will become famous overnight. I can already smell the wealth, ha ha ha." After these thoughts, Changqing began his speech, "Dear elders and villagers, today is the grand opening of Shen Changqing's roast duck shop. On the day we completely eradicated the Tier Demon in Shirley Village. We all know that the old mansion behind me belongs to the Hong family. There have always been rumors of demons. It is said that people from the Hong family also died because of this." Young and old discussed excitedly. "Let me tell you, in the early years I lived near the Hong family's mansion. Everything Taoist Shen said is true. Almost everyone in Shilipo knows this. Strange things happen at the Hong family's grand mansion 5 or 7 times a year, the worst being that everyone from the Hong family dies." Changqing reached into his coat, intending to take something out. "I have now moved to this mansion. Just to show you that demons are not scary." Seconds later, he took out a phone from his clothes and held it up. "Look at this magic weapon in my hand. I used this magic weapon to seal the demon at Ziku House in Yonglu District." The crowd gasped in amazement. "That's right, I was at the scene when Taoist Shen chased away the demon at Ziku House, Yonglu District. Oh wow, I can see the divine object." Changqing looked at his phone screen, smiling to himself, thinking, "Alright, the atmosphere is perfect. My dear phone, it's all up to you today." With that thought, Changqing pressed the power button on his phone. As the screen lit up and the phone booted, a low battery warning popped up. Seeing that the phone still had some power, Chang-Ching whispered joyfully, "Great, hang in there a bit longer, my dear phone." Turning to the crowd, he beamed, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Everyone, please wait a moment, Shenmuo will be right back," he announced before dashing back into the house. Inside, Dong Li and Xiao Qing were watching over the roasting ducks while peeking through the window. Their stands highlighted their figures, making the scene almost picturesque. "Sister, is it true that this mansion is haunted? We've been here for days, and I haven't sensed any ghost energy," Xiao Qing whispered. "I haven't sensed anything either. Maybe our cultivation is too low. The ghosts in this mansion must be even fiercer and more powerful than the Ghost King at Ziku House," Dong Li replied. Oh, Tao said we should not leave the waiting room, Immortal." Chang-Ching held the phone in his hand and shouted loudly, "Look at my 24-character socialist motto, demons in this room quickly repent." Chang-Ching held up the phone screen in front of him, opened his mouth wide and spoke loudly, "Strong, freedom, democracy, civilization, harmony, equality, honesty, justice, patriotism, development, friendship, respect for profession." After listening to Chang-Ching, the waiting crowd gasped and pointed forward, shouting loudly, there is thunder, daytime thunder, Immortal leading heavenly thunder to eliminate evil," despite the fearful screams of the people. Chang-Ching remained calm and smiled, and now the sound coming from his phone was like a ghost crying, thunder rumbling. After a while, when the crowd opened their eyes widely, Chang-Ching stood on the stage and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the demons have been subdued by me, Shilipo will no longer be disturbed by evil spirits." Hearing this, an old man spoke up, "Shen Taoist, can we see that demon?" Chang-Ching heard that, his face darkened, reluctantly replied ahem, "Of course, it's possible, I didn't expect these people to be so difficult to deceive." After thinking, Chang-Ching immediately raised his phone for everyone to pay attention. The crowd, with eager faces expecting a miracle, Chang-Ching took a deep breath, the crowd kept waiting, their smiles never fading. Chang-Ching said loudly, "Siri." Immediately the phone showed, asking for help. The young people heard this, all shouted like crazy. The county magistrate's official next to Chang-Ching saw that, also widened his eyes in surprise. "Truly immortal means, look at your young appearance, just a tear demon. You haven't seen the scene where Lord Shen defeated Black Mountain Old Demon and Tiger Demon." A woman looked at Chang-Ching with admiring eyes, thankful to the Immortal. "From now on, there will be no more tear demon in Shilipo." After saying that, she turned to scold her husband, looking at his lazy appearance. Just some movement last night made him like that. In the future, he dared to use excuses to separate from her. Chang-Ching looked at the phone screen and smiled. "The tear demon has been here for so long, in the bodies of everyone in Shirley Village has been infected with negative energy to some extent. Although this negative energy will automatically disappear in just 1 or 2 years, if you roast the duck using the fire of positive yang, it can disappear in less than a day." After speaking, Chang-Ching sighed, "But the little Taoist's abilities are limited. With this type of duck, he can only roast 10 in 1 day, and his power will be exhausted. Please be considerate." Upon hearing this, the villagers quickly offered their money. "I'll pay 50 strings of coins, I'll pay 10 strings of coins. I'll pay 10 taels of silver, don't push, I'll pay, avoid getting trampled on now." A local official next to them saw the county lord fall to the ground and used his body to protect him. The county lord, "Be careful, forget about me, hurry and help me avoid one." The crowd rushed towards Chang-Ching, grabbing wildly, "Hey, don't push, everyone line up to get a number, we'll use a lottery system to make the purchase." "Damn it! Who dares to touch something random like that, your lordship? A man like you also takes advantage of me." That night, somewhere, a boy played happily in the yard, then he walked to a well and looked down intently. Something made the boy turn around in surprise. Behind him appeared the large figure of someone, making the boy smile. Suddenly a hand pushed strongly on the boy's back, a light shove, the boy fell completely into the deep well. Hearing the noise, the subordinates ran in with lanterns shouting loudly, "Something's wrong, the young master fell into the well, the young master fell into the well." hurry and save him, hurry and save him. At the same time, inside the room, Chang Qin was pressing Dong Li against the wall, asking in a raised voice, "Did you do it or not?" Dong Li heard and became frightened, hesitating and stuttering, unable to speak clearly. "Immortal, I. Chang Qin lifted Dong Li's chin with his finger, staring and continued, "I will definitely not treat you unfairly, okay. After Dong Li agreed, Chang Qin immediately exclaimed excitedly, "All right, congratulations to the first general manager of Shenki Roast Duck Restaurant. Our goal is to open a chain of stores in Chang'an City within a year, covering the whole country in 2 years, excluding 3 years. While chatting happily, Xiao Qing suddenly entered from outside, looking excited. "Immortal, someone is looking for you outside." Chang Qing and Dong Li turned around in surprise. Then he turned and left. "Don't be surprised like that, we are also considered famous people in Jingyang County. It's not surprising that endless people come to ask us for charms to ward off evil spirits." Outside the door, a middle-aged man walked with 2 subordinates. He clasped his hands in a sad manner. "Shen Taoist, Sun Rong, please trouble you." Taoist, Chang Qing smiled and replied friendly, "Master Sun is so kind, I don't know if you want to ask for charms or buy roasted duck here." Sun Rong went straight to the point. "Shen Taoist, I just returned to Jingyang County not long ago, but I have heard about your ability to suppress demons. My son passed away the other day. This time I am here to invite Shen Taoist to choose an auspicious day, open a ceremony for my son's soul to ascend." After listening, Chang Qing quickly turned around and left. "How is the new job?" "I can write deceiving words, but performing tricks is not my specialty," he said. Upon hearing this, elder Sun Rong immediately signaled to his subordinate, "Shen Taoist, you are a respected guest, I will not be disrespectful to you. This is a small token of my appreciation," he said. Chang Qing glanced over and saw the subordinate open a cheap wooden box, but inside was something valuable that caught his eye. "This 200 liang is a deposit. Once Taoist Shen completes the ritual for my son, I will personally offer another 500 liang as a token of gratitude," said Sun Rong. Chang Qing immediately refused, saying, "Master Sun, there is no need for such courtesy. I exorcise demons and eliminate evil for the Jingyang County. Our practice is to help those in need, not for material gains. Just return the result, no explanation needed," he said, taking the wooden box from the subordinate and patting Sun Rong's shoulder. "Master Sun loves his son very much, he came to me as a sign from heaven. If I don't help him, it would be defying fate." Hearing Chang Qing say so, old Sun Rong immediately rode his horse back home. "Master Sun, don't worry, prepare everything, tomorrow I will come to support you in opening the altar." Chang Qing entered the house, quietly opened a wooden box. A beam of light filled with the smell of money shone on his face. "Ha ha ha, I'm getting rich, this is even easier than robbing a bank, right?" He stood in the courtyard with a handful of gold, his feet dancing like a nervous thief. 200 taels plus 500 taels, I can buy a house in the capital directly. The scene shifts to the Jingyang County City God Temple, where one judge is sitting happily recording in the books. "Yesterday, Taoist Shen exorcised the demons at Shilipo, causing a stir in our household. Taoist Shen has such power, I see the experts of Qin Tian supervisor in Chang'an City are only as strong." The city god sat on the chair, chin resting on his hand. "No, Qin Tian supervisor is still stronger, they are like national destiny. Life, the cruelty of the world. Shen Taoist is now only formidable in exorcism, but this level can also be achieved by the Daoist masters of Qin Tian supervisor." Just as Judge whispered in his ear, Lord warned that if Shen Taoist heard this, Daoist Li Chun Feng of Qin Tian supervisor had already worshipped Shen Taoist as his master, and experts like Shen Taoist are somewhat arrogant. If the old man hears this and comes looking for us to cause trouble, it won't be good. As he finished speaking, he looked out the door and saw Chang Qing dancing in front of City God. City God, seeing this, froze and knelt down on the ground, causing Chang Qing to stop dancing. In a difficult situation, just a confident smile, "Hello everyone, we are all here, ha ha ha, the old saying is not deceiving, the bandits in legends like to hide in the ruins of temples, indeed. After thinking, Chang-Ching walked up and politely greeted Judge, that is, the judge. A moment later, Chang-Ching ran to Judge and whispered, "I'm sorry, I wanted to ask for your help, but I didn't expect all your friends to be here. Don't worry, I won't report you to the authorities. Life is tough, and I understand that people from all walks of life, like you, have to resort to such methods to make a living." The group behind the city god, observing the two sneaking around, whispered among themselves, "Lord, do you think Shin Taoist has come suddenly to investigate our midnight disturbance and stop us from performing ghost rituals? What should we do?" Another asked. "Shin Taoist doesn't seem like someone who's easily angered," one of them commented. Hearing this, the city god hid behind the door, sweating nervously. "We have to be careful when talking to Shin Taoist, and avoid making him angry," he said to himself. A moment later, the city god emerged with a cheerful smile. Chang-Ching approached, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Apologies for the lack of courtesy. Our last meeting was hurried, and I failed to recognize you properly. It turns out you're the city god, and with you are Wen Judge and General Gan Lu, correct?" With an innocent look, Chang-Ching thought to himself, this really is a con artist group, everyone has such professional-sounding titles. The city god, also smiling, responded, "Shin Taoist, we apologize for our abruptness last time. May I ask what brings you here today?" "This person came and I couldn't sense any movement. Could it be that his power has surpassed even the energy spirit of the divine shrine city?" Chang-Ching stood below, thinking of the energy of the people of the divine city overflowing with malevolence, whispering to himself, "I'm done for, it seems like I've walked right into the lion's den, huh? With this situation, if I don't shed some blood today, I won't be able to leave this shrine, will I?" After pondering, Chang-Ching's eyes welled up with tears as he said, this, esteemed ones, you are all exceptional talents in the industry. Since meeting the judge of our court, I have admired all of you. This time, I've come to promote professional exchanges." Upon hearing this, the divine city's complexion turned pale, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. "Promote professional exchanges? We only have a few small skills, our divine power is profound, as long as we don't cause trouble, it's fine," he said. "Professional exchanges? What is that supposed to mean? It's surely not to cause trouble, is it? What's the best way to proceed?" After some discussion, the divine city gave Chang-Ching a note to remember, this is a funeral procession custom, it's best to use a lower-level spell to chant. "First, we perform the ritual to help the spirits move on," one of them said, nodding. Yes, then invite the gods to descend and make our request before stepping up to the altar to begin the ritual. Earlier, I demonstrated the footwork process to the Immortal, and drew out the seals and incantations for the Taoist to see. Please take a look, he said. Very good, you've worked hard, brother, Chang-Ching responded, carefully noting the entire process. He then happily carried off a basket of tools, while the group from the city god side collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. One of them groaned, "Ugh, Shin Taoist really knows how to torment people. He said something about exchanging professional insights, but he's really just mocking us." Another chimed in, "He's from an immortal sect. Why would he need to ask us, mere mortaline gods, about ritual practices?" Judge glanced at the city god and said, "It's probably because of what the city god lord said earlier. Sigh, he must have overheard our complaints. Why else would he have put us through such a grueling process from dawn until dusk?" The city god, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Silence, all of you. Stop being so narrow-minded. Such pettiness is unbecoming." After hearing the crowd below, they jumped in shock, then city god used spiritual energy to fly into the air. Shin Taoist is a worthy fairy to be respected by others, his behavior today is nowhere near mocking or insulting. At this moment, the spiritual weapon King's spear continuously absorbed into city god's body, causing him to smile comfortably. It's just to make RA a comfortable smile, it's just to practice for us. Earlier, he just broke through the power in our body and at the same time increased sharply. Now outside the temple, there are pillars of spiritual weapons piercing through the temple, along with loud shouts. Breakthrough, we also break through the realm, we also. How narrow. Why are our hearts narrow? Shen Taoist is truly a fairy. Chang Qing stood outside the door and heard the screams, hurriedly covering his ears and furrowing his brow. What are those celestial beings shouting about? Isn't it just borrowing props to perform their magic, and not returning them either? Very quickly, the next day dawned at Sun Mansion in Jingyang County. Outside the mansion, the scene of a cruel funeral. Shen Taoist, are you here? Please come in. Inside the house, many people wearing mourning clothes surrounded a coffin. Below, a woman is constantly burning money. At this moment, Mr. Sun Rong leads Chang Qing to the place to set up an altar. He looks around and thinks to himself, truly a wealthy and influential family. It is unfortunate that the silver-haired person is sending off the green-haired one, truly pitiful. As they walk, something surprises Chang Qing. He looks inside a house, sees a horrifying scene, and freezes. He then turns to Mr. Sun Rong and says, Master Sun, can you take me to see that well? Yes, the Taoist will accompany me. The woman burning money unconsciously keeps releasing gold and silver money into the fire basin, with a dark expression devoid of emotions. Later, Mr. Sun Rong brings Chang Qing to the well. Inside, a thick black evil spirit rises. Master Sun, is this young man related to the funeral of the mansion steward? After saying that, Chang Qing moves forward, steps on the edge of the well, leans over to look down. It was late at night then, the servants had all gone to rest. I had finished my dinner and was going back to rest in my room. I knew Fu Gui had run out to play. I was foolish, truly. Our Fu Gui is indeed a poor soul, afflicted with mental retardation since he was in his mother's womb. The child's foster mother also passed away early, and I, being busy with business, couldn't take good care of him either. For over 10 years, I have always hoped that this child's mental retardation would suddenly disappear, that it was because I didn't take good care of him, that I am to blame, as well as his late foster mother. Hoo, at this point, old Sun Rong trembling all over, crying loudly, when the villagers pulled the child out of the well, he was still moving, covered in blood and mud, his limbs broken. But the child was still well behaved, holding on to the toy drum I gave him. Always calling, Father, Father, it hurts, I deserve to die, Master Sun, please ease your sorrow. Saying this, Chang Qing bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly. In short, I will do my best. Inside Chang Qing's tool basket, there was a noise, and when he sat down to take out the tools, the little fox crawled out from inside the basket, making him extremely surprised. When did you crawl into my basket? Be obedient and wait for me, don't run around. Chang Qing took out a piece of paper from the basket. Master Sun, don't be so heartbroken. The dead cannot be resurrected. We will read a passage of the Buddha Sutra to relieve the soul before that. Hopefully in this life, the boy can escape from the extremely bitter karma, to have a happy and joyful life in the next life. Little Fox stood below watching Chang Qing with shiny eyes, silently thinking, how could I miss the opportunity to see an immortal playing the piano from such a close distance? After the thought, Little Fox glanced and saw something coming out of the well, the lingering soul of a beautiful girl, with a sad and painful face. Little Fox saw it and shuddered, sweating, what ghost is this? Where did this female ghost come from? How dare she appear in broad daylight? The lingering soul flew in front of Chang Qing, clasping her hands to listen to the scripture. What's going on? Didn't they say the person who jumped into the well was the old man's son? Why is he possessed by a powerful immortal? Switching scenes to Shilipo, Shen family. At this time Xiao Qing was walking in the courtyard when a spiritual weapon from the sky landed in front of her. Xiao Qing, holding 2 ducks in her hands, was startled and shouted in shock, who is it? It turned out that the spiritual weapon was brought by city god who ascended. Young lady, I am the city god of this place. I have some matters and wish to visit Shen Taoist. Oh, you're too late. Shen Taoist has already returned to Jingyang County to perform rituals for others, Xiao Qing replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the city god immediately used his spiritual weapon to fly away, disappearing without a trace. Thank you, young lady. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye, he said, leaving Xiao Qing speechless. Xiao Qing, fuming with anger, heard Dong Li's voice from the kitchen. Xiao Qing, have you finished preparing the duck? Bring it in, coming, sister. These people are so rude. If the Immortal weren't away, I wonder if they would dare to fly in and out of the Immortal's residence like that. She grumbled. At the same time, back at the temple, the city god was holding a book in one hand and performing a divination with the other. So it's the idiot son of the Sun family who has died. The Immortal must be performing rituals at their home. But wait, why is there a wandering soul from over 10 years ago at the Sun family's old mansion? Could it be a vengeful spirit? That night, at Sun Mansion in Jingyang County, a man approached Chang Qing and said, Shen Taoist, we have arranged the incense table in front of the spirit hall as requested by you. Please rest today. If you need anything you can call us anytime. Okay, thank you Wang Butler. Shortly after, Chang Qing ran around the Sun family mansion. This steward was really different, even getting lost when looking for the restroom, so frustrating. While running, something caught Chang Qing's attention. He was in front of the spirit hall. Oh, in the morning there was only one coffin in the spirit hall. When did another one appear? Does the Sun family have another funeral to attend to? I've never heard Sun Master mention it, must be extra income. After thinking for a moment, he realized he still needed to go to the bathroom urgently, so he went to find one first. After relieving himself, Chang Qing wandered around the mansion. At the same time, there was a very beautiful girl, with a big heart, slender figure, walking on the same path. When Chang Qing saw her, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh, someone." Seeing Chang Qing, the girl lowered her head with a modest look, with green eyes and smooth white hair. This young lady is so beautiful. Chang Qing stepped closer to the beautiful girl to get a better look at her. Seconds later, Chang Qing extended his hand forward, wide-eyed, calling out, "Young lady." The beautiful girl heard this and quickly ran away, leaving Chang Qing with a pale face as he exclaimed loudly, "Hey, where are you running off to?" "I just wanted to ask where the restroom is." That night, after relieving his sadness, Chang Qing returned to his room to sleep. At that moment, a shadow was staring straight at Chang Qing's face, calling out, "Shen Taoist, Shen Taoist." Upon hearing the call, Chang Qing opened his eyes, only to see the familiar face of the city god smiling friendly and calling out, "Shen Taoist." Without hesitation, Chang Qing sat up and punched the city god, sending him flying far away, distorting his face in the process. After the punch, the city god quickly placed 5 fingerprints on his face, with one cheek sunken and the other puffy. Chang Qing forced the city god to kneel down and began to interrogate, "Why do you keep barging into other people's rooms in the middle of the night?" Said, "What do you have to find me for now?" City god frowned and replied, "Shen Taoist, this morning I went to Shirley village to find you and learned that you went to Jingyang County to help people with spells. Afterwards, I investigated a bit and found that something was not quite right with the Sun family. I thought I should come and inform you." Chang Qing heard this and muttered to himself, "What are you saying? Can your family's deaths be true? This city god is so caring, could he be trying to steal business? Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to sleep." City god laughed loudly at this and thought to himself, "Shen Taoist is so calm. He probably already knows about the injustice in the mansion. Looks like I'm behind. Then, the little god will leave Shen Taoist to rest. If Shen Taoist needs help, my city god and I can resolve this matter for you." Changqing's face turned as green as a toad's butt, crossing his arms and emanating evil energy as he muttered, "All right, this little guy beat around the bush with me for half a day just to ask me to share a bowl of soup from this business deal." Changqing immediately kicked City God out of the door and shouted loudly, "This is not something you can meddle in. Go back where you came from." City God, with a fearful look and bruises on his face, asked, "What do you mean by, this is not something I can meddle in?" At that moment, a dark aura was approaching City God from outside Changqing's room. Feeling the dark aura, City God made a terrifying expression and thought to himself, could the grudge in this Sun Mansion be as powerful as Tear Demon in Ziku House and the old Hong family residence? With this in mind, City God quickly ran out of the courtyard, thanking Shintaoist and muttering, "Thank you Shintaoist for your warning." Standing in front of Sun family's door, he sighed and said, "I feel ashamed. I am the city god of a district, yet I always have to bother Shintaoist to help us fend off evil spirits. I am too weak. This time, I must train the lazy ones in the temple to be more disciplined." As he finished speaking, two beams of light suddenly appeared behind City God on the ground. A moment later, a voice rang out, "City God of Jingyang." The city god turned his head to look and saw two figures, one dressed in white and the other in black, emerging from a beam of light behind him. The one in black, attempting to appear cool, whispered to the one in white, "Hey, white, I'm stuck. Pull me up." The one in white strained to pull his companion up, his entire body trembling with effort. Seeing this, the city god asked, "Fan Wujiu, Xie Baiyan, what are you doing here?" "We're here to collect wandering souls and wild ghosts. Someone in the Sun family has reached the end of their lifespan tonight, so we've come to escort them." Upon hearing this, the city god's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and began to sweat. So there's another death at the Sun Mansion tonight? With Shintaoist's temperament, he'll surely try his utmost to save them. There might be a conflict with these two, he thought. After considering the situation, the city god addressed the two figures in white and black, "Lords, please hold on. There's an expert performing rituals in the mansion. It would be best if you two left for now." The two figures, filled with an ominous aura, glanced at each other with their eyes glowing red and gave a sinister grin. "An expert? Higher than our King of Hell? This person is marked in the Book of Life and Death by the King of Hell himself, City God. It's best you don't meddle to avoid bringing disaster upon yourself," said the figure in black. With those words, the two figures, emanating ghostly energy, flew straight into the Sun family compound right in front of the city god, leaving him startled and exclaiming, "Just like that, they're off." Watching the two streams of ghost energy seep into the gates of the Sun family, the city god muttered to himself, "Damn it, just because they're personally appointed by the King of Hell doesn't mean they can be so cocky." The commotion outside woke Changqing. He sat up abruptly, his face pale. "What's happening now? Who's making repairs at this hour?" he grumbled. Following the noise, he left his room and made his way towards the spirit hall in the front courtyard. As he approached, he noticed several figures moving about. What's going on with all these people here? He wondered. Inside the spirit hall, Sun Rong stood silently before a coffin, watching two of his subordinates nail it shut. His face was ashen, and he mumbled quietly to himself. "Fu Goe, this time someone will take care of you down there. Dad can only help you get here," Sun Rong cried, but then cracked a strange smile. "Don't worry, soon Dad will come down there with you. Even in the underworld Dad will protect you completely, not letting anyone bully you." Inside the coffin came the mournful wails of the living. Changqing stood outside and heard it, gritting his teeth in anger. His face darkened as he thought to himself, "Why are their cries coming from inside that coffin? How can there be a living person inside a coffin, damn it?" After tightly closing the lid of that coffin, Master Sun ordered to place the two coffins together, then decorated with red flowers connecting the two coffins and proceeded to perform a ritual to marry his son. While performing the ceremony, a hoarse yell was heard from outside, "Stop all of you for me." Master Sun turned to look, and outside the door Changqing tightly held his hand and stepped in, his face dark and angry, clenching his jaws. Seeing Changqing, old Sun Rong stood nervously. In the coffin, a loud cry kept coming out. Changqing didn't say anything immediately but quickly passed by elder Sun Rong, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Shen Taoist, what are you planning to do?" Changqing didn't answer elder Sun Rong's question but immediately kicked the subordinate who was closing the coffin, making him spray blood from his nose. After that, Changqing continued to kick the other person, causing the hammer in his hand to fall to the ground. After finishing the fight, Changqing stepped on the chest of a young man, his whole body filled with evil energy, his face darkened, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I told you earlier to stop, did you not listen?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone's hand grabbed the hammer on the ground. It turned out to be elder Sun Rong. With a terrifyingly pale face, he held the hammer and hammered the last nail into the coffin, shouting loudly, "This is related to the happiness of my son, it must not be stopped under any circumstances." After speaking, Changqing immediately kicked elder Sun Rong, a powerful kick that sent him flying into the wall. Elder Sun Rong then sat up groggily, holding his head, his face wrinkled in pain. Changqing stepped forward in front of him with a highly angry expression, and elder Sun Rong yelled in response. "Shen Taoist, I came to find you to perform a spell for me, can you pretend not to see what happened tonight?" When Changqing heard that, he immediately grabbed Sun Rong's collar, making him sweat profusely. Moments later, Changqing pulled Sun Rong up and pointed to two large boxes. "Take a good look, the girl locked inside is the celestial murderous body. If she combines with your son, the terror level will be no different from Ziku House." Changqing immediately imagined, if that delicate girl turns into a ghost, she will absorb the innocent people's vitality to suddenly release ghostly energy, increasing her power. By then not only your son family but also this entire Jingyang county will perish. Sun Rong's face turned purple, his whole body trembling. "Shen Taoist, are you telling the truth? Will that woman really be like that? But I have already entrusted someone to calculate the 8 characters in the capital. Have you found someone at Qin Tian's supervisor?" Changqing spoke with authority, extending his nose 8 feet long. "Aside from others, don't even mention Qin Tian's supervisor, they will have to listen to me." Sun Rong's eyes sparkled, truly worthy of Shen Taoist. The mouth says so, but in the heart, it is bowing before the Qin Tian supervisor signed to borrow some prestige. Do not blame, do not blame." After borrowing the title, Changqing began to speak softly. "Now is not the time to take it to heart, or else release the person quickly, wait for him to die, and then you will all be in trouble." Lao Sun Rong heard this and quickly urged the 2 subordinates to open the coffin. Yes, yes, yes. Changqing stood behind watching the subordinates nailing the coffin and thought to himself, saving one person is like building 7 towers, luckily everything is still in time. After a while of nailing, the coffin lid was opened. Inside the coffin was a beautiful girl like a fairy that Changqing had met when looking for the restroom. Shen Taoist, what should be done next? Changqing walked to the coffin, then told the others to leave first. The next thing will be arranged by himself. Changqing looked intently at the coffin and whispered that he had saved her life. Suddenly, 2 small black and white feet stepped in from outside the door. Changqing heard the footsteps and looked over, shouting, "Is it not finished yet?" When Changqing turned around, he saw 2 black and white figures. City God immediately whispered, "Are they here to steal the job?" Disguising as black and white impermanent is quite convincing, even the moving tongue looks real, but a bit unreliable due to the dirt all over them. The man in black stared at Changqing and whispered, "This guy is quite handsome, nothing extraordinary. Is this what they call an expert?" Sensing the silence, City God spoke up, "These 2 are the 7th and 8th generals of the Underworld, black and white impermanent." The man in black put on a serious expression and said, "By Dong Air's lifespan has ended, we have come here to capture her soul under the order of the King of Hell. Whether you are a deity or an expert, you cannot stop us." After hearing this, Changqing stared at City God and said, "Impressive, coming here to steal the job and recruit these 2 to form a new team, right? Don't tell me they don't believe you." so you specially invited them here to deceive and hand over by Dong Air? I'm afraid by the time I arrive, she has already been buried alive. City God sighed, don't look at me, I didn't offend them, hoo. After thinking it over, Chang Qing slammed his hand hard on the coffin lid, then turned to say to Black and White Impermanent, by Dong Air is still alive, then what? I say her lifespan is up, obediently hand her over. If I don't hand her over, then what? White took a deep breath, indeed it is not the right time. Black gathered ghost energy in the palm of his hand, then I will personally come and collect. With that, Black quickly rushed forward, gathering ghost energy on the tips of his fingers to use the impermanent destiny technique. City God, seeing sweat all over his body, thought to himself, it's over, I'm embarrassed. Chang Qing, watching the scene, marveled, this little actor isn't bad. Even has a fan. Black stared at Chang Qing, smirked, just a mortal attempting to stop Impermanent from taking the soul, dreaming. Chang Qing and Black locked eyes with a serious expression, City God standing in the middle, each in turn, a person and a demon, silently saying. Could the 7 families and 8 families really compete in poetry under the pressure of the Shin Taoist? Not certain, let's see what happens next. A moment later, Black exclaimed in a state of confusion, thinking to himself, what is happening, where is my spirit and courage now? He then turned to look intently at White, the 4 eyes met blankly, and after a moment, White drew his weapon and held it out in front of him, saying, just a mortal, yet daring to play tricks. Quickly hand over the spirit and courage of Bai Dong Air. Upon hearing this, White quickly pushed Chang Qing aside and said, don't waste your breath on him, just attack directly. Chang Qing fell to the ground. Angrily squinting his eyes and furrowing his brow, your family's fatty is nothing but a coward. With that, Chang Qing grabbed a stick and shouted loudly, want to fight? Then let's see if the Taoist agrees. Without another word, Chang Qing immediately punched White squarely in the head, causing him to collapse unconscious on the ground, his tongue almost falling out of his throat. Seeing this, Black raised his rod and shouted, how dare you attack our brothers? See how I'll beat the 3 souls and 7 spirits out of you. Chang Qing wasn't one to back down either. He immediately swung his shovel and yelled, how dare you bully a weak, defenseless woman? With that, Chang Qing launched an attack, his elbow swinging to the side. A wave of golden spiritual energy burst forth, sending the figure in black crashing into the wall. The black-clad figure took a critical hit and slumped against a pillar, ghostly energy seeping out of him. His rod, an ancient weapon known as the morning rod, snapped in two. Oh, my morning rod, ahoo-hoo, the figure in black cried, clutching the broken rod, his eyes filled with despair. This divine weapon has never been damaged before. And now it's broken. How will I explain this to the king of hell? Chang Qing, still holding his shovel, stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the black-clad figure. His intimidating gaze sent shivers down the other's spine. What are you planning to do now? The figure in black stammered, terrified. Just as Chang Qing was about to swing his shovel again, the city god rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting, "Stop! Stop fighting, you must stop!" The city god fell to his knees and grabbed onto Chang Qing's leg, crying out. "Don't fight anymore, it can lead to real murder." Chang Qing turned with a grim face, eyes full of evil energy. "What? Do you want to join too?" City god stepped back. "Sir, please, punish them, don't punish me." Chang Qing rushed into battle with black and white impermanent, grabbing the long tongue of the black one and stepping on the back of the white one. City god watched helplessly. Oh my, so cruel. Chang Qing emerged victorious and turned the tongues of black and white impermanent into a bow. "Will you still dare to bully the weak?" The two were forced to bow down and pleaded inside, "We won't do it again, we know our mistake." Chang Qing raised his shovel, wagging the tongues, eyes turning into diamonds, a smirk on his face. "What? Still not repentant?" Black and white impermanent turned pale in fear. "Please release us, please. Wait for me to find a rope, then I will take you to the magistrate. Finished speaking, Changqing quickly went to search for a rope. Behind City God he gently approached Black and White Impermanent. Immediately City God clamped Black and White Impermanent under his arms and carried them out of the spirit hall. 7 families, 8 families have committed crimes. After City God and Black and White Impermanent left, Changqing stood in the middle of the spirit hall, surrounded by scattered gold coins. Old Sun Rong heard the loud noise and rushed in. Taoist, what happened just now? Changqing squinted his eyes, smirked lightly, and calmly replied, "It's okay, I just fought with something that wasn't human." Old Sun Rong was shocked and exclaimed. "Injuries, could it be that Bai Dong Air has turned into Tear Demon?" Changqing was speechless. "It's not Bai Dong Air, it's someone else." Old Sun Rong was in a panic. Injuries, calm down, listen to my explanation. Tear Demon is seeking revenge, we're doomed. Changqing heaved a long sigh, then he could not restrain himself any longer and yelled out loudly, "Old man, calm down a bit," causing Sun Rong to startle and shiver. Later, Changqing bowed his head, closed his eyes tightly, and explained the story clearly. "It is all because of you. If you had not wanted to use Bai Dong Air for a marriage arrangement, Tear Demon would not have been tempted to feast on her body." Upon hearing this, Sun Rong took out a handkerchief to wipe away his sweat, bowed his head and admitted his fault. "I know I was wrong." Then Changqing turned to smile cunningly, interlocking his fingers to signal, "I will help you subdue Tear Demon, but it will cost a large amount of vital energy." Sun Rong immediately replied, "Taoist Shen, don't worry, more money is not needed." I understand. Changqing chuckled brightly, "Children are easy to teach, he. The scene then shifts to the King of Hell's palace, where Black and White Impermanent return to report to the King of Hell, "Lord, I have been wronged. That guy didn't even ask for the reason before hitting me on the head with a shovel. Look at this. And the divine weapon, Morning Rod, that you gave me was also broken by him. It's true that we're not human, Lord, you must be the master for our 2 brothers." Upon hearing this, the King of Hell opened the Book of Life and Death to look at Bai Dong Air's death date. Bai Dong Air died of suffocation from being locked in a coffin on the 10th day of the 7th month in the year of Bing Shen. Who dares to be so bold and ambitious, daring to obstruct the Underworld's command of souls, not even regarding the Underworld? The King of Hell, enraged, waved his hand forward, immediately emitting a green ghost energy. "Let me investigate this person's life." The ghost energy rose into the air, enveloping the Book of Life and Death. Then the King of Hell shouted loudly, "Jingyang County, Shen Changqing, appear." Seconds later, a portrait of the young men in the Book of Life and Death appeared on the ghost energy stream. "Not this person, not this one. None of them are the one." The King of Hell, upon seeing the results, widened his eyes in shock. How could he not trace this person? It's strange, in the 3 realms, whether it is celestial beings or demons, they are all recorded in this Book of Life and Death, unless the person has left the 3 realms and is no longer in the 5 elements. Could it be that he is truly a hidden great power who can escape the cycle of life and death? Such figures usually have significant backgrounds, likely protected by someone above. "This is a real headache for me," the King of Hell muttered as he racked his brains. Meanwhile, the Black and White Impermanents continuously kowtowed and pleaded, "Please, Lord, seek justice for us." The King of Hell, seated above, had no choice but to give a perfunctory response. "Let's set this matter aside for now. Shen Changqing isn't in the Book of Life and Death, which is quite peculiar. Once I've conducted a thorough investigation, I'll make a decision." As he spoke, the King of Hell suddenly remembered, as for Bai Dong Air, whose lifespan has ended. He then looked at the Book of Life and Death, which began to shake violently. A moment later, the book updated Bai Dong Air's fate. Bai Dong Air dies of old age, at the hour of Z on the 17th day of the 5th month of Ji High year. The King of Hell's eyes bulged in shock, and he shouted, Hey, this is crazy, it's changed." it's changed. The ox head and horse face, along with the black and white impermanence below, chorused, what has changed? The king of hell remained silent for a moment, then cast a glance at the attendant next to him and whispered. The plot to change fate like this cannot be that person's, so what should we do now? When the official looked at the face of the king of hell, he smirked and whispered, no changes, Lord. You misunderstood before. Bai Dong Er will die at 1 o'clock on the 17th of May in the year Ji Hai. After speaking, the official and the king of hell signaled together, smiling brightly, exactly. After discussing, the king of hell slammed the wooden block on the table forcefully, ahem, this Bai Dong Er person is clearly not dead yet. How can you go and try to capture their soul? Your work attitude is not serious. You have committed a basic mistake. You will be punished with half a year of your rewards. Black and white impermanent widened their eyes and looked puzzled. Heaven, what did we do wrong? Suddenly, a demon messenger entered from outside and reported, Lord, it is soon Sun Fu Gui's Memorial Day. You should release him to visit his relatives in the mortal world. Pointing to the beautiful woman next to Sun Fu Gui, the demon messenger continued, this is Sun Fu Gui's biological mother, who died 10 years ago. Her spirit has not yet moved on and has lingered in the mortal world for a long time. Currently should be reincarnation. Upon hearing this, the king of hell immediately ordered, black and white impermanent, this matter is entrusted to the two of you, do not mess it up. Yes, obeying the Lord's command. Back in the mortal world, Chang Qing was walking in the courtyard of the Sun family. Inside the small courtyard, the voice of old Sun Rong could be heard, Son, without the courage, I cannot take care of you completely. Only like this. Chang Qing inadvertently heard it, so he opened his eyes wide and muttered to himself, what is that sound? I'll go check it out. Inside the room, old Sun Rong was trembling, crying and sobbing, Son, don't die, I won't last much longer. I will follow you soon. Chang Qing stood outside the door, eavesdropping stealthily. Is old Sun Rong unable to bear seeing his son getting married and is asking for forgiveness from his son? Thinking up to this point, Chang Qing's face darkened and he thought to himself, old Sun Rong is not right, his words are full of remorse towards his son, it sounds like he pushed his son into a dry well, causing the child to fall to his death. After thinking, Chang Qing walked over to the well and peered down. Indeed, there is a problem, Sun Fu Gui's death was not accidental. A moment later, at Magistrate County Office, a loud scream came from the office, Shen Taoist, you're too late. Chang Qing rushed to Magistrate County like a whirlwind, we can't delay, if we wait any longer, Sun Master who is accused of murder might escape. What does Shen Taoist mean by this? With Shen Chang Qing's speed like the wind, Magistrate County's hat almost flew off his head. Sun Master is known for his kindness and generosity in Jingyang County, how could he commit murder? Upon hearing this, Chang Qing's face darkened and he clenched his teeth, saying bluntly, I suspect Sun Fu Gui didn't accidentally fall into the dry well, but was pushed down by Sun Rong. After running like mad with the speed of a rocket, Chang Qing brought Magistrate County to the dry well. This blood handprint can prove that when Sun Fu Gui fell into the well, he grabbed the edge of the well, instead of falling directly to the bottom of the well and dying. It must have been someone hitting him with a brick to leave this handprint. I didn't notice before, but Sun Rong locked a young girl alive in a coffin to arrange a marriage for his son. Fortunately, we discovered in time and prevented it. Then day by day Sun Rong seemed more suspicious, always mumbling in front of Sun Fu Gui's spirit tablet, acting ashamed, which I considered as a father's longing for his son, until I felt uneasy so I went to check the dry well. I was sure the brick that hit Sun Fu Gui down was still at the bottom of the well. At Spirit Hall, the smell of incense smoke filled the air. Old Sun Rong heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Chang Qing entering with the Magistrate County. Old Sun Rong curiously asked, why so late, why is the county lord here? Shen Taoist, who is this? Chang Qing, furious and fiery, with a bright gaze and a dark face, called out, Sun Master. Seconds later, Chang Qing immediately pointed at old Sun Rong's face and shouted, why did you kill your own son, Sun Master? Old Sun Rong calmly replied, Shen Taoist, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you speak like that in front of the county lord? Chang Qing smirked, getting straight to the point. Sun Master holds the truth in his hands whether he speaks vulgarly or not. Chang Qing raised his hand forward and smiled, calmly saying, in front of the thick smoke and the spirit tablet of my son, if you lie, you will be punished in hell. Chang Qing frowned and thought to himself, this old man used to tremble in fear when talking about the tear demon, but today when mentioning the killing of his own son, he remains unusually calm. It's strange that there are no demons in his words. Perhaps he is more afraid of demons, so pretending to be a god or a demon to deceive him might be more effective. At this moment, Sun Rong came forward to explain to Magistrate County, not sure if the county lord is coming in person. I cannot welcome you from afar. This Taoist Shen was invited by me to perform a ritual for my deceased son, perhaps he is dissatisfied with the amount of money given, so he falsely accuses me. It turns out to be a misunderstanding, I see there is some misunderstanding here. As they were conversing, Chang Qing began to act, raising 2 fingers and loudly chanting, may the soul awaken and return, may the fate be restored miraculously. He then continued to point his fingers in 4 directions, reciting a spell in front of the smoke and the spirit tablet of Sun Fu Gui. The lost soul calendar as the first loss, hoping for the return of the soul in the future, just as he finished reciting the incantation, the lamp on the altar suddenly went out. Old Sun Rong was astonished to see this. Chang Qing, seeing this, smiled and whispered, oh well, the heavens are helping me, suddenly a gust of wind, waiting for me to break this old man's guard. Seeing everything going according to plan, Chang Qing continued to play along, pointing forward and loudly saying, silly child, if the soul has returned, quickly show yourself. As he finished speaking, a stream of ghost energy appeared, and the soul of Sun Fu Gui emerged from that ghost energy stream. The boy held tightly to the jade rattle as he stepped through the door, causing old Sun Rong and Magistrate County to be stunned, their faces pale and sweat pouring out like rain. The soul of Sun Fu Gui passed in front of Magistrate County, causing him to be extremely terrified. Oh my, the soul of Sun Fu Gui has truly appeared. Sun Fu Gui's soul approached old Sun Rong, crying and trembling, pleading, Father, it hurts so much, please don't push me down. Can you? Old Sun Rong looked at him and reached out to embrace his son. But Sun Fu Gui retreated. Fu Gui, are you really back? Father was wrong, father was wrong. Chang Qing stood nearby and saw the scene before him, then wondered naively. I just started and already succeeded. At this moment, the county magistrate turned to give Chang Qing a like. This soul trickery technique of Taoist Shen is truly too terrifying for the common people, really broadening one's horizons. Too much praise, just some psychological trickery, late at night when the heart is most vulnerable, and the superstitious elders are the most susceptible. Sun Rong killed his son, has always been uneasy. Today is Sun Fu Gui's Memorial Day, the perfect opportunity to break his guard. After speaking, Chang Qing approached and grabbed the collar of old Sun Rong. Sun Master, do you have anything else to say? The blood-stained handprint next to the dry well and the blood-stained stone at the bottom of the well are evidence that your son has been murdered. Old Sun Rong, upon hearing this, cried tears, trembling all over. Fu Gui, my son, can you come over here? Father apologizes to you. I've wronged both your mother and you. I shouldn't have pushed you into the well, and I certainly shouldn't have poisoned her, Sun Rong confessed, leaving Chang Qing and the magistrate shocked and bewildered. What are you talking about? Poisoned whom? The physician said my wife's health was poor, that she couldn't bear a child. I always wanted a child. From the day you were born, she was tormented by illness every day. I only wanted to relieve her suffering. It's my fault that you and your mother suffered. In my dreams, I always hear her blame me for not letting her spend more time with you, but I only wanted the best for her. How could I watch her suffer to death, at this moment? The spirit of Sun Rong's wife appeared beside him. I was wrong, my dear. After you passed, I vowed not to remarry so I could raise Fu Gui properly, but I couldn't protect him forever. Fu Gui grew up, and I grew old. After my death, there would be no one to protect him. Others would bully him. Reenact the scene of the night when Fu Gui fell into the well and died. At that time, old Sun Rong sat on the edge of the well, using a large rock to hit son Fu Gui's hand, causing the boy to scream loudly, "Father, Fu Gui's hand hurts so much, father, father." At this point, old Sun Rong cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, stuttering as he said, that's why, Fu Gui, father, all for protecting you, father, all for protecting you." He knelt down in front of Fu Gui, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Can you forgive me, son?" As he finished speaking, Chang Qing rushed forward and slapped old Sun Rong painfully. "Do you really feel so noble? Are these words truly moving you? Whose tears are these finally shed for? Did you ever ask them if they wanted to die or not before you killed them?" After hearing Chang Qing's words, old Sun Rong turned to look directly at his concubine, calling out, "Madam." Chang Qing pointed at the old man's face and said loudly, "Your concubine knew that her health was failing, yet still bore a son for you, a great benefactor, even knowing she wouldn't live much longer, but has no regrets. How about you? What have you done?" As for son Fu Gui, the little fool with the mind of a 3-year-old, pushing him into the well is no different from bullying him. Saying this, Chang Qing continued to kick old Sun Rong in the face. "You are truly a beast." The magistrate county stood watching as old Sun Rong fell to the ground, silent without a word. Then he looked at the two souls of son Fu Gui and his mother, sighed, truly pitiful, also deserving of hate. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten, the roosters crowing. The two souls walked out of the Sun family's door with Black and White impermanent. "It's time, mission accomplished, let's go before he discovers us," Black said. Then looked back in confusion. Black and White impermanent and the two souls left the Sun family together, returning to the Underworld. As the sky brightened, the magistrate county ordered the guards to arrest old Sun Rong and bring him to Tang dynasty for legal proceedings. Suddenly Dong Er ran quickly towards Chang Qing, causing the magistrate county to shout in surprise, "Shen Taoist, be careful." Shortly after, the large and round white rabbits of Dong Er's chest slammed into Chang Qing's. The younger sister made an innocent face, her eyes longing as she begged, "Shen Taoist, please take me with you." The young man, upon seeing the two melons hitting his chest, was stunned, his face blushing. Upon regaining consciousness, Chang Qing sat up abruptly and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Lord, the young girl by Dong Er was sold to the Sun family by her family. Now that this has happened, Dong Er has no home to return to anymore. Please take her in, she will do anything." Hearing this, Chang Qing handed Dong Er a pristine white handkerchief. Chang Qing then sat down. Smiling kindly, "If that's the case, come to my place and learn how to cook and boil water." Dong Er, upon hearing this, teared up, her face extremely cute, her cheeks blushing. "Thank you, master." Dong Er will follow master's orders completely. At the same time, in the city god temple, the people coming and going were bustling. Inside the temple, city god sat on a throne, smiling brightly, surrounded by abundant spiritual weapons. "Lord, did Shen Taoist really fight with the 7th and 8th families of the earthly land?" "That was not fighting, but a new form of mistreatment." City god recalled the scene from last night, his face pale, sweating profusely. The scene was too brutal when a young lady and her maid entered from outside the temple. "Princess, be careful," a warning voice echoed. White impermanent had used the demon walking at night technique before. The sky was dark, demons cried, wolves howled, but Shen Taoist remained fearless. He only needed to wield his weapon in hand to break through the overwhelming magic. The girl knelt before the statue of city god, praying, "I, Zhang Lo, ask for your protection for my mother. Please grant her a long life, restore her health. I hope this time I will meet a true immortal on my journey to cure my mother's illness." After praying, Zhang Lu and her maid bowed before the statue of city god. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared from Zhang Li's body, shining directly on the face of City God. City God widened his eyes in amazement. Who is this? Such sincere filial piety. When Judge spoke up, yes, my lord. This is the beloved daughter of the current Holy Supreme, Princess Zhanglu. She is praying for her birth mother, Zhang Sun Huang Ho. Unfortunately, Zhang Sun Huang Ho has passed away according to the Book of Life and Death. Even a small city god like us cannot help. At the same time, outside the county magistrate's temple, Chang Qing and Bai Dong Air appeared. Chang Qing looked around and smiled, whispering, "The con artist led us here to rob us earlier. Now with the magistrate county here, we can use their authority to teach them a lesson." After thinking, Chang Qing turned to the magistrate county and politely said, "Magistrate county, please accompany me to the city god temple." "What is it, Taoist Shen?" "I'm just a mortal, I can't help." Hearing this, Chang Qing smirked and replied, "No worries, just taking you to meet someone." Officials of the Tang dynasty are too superstitious, Chang Qing said as he quickly led the magistrate county into the temple, waving his arms and shouting loudly, "Look, behind me is who you should be afraid of." City God sat above and heard it, mouth gaping in fear. Shen Taoist brought by Dong Air here to demonstrate his celestial skills. Unable to escape, City God appeared and responded. City God appeared with Judge, greeting warmly, "Why must Shen Taoist act this way? His magical talent is great, we have known for a long time." "Yes, that's right." Zhang Lu and the servant saw the scene before them, eyes wide, faces pale and shocked. This is truly a divine presence, princess. It seems we have encountered a living deity." Chang Qing heard City God's words and smiled. "Good to know, don't make the same mistake again later." "Got it, humph, a bunch of deceivers indeed. Even if you meet sunlight many times, you still have to admit defeat, right? Who told you to dare steal from my family's business?" City God pondered Chang Qing's words. "It seems we have underestimated the customs of Minghan, so we have offended Shen Taoist. This is a reminder not to be careless. Yes, we swear to the heavens. In the future, I will not repeat this mistake." Good to know. Beside them, Princess Zhang Lu and her maid looked at Chang Qing's group with sparkling eyes. "Princess, this person is really strong, just casually saying a word can make City God appear to meet him, but the scariest thing is that he earnestly instructs City God, and City God does not dare to refute." The maid whispered in her ear, "Princess, do you think Shen Taoist could be?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Lu, who was kneeling, scrambled to her feet. The next second, she rushed forward with an admiring face, eyes brimming with tears, knelt down in front of Chang Qing, and called out, "Immortal." Zhang Lu hugged Chang Qing's leg and cried bitterly, making him widen his eyes in surprise. "Please save my mother's life." The county magistrate, hearing this, recalled Chang Qing's words in front of the temple, realizing and breaking out in cold sweat. Is this what Shen Taoist meant? The person Shen Taoist wants me to meet is the most beloved Princess Zhang Lu of the current dynasty. At this moment, Zhang Lu tightly grasped Chang Qing's pants, her eyes teary. "Shen Taoist, my mother is afflicted with illness. My father has invited the divine physician Sun Si Miao to treat her, but despite many years of treatment, there has been no effect. Please, Taoist, come with me to Chang'an to save my mother's life. Whatever the conditions, my father will agree to them." Hearing this, City God whispered into Chang Qing's ear, "Shen Taoist, the matter of Empress Zhang's son, other than someone like you who can save Lady Bai Dong Air, no one else can save her. Is that so?" On the surface, he maintained his composure, but inside he was fuming. "Damn it, Empress Zhang's son has asthma. I'm just an engineering student, I don't have any special medicine to save her. If the divine physician Sun Si Miao couldn't cure her, what can I do?" Zhang Lu, waiting for Chang Qing's response, clasped her hands together, tears welling up, and pleaded sincerely, "I know disturbing the peace of the Taoist is improper, but Zhang Lu desperately wants to save my mother at any cost. Please, Taoist, show mercy." After hearing these words, Chang Qing started sweating profusely. "I would love to show mercy, but I'm not a doctor. If I can't cure her, I'm dead for sure, but not going is also not an option. If Princess Zhanglu returns and tells her father, I might be directly beheaded by Huang Di, what should I do? Is this the inevitable end, to die like this? The officials of the Tang dynasty are all superstitious in general. At this time I think the only way to have a chance of survival is to continue along the path of deception. After thinking about it, Chang Qing opened his arms wide, closed his eyes tightly and said in a low voice, it's not that I am unwilling to help, it's truly because the fate of Empress Zhang's son has been determined. I only know 2/3 of this heavenly arrangement. When Zhang Lu heard this, her eyes widened, although it was only 2/3, there was still hope. Zhang Lu thanked Mr. Chang for his kindness. Upon hearing this, the judge and city gods' faces turned pale, their eyes widened in surprise. The judged book of life and death had days of death already written, and even Shin Taoist dared to claim to know only 2/3 of this divine calamity. It's truly scary, truly scary. Zhang Lu stood up, took Chang Qing Shin Taoist's hand, and said urgently, we must depart for Chang'an now, there's no time to waste. Let's return to my old home and Shalipo to gather essential items before leaving, it's not too late. The mouth says so, but the heart is as painful as cutting. This system only has about 140 hours left, this trip to Chang'an I don't know how long it will take, I have to find a large sum. Shin Taoist, rest assured and go to Chang'an to heal the Queen Mother, I will protect your disciple well. As the wheels of the carriage started moving, the servant girl drove the carriage back to Chang'an. After Chang Qing finished preparing the luggage, the three set off together from Jingyang country back to Chang'an city, with quite a long journey. A few days later, Princess Zhanglu and Chang Qing's carriage arrived at Chang'an, Ming the sect. Having traveled a long distance, Zhanglu suggested, Shin Taoist has had a difficult journey. Please rest at the inn for a day, I will inform the emperor, and tomorrow morning I will take you to the palace to treat the Queen Mother. Chang Qing reluctantly smiled, I will follow princess's arrangements, but in his heart, he was burning with anger, if it weren't for fear of your father punishing me, who would have the time to come to Chang'an to treat the Queen Mother? After saying that, Princess Zhang Li's carriage left, and Chang Qing wandered the streets with a basket on his shoulder. At a Ming the sect inn, a bowl of fragrant food filled with fish and vegetables was on the table, making one's stomach growl at the sight of it. Chang Qing was sitting in the tavern holding a duck leg and murmured, although this duck leg has been left out for a day, it's still okay. At that moment, an old man walked in and said, Taoist, excuse me, may I share a table with you? The shop is full. Chang Qing quickly pulled the bowl of food towards himself and said, please have a seat. As the old man placed a box on the table and sat down with a smile, thanking Chang Qing, the old man was Wei Zheng, the grand supervisor. Shortly after, a servant brought a dish to the table and said, Sir, your goat meat has arrived. Wei Zheng opened the wooden box on the table, revealing a box full of fresh green vegetables giving off a pleasant aroma. The scent of the vegetables wafted into Chang Qing's nose, leaving him surprised, is that celery? It's a rare delicacy. The old man saw Chang Qing staring at his box of green vegetables, then smiled and whispered, sour celery with preserved mandarin oranges is the best dish in Chang'an. It seems even people from other regions can't resist craving it. Moments later, a scent wafted into the old man's nose as if a hand was touching his face. What is that sweet smell? Upon closer inspection, the fragrance was from the duck thigh that Chang Qing was holding, a thigh that Dong Li had cooked, stirring people's hearts. It's a duck thigh, why does it smell so good? Chang Qing, sitting nearby, saw that Lao Wei Zheng was salivating profusely. It seems there are still people in Chang'an city who have never experienced such a thing in their lives. Seeing this, Chang Qing immediately offered, hey, can I exchange my duck thigh for your sour celery? Lao Wei Zheng nodded in agreement. Sitting across from him, Lao Wei Zheng looked satisfied while eating Chang Qing's sour celery, whispering, to use such a delicious duck thigh to exchange for sour celery that can be found anywhere, am I a fool, Taoist? After speaking, Wei Zheng also raised the duck thigh to his nose to smell the fragrance on it. The scent of the duck thigh exuded the majestic aura of a golden dragon, shining brightly around Wei Zheng. He sniffed and suddenly startled, "Is this dragon energy?" Without thinking much, Wei Zheng immediately raised the duck thigh and took a big bite. He seemed to have entered a fairyland, dancing like a butterfly, his face flushed. "This flavor, oh my god, I feel my whole body filled with energy." Chang Qing sat across from him, watching Wei Zheng trembling all over, making strange sounds with his mouth, and whispered to himself, "Isn't it true that people from the Tang dynasty all have some strange illness?" So he immediately stood up, slung the basket over his shoulder, and ran out of the restaurant with a thought in his head, according to the standard procedure, "Wait until he wakes up later, I will hug my thigh and say thank you." Sigh, I should run ahead. Later, when Wei Zheng regained consciousness, Chang Qing had already disappeared. He frowned and muttered to himself, using an excuse to exchange sour celery for Wei Zheng's blessing, leaving without incurring karma. Turns out he's an expert. On the second day in Chang'an City, Zhang Lu led Chang Qing into the palace to report to her father, the emperor. This Taoist was the expert that the girl had mentioned. After hearing this, Huang Di spoke to the Taoist, "I have heard of your reputation, Shen Taoist. Thank you for coming to help cure my empress. If successful, I will surely reward you. You look youthful, unless you are like the legendary rejuvenated old man, you seem to be." Chang Qing listened and respectfully thanked the guest. Later, in the empress's palace, Chang Qing entered the chamber where Huang Di was sitting next to Huang Ho. The emperor gently informed the empress, "This person is the expert who will examine and treat you." Huang Ho reluctantly opened her eyes and agreed, "All right, let him come in." Seeing Chang Qing, Huang Ho thought to herself that this Taoist looked normal and might not be the saint he claimed to be. Huang Di stood up, welcoming Shen Taoist warmly, but Chang Qing waved his hand, declining the gesture. At that moment, Chang Qing was feeling nervous and whispered to himself, "Medicine King Sun Si Miao can't even cure asthma, what can I diagnose?" Huang Di Emperor, Huang Ho Empress, sorry, my humble self can only continue to deceive you all. After thinking, Chang Qing raised two fingers confidently and said, "Fate in life, difficult to cure with medicine, I have a method but only 2 chances to succeed. If successful, Huang Ho Empress will immediately be completely healed and never get sick again in the future, but if not successful, listen here." Huang Ho sprang up, then Huang Di and Huang Ho interrupted Chang Qing's words in unison. "What if it fails?" Chang Qing calmly closed his eyes and said, "If it fails, I won't make it past June 21st this year." Hearing this, Huang Ho was amazed, thinking, "These days I've dreamt of impermanence, saying I will die on June 21st, this Taoist doesn't even look at me, how can he predict my fate unless he's truly immortal?" Looking at Chang Qing serene on the outside, but he's worried inside. "Luckily my 9 compulsory years of education weren't wasted, I know when you will die, it's difficult to find a way to live." Empress Huang thought to herself, then turned to Huang Di and said hesitantly, "Saint, please let Taoist Shen treat my illness, I am willing to give it a try." Chang Qing heard this and continued to act nonchalantly, pointing towards the sky, "My method is very simple, just take a pear and add a bowl of spring water, wait for me to personally boil it into a bowl of chilled pear water, then let Huang Ho drink it." Upon hearing this, Huang Di immediately turned to command the eunuch to quickly fetch the item Shen Taoist requested. When the eunuch stepped out, 4 individuals appeared at the door, namely Zhang Sun Wuji, Sun Si Miao, Yuan Tian Gang, and Old Wei Zheng. The 4 of them spoke in unison. "Saint, do not harm our junior sister. Please reconsider." Huang Di stepped out and pointed forward, shouting, "You all dare to intrude into Huang Ho's palace to cause trouble." Chang Qing stood inside, smiling inwardly, "Let them argue, perfect timing for me to make my way back to Shilipo to sell roasted ducks." Outside the door, Huang Di was extremely angry with the actions of the officials. Behind Huang Di, the imposing figure of a shining golden dragon appeared, surrounded by fierce lightning bolts. The 4 officials immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the scene. We dare not offend. Dare not? Are you saying that you will dare after I die? Please forgive us, your majesty. At the same time, Huang Di gestured to the eunuch. The eunuch quickly went to Chang Qing's place. Shen Taoist, please come with me to the imperial pharmacy to prepare elixirs for Empress Huang. Yes, please guide the way, Gong Gong. Chang Qing hesitated and thought to himself. Is it poisonous? I don't believe in Saint Physician Sun Si Miao. But believe in a stranger like me, Li Shimin. Over the rumors. As Chang Qing left, Saint Physician Sun Si Miao fell to the ground and called out. Saint. He then lifted his head and spoke. That Taoist has a mysterious background, he is a fraud, do not believe his lies about harming Empress Huang. Saint, those evil sects are untrustworthy and deceitful, we cannot negotiate with them, let alone believe them. Huang Di, upon hearing this, angrily pointed forward and shouted, What? Are you saying that if I believe Shen Taoist, I am a foolish king? Wei Zheng, hearing this, stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. Huang Di, with a face turning purple with anger, retorted, Wei Zheng, do you need to interfere in my family affairs? Wei Zheng stepped forward and explained, the emperor has no private affairs, the emperor's family matters are state affairs. The empress is the mother of the nation, and matters concerning the life and death of the nation's mother cannot be ignored. This Taoist's background is unclear, we don't know where he comes from, what he practices, or his age. Your Majesty knows nothing about him, only relying on Princess Zhang Li's words. Arbitrarily trusting him is not what a wise ruler should do. As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached and called out, Lord Wei, revealing herself to be Princess Zhanglu. She stepped forward boldly and said, I witnessed everything with my own eyes, how can it be false? Wei Zheng immediately pulled Princess Zhanglu aside, glaring at her and questioning sternly, Zhanglu, your intention to save your mother is commendable, but it's common to be deceived by others. The trickery of the fraudsters is abundant. At the same time, Yuan Tiangang also steps forward and clasps his hands in greeting, Dear Saint, the gods have consulted numerous divinations, the ascendancy of Huang Ho to the heavens is fated, even if she descends to the earth now, it is still inevitable. Huang Di frowns and questions, Esteemed physician Sun Si Miao, you are a divine healer, for years now Huang Ho has followed your medical prescriptions for meals, but has there been any improvement? Yuan Tiangang, the chief supervisor of Qin Tian, who governs exorcisms and demon hunting, now speaks to me, saying that destiny is difficult to change, what you all have done to fulfill my desires. While sitting there speaking, suddenly a shrill shout is heard, elixirs have arrived. The four officials startle and turn to look, Huang Di and Princess Zhanglu smile, while Yuan Tiangang and Wei Zheng show expressions of extreme surprise and astonishment. Chang Qing enters with the palace officials, cheerfully saying, Saint, the poor man's pear water is ready, seeing you all so worried, why not have someone test it first? After that, Chang Qing made a smirking face and whispered, Anyway, it's just ordinary pear water, no matter how you drink it, nothing will happen. If there isn't enough, we can just cook another pot. Lao Sun Si Miao immediately turned around and shouted, Saint, it's not possible, pears are inherently cold, even if cooked into pear water to remove the cold properties, it's still useless for the queen's illness. Huang Di, upon hearing this, turned purple with anger, widened his eyes and shouted loudly, Sun Si Miao. At the same time, Chang Qing stepped forward, clasped his hands in a polite gesture and gently said, The divine doctor speaks the truth, the poor man's methods are insignificant. Just a grasp of the basics, cannot compare to the high medical skills of the divine doctor. If the divine doctor advises, it's best to listen. Lao Sun Si Miao, upon hearing this, was furious, his whole body trembling, unable to speak, only cursing in his heart, I have been practicing medicine for years, is he mocking me for being bound by illness? How can this be, how can this be? Lao Wei Zheng, standing beside him, looked at Chang Qing in surprise and whispered, And that Taoist master I met on the street before, hidden in the duck thigh, contains dragon energy. The pear juice of His Excellency is definitely as miraculous, Wei Jing thought, loudly proclaiming, "Saint, I object." Elder Zhang's son Wu Ji and elder son Si Miao stood by eagerly, thinking to themselves, truly the divine advisor of the nation, even the emperor should acknowledge his mistakes as good. Lord Wei is indeed the divine advisor of the nation. Surprisingly, Wei Jing then narrowed his eyes and frowned, saying loudly, "Shan Taoist skills are divine, having been tasted before, so I object to this test. I believe this pear juice can be given directly to the empress to drink." Upon hearing this, elder son Si Miao and elder Zhang's son Wu Ji fainted, kicking their legs up. Chang Qin glanced at elder Wei Jing with a wry smile, "So you are Wei Jing. I offered you a duck thigh, yet you seek revenge. Are you trying to lead me to my death? The empress suffers from asthma, can a bowl of pear juice from me cure her?" At the same time, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and knelt before the emperor, calling him saint. Could it be that Yuan also wants to challenge the emperor like those two? Elder son Si Miao, standing nearby, had some faith in Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang, just return the result, no explanation needed. Though he may seem mysterious every day, at critical moments, we still have to rely on him, unlike that old Wei Zhang who is fundamentally untrustworthy. Yuan Tiangang reported, "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I agree with Lord Wei. I have also witnessed the proficient techniques of Shan Taoist." The two elders behind, upon hearing this, spat blood in anger, daring to snatch souls from the King of Hell and being confident in his ability. Shan Taoist indeed has profound cultivation. Seeing everyone dragging on, Zhang Lu stepped forward and said, "Father, there is no time to waste. Let me test the elixir on Mother." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Lu scooped a spoonful of pear water into her mouth. As it went down, she felt a surge of energy, her eyes closing tightly, unable to open. Old Zhang's son Wu Ji, seeing this, immediately pointed at Chang Qin and shouted, "There's indeed something wrong. Guards, arrest this swindler." Chang Qin thought to himself, "This is it. I knew it, how could pear water fool the emperor? Am I really going to be executed in the palace today?" Zhang Lu collapsed to the ground, with a look of ecstasy on her face, while the pressure of a golden phoenix aura appeared beside her. "Oh my, after drinking this pear water, there is a feeling of immortal weapon overflowing the body, making one unable to control it," Zhang Lu said before getting up and dancing ballet in front of the two elders Wei Zhang and Yuan Tiangang. "Yuan Taoist, is there anything else added to this pear water from Shan Taoist?" Feeling that Princess Zhang Li's state was not quite right, this. "I am not a divine doctor, I am not sure either." After enjoying for a while, Zhang Lu woke up, opened his eyes dazedly. Princess shyly stepped forward to Huang Di to confess, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, it is really because the pear water is too delicious that Zhang Lu was impolite. Zhang Lu believes that this pear water can save the empress's life." After hearing this, Chang Qin was stunned. "Princess, you are thinking too much, this is just a normal bowl of pear water, I put too much sugar in it." Later, Huang Di took the bowl of pear water into Huang Ho's palace. "Huang Ho, this is the elixir personally brewed by Shan Taoist, you should drink it quickly." Huang Ho took the bowl of pear water and drank it without hesitation. After drinking it, Huang Ho seemed to enter a fairyland, with flowers blooming in all 4 seasons, and a refreshing spirit. With her cheeks blushing, her appearance transformed from old to young. The empress leapt into the emperor's embrace and softly said, "Your Majesty, the spiritual energy of Shan Taoist's elixirs is truly extraordinary. It has made me feel comfortable both physically and mentally, and it seems I have truly recovered." Old son Si Miao, old Zhang's son Wu Ji and Chang Qin were astonished after hearing this. Old son Si Miao didn't believe it, immediately flew over to check the pulse and said to Huang Ho, "Impossible, how could it be?" After checking the pulse for a second, old son Si Miao widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Healthy, really healthy." Old Wei Zhang and old Tiangang stepped forward to show admiration, truly Shan Taoist. The magical skills leave no trace. Shan Taoist is calm and extraordinary, truly an expert from another world. What is this? Medicine King's son Si Miao couldn't cure asthma, but a bowl of pear water could. What kind of sorcery is this? At this moment, old son Si Miao started to believe. He looked towards Chang Qing and silently thought, this person looks young but is a master in using medicine. He can even bring back Huang Ho from the brink of death. After thinking, old son Si Miao knelt down, hugged Chang Qing's feet and cried out, Shen Taoist, please save me. During the night of Huang Ho's recovery, Li Shimin held a feast to entertain, with Shen Changqing, Yuan Tian Gang and others, inside the palace where dancers performed energetically in front of Huang Di and officials. Today, thanks to the elixirs of Shen Taoist that helped Huang Ho recover from illness, I am very happy, please enjoy. As soon as Princely Qingqian finished speaking, he stood up and said, Father, on this occasion, I suggest granting amnesty to the people, so that everyone can rejoice. Old Wei Zheng and Chang Qing raised their hands, frowned, and loudly shouted, it cannot be done. Huang Di was extremely surprised. Why does Shen Taoist oppose it? Could you explain? Chang Qing immediately stood up, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, Your Majesty, the laws of the Tang dynasty are already lax. Most of the people in prison have committed numerous crimes, fearing that easy amnesty may harm the victims, contrary to Your Majesty's intentions. After speaking, Chang Qing's face turned pale, thinking to himself, a blind cat shouldn't catch a dead rat, I should remain humble to avoid revealing secrets in the future. Princely Qingqian heard, feeling angry, his face darkened as he cursed silently in his heart, such a mess, always confronting me like this. After thinking for a moment, Princely Qingqian stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this humble servant made a mistake, so I would like to offer a cup of tea to apologize to Shen Taoist. Very well, go ahead. Princely Qingqian was allowed, but his face was filled with evil energy, his sharp eyes staring ahead. Then, Prince took a teacup and walked back to Chang Qing's table, greeting him warmly, Please, Shen Taoist, have a cup of tea. Finishing his sentence, Prince leaned close to Chang Qing's ear and whispered, Shen Taoist doesn't want to die too miserably. So stop meddling in unnecessary matters, speak less, or else. Chang Qing smirked in response, interrupting Prince's words, I wonder if His Highness has recovered from his illness, the heart is still unsettled. Princely Qingqian was shocked by Chang Qing's words, his face turned pale as if struck by a black thunderbolt, his body stiffened and he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Chang Qing quickly grabbed Prince's hand, stood up, and gently supported him, saying, Please be careful, Your Highness. Chang Qing whispered into Prince's ear, causing Prince's face to drain of all color, sweat pouring down like rain. I advise Your Highness to choose your words carefully, for our waters do not interfere with each other's wells. Upon hearing this, Prince stiffly walked away. Chang Qing smiled and muttered, daring to threaten my family, I'll show you who to fear, haha. As Prince walked away, seething with anger, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, No. No way, how does he know about my favoring a male concubine? It's despicable. Turning to look at the calm Chang Qing, Prince was furious, thinking, this person knows too much, I need to find a way to silence him. After 3 rounds of fighting with wine, Huang Di continued to lift his glass like a machine. Now drunk, Huang Di closed his eyes and chuckled unconsciously, speaking incoherently, Shen Taoist, tell me, how can you stay forever young and maintain your youth? Chang Qing, now drunk, lifted his face to the ceiling and breathed out towards the sun, before suddenly slamming his hand on the table, face flushed and full of determination, youth. With that, Chang Qing staggered away, then straightened up like a man possessed. Then burst into laughter, mumbling, Second, we must salute the flag. The feudal era is calling, preparing to take up arms and shoot birds. After shooting birds, Chang Qing stepped into the center of the hall and began morning exercises, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, each movement radiating a brilliant golden spiritual energy. After the exercises, Chang Qing continued with a series of martial arts moves, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yuan Tian Gang and Zhang Sun Wuji, watching from below, exclaimed, each seemingly ordinary movement resembles that of a great master from the various schools. Every action, whether still or in motion, adheres perfectly to natural principles. No wonder Shen Taoist can write such profound characters. He has long attained this realm. As Chang Qing performed his martial arts, the spiritual energy around him formed an 8-trigram array beneath his feet. Then, he transformed into a golden fish swimming in a crystal-clear pool, darting joyfully in the azure water. The water then surged powerfully, enveloping Chang Qing. The young man continued to dance before the astonishment of Huang Di and Huang Ho. The pure water splashed onto Huang Di, making him jump in shock. After finishing swimming, Chang Qing continued to strike a taekwondo martial arts pose. Instantly, a powerful spiritual weapon appeared in front of him along with dazzling golden light spells. From another angle, Chang Qing stood inside a sparkling crystal ball. The blinding light made Huang Ho and Huang Di use their sleeves to cover their eyes. Then Chang Qing stepped out, raising both hands to the sky and laughing like a madman. After laughing, he fell to the ground, causing the servant girl beside him to widen her eyes in shock. Huang Di, seeing this, widened his eyes in surprise. Old Yuan Tian Gang stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands. The servant girl helped Chang Qing up, then slapped the round speakers straight into Chang Qing's face. He said dreamily, "Say it, poor man, really say it." Seeing this scene, Elder Tian Gang stepped forward and whispered to Huang Di, "Your Majesty, this skill that I witnessed is in line with the great Tao, harmonizing the 8 trigrams, self-performing the 5 elements. It truly has a miraculous effect on the body. This profound and mysterious skill is not easy to pass on to others. The Taoist Shen must have intentionally gotten drunk to pass on this skill to us. So, Your Majesty, how should we reward him?" Upon hearing this, Elder Wei Jing stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe that experts like this from outside have always acted on their own discretion, so it is up to him to think so." Lord Wei's words are correct. Listening to the opinions of the officials, Huang Di had no choice but to agree. So tonight, Shen Taoist will stay overnight at your residence, and after the court session tomorrow, I will meet with him to discuss the reward. I obey the decree. That night, 2 subordinates carried Chang Qing back to the palace to rest. Even though Chang Qing was fast asleep on the stretcher, his mouth was still smiling, exhaling the sun's warmth and saying, "Can't drink anymore, drinking more will make me sleep, hee hee." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Qing immediately made the dog eat tea, causing 2 subordinates to startle. The next day, outside Chang'an City, Chang Qing wandered on the street. I never expected that Huang Di would speak so easily. This was when he had not yet left the court. When Chang Qing had just woken up, Huang Di had granted a shiny golden chest brighter than the sun. If Shen Taoist doesn't want to enter the court as an official, then the reward will not be kept. This gold is considered useless. Hoping it can be accepted, Chang Qing heard the gold and smiled confidently. Who can refuse this reward? So refusing as a poor man would be disrespectful. As he finished speaking, the money pouch on Chang Qing's waist immediately sucked all the gold from the chest into the pouch. Huang Di and old Wei Jing saw and widened their eyes, shouting loudly, Is it magic?" Chang Qing saw this and started sweating nervously. "It's just a small trick, the poor man is just joking," but in fact, he was very angry with the dead dog system, your system, forcing me to buy and sell, then giving me a golden chest. Remaining lifespan value 1660 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Deposit 648 successful. May I receive the reward now? Chang Qing saw it, feeling furious like crazy, wanting to smash this ridiculous system. Receive the reward? Take your head instead, give me back the money. Chang Qing remembered and felt heartbroken. Oh dear, the money-making path is truly tough. Feeling sad, suddenly there was someone next to him shouting, Old fairy, this is the first fish I caught today, offering it to you as agreed." Chang Qing heard and immediately turned his head. In front of Chang Qing was a normal fortune-telling stall on the street, able to predict the future. Good and bad luck, 100 coins per session. Sitting below was an old man with white hair and beard holding a fan. He was Yuan Shou Cheng. Chang Qing saw and silently thought, a place like Chang'an that turned out like this colleague really can't figure out what to do. After thinking, Chang Qing took out a small gold piece from his pocket, wanting to ask when can time return. After speaking, Chang Qing stepped forward and placed the gold piece firmly on the table. He looked at the old man sternly and said bluntly, "Great master, please divine my fate and destiny," said Chang Qing. Old Yuan Shou Cheng calmly handed him 3 ancient coins. "Young master, go ahead." Chang Qing held the 3 coins between his fingers, smiling to himself. This old Taoist seems quite inscrutable, but is he for real? Do I just toss these randomly? With that, Chang Qing threw the coins. To his astonishment, all 3 coins landed upright on the table. Chang Qing's eyes widened in shock. What kind of crazy luck is this? I hope my colleague doesn't think I'm wrecking his business. He looked around nervously, thinking, no one's going to jump out and kill me, right? Which direction should I run? Old Yuan Shou Cheng stared at the coins, his face darkening in surprise. What is this? At that moment, a golden 8-trigram array appeared on his desk, emitting abundant spiritual energy. I've read countless divinations, but this is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon. Let's see who you truly are, he thought. Yuan Shou Cheng placed 2 fingers on his forehead and began to chant an incantation. Immediately, a stream of green spiritual weapon emanated. Seconds later, the old man's eyes poured out a stream of tears. In his eyes Yuan Shou Cheng saw the image of a mighty emperor, his whole body encompassed by the endless spiritual weapon. The old man stared in awe, his eyes bulging, his mouth agape before that dazzling light. He could no longer stand and fell backward in panic within his divine soul. Chang Qing, upon seeing this, had a green-faced expression, muttering to himself, "This is not something to be taken lightly. Should I prepare to swallow my anger, or should I summon an immortal? Is the water in Chang'an really that deep?" Following this, Yuan Shou Cheng rose and knelt down, presenting a gold piece to Senior Chang Qing, who had transcended the 3 realms, no longer constrained by the 5 elements. This level of destiny was beyond what a junior like him could discern, and today Shou Cheng had made a fool of himself, still hoping that Senior will forgive him and take back the money. Chang Qing listened in silence, reaching out to accept the gold piece. Then, he turned and left with a naive expression, muttering to himself, still clueless about saving money, "No wonder I am always dressed so poorly." Someone's foot kicked the table, causing a glass of water to spill. An ugly young man narrowed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and swung his fist forward, saying, "Old man, you claim to be able to predict the future, but I see you are nothing but a fraud. Tell me, will it be sunny or rainy tomorrow? If it's sunny, what time will the sun rise? If it rains, how long will it last?" Chang Qing heard the yelling and turned to look, thinking to himself, this attitude seems to be causing trouble. The young man continued, "Tomorrow, Chen hour will be cloudy, Si hour will have thunder, Wu hour will have rain, and Wei hour will have heavy rain, with a total of 3 cubits, 3 spans, and 48 points of water." The young man smirked and said, "All right, if tomorrow doesn't match what you said, I will destroy your shop." Chang Qing, standing nearby, darkened his face, breathing heavily. Yuan Shou Cheng, seeing Chang Qing staring at the young man, thought, Senior must have seen through this person, immediately calculating the consequences, feeling sympathy but powerless to act on behalf of that person. Chang Qing, after looking at the young man, turned away and sighed deeply, thinking, this Taoist doesn't know how to act like a human, being so precise could give people a reason to cause destruction. Outside the city gate, people were bustling back and forth. Zhonglu Princess walked with a cute boy to the street, waving excitedly and calling out, "Shen Taoist, over here." Chang Qing immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully, "Nice to meet Zhonglu Princess, no need for formalities." Zhonglu Princess pointed to the cute boy and said, "This is my younger brother, Li Ji, 9 years old this year. My father instructed us to wait here to escort Shen Taoist home." Li Ji then greeted Shen Taoist respectfully. Zhanglo Princess prepared a perfect horse carriage for Changqing, causing him to be surprised and say, "Please Princess, let this poor man express his gratitude." A few days later, Changqing returned to Shilipo, Shen House in Jingyang country. As he approached the door and knocked, he heard it being opened. Dong Er came out with a bright face, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Shen Taoist." She then made an innocent face, blushing and closing her eyes, "You're finally back." "Dong Er fears you might not return," said the girl, as Dong Er and Little Fox rushed to cling to Changqing. This scene left Princess Zhanglo stunned. Let's discuss this inside." Inside, that night, as Shen Changqing returned, the women prepared a banquet to welcome him back. Changqing, holding a wine cup, beamed with excitement. "Shen Changqing, have returned from Chang'an. From now on, I will ensure we rise like a soaring dragon, showing you a different world. Prepare to be amazed by technology from 2,000 years in the future." Sisters Dongli, Shaoqing, and Little Fox listened and thought in unison, "Does immortal mean he'll take us all to ascend to the celestial realm?" Twin dragon sisters then stood and raised their cups. "Shen Immortal, we sisters are willing to perform a dance to express our immense gratitude." Very well, Princess Zhanglo said, raising her hand and smiling radiantly. "Immortal, I brought my pipa with me, I can play to accompany the dance." Thus, the princess took on the role of a pipa musician, playing enchanting melodies with a mesmerizing expression, captivating everyone present. Then Dong Li began her dance, adding to the magical atmosphere. "The graceful dance begins. Immortal, watch us dance like this." Eventually Shaoqing dances a new melody, showing off her fair back and ripe peach-like breasts. "Immortal, take a look at Shaoqing too." Down below, Changqing is served wine directly to his mouth, accompanied by singing and dancing, feeling very pleased. "Haha, very beautiful, my darlings." "Shen Taoist, another glass please." At this moment, Little Fox jumps onto the table to smell a few drops of wine. "Is this the immortal wine that Taoist brews?" Little Fox licks a sip then widens his eyes, feeling completely restless due to some unknown power. "The spiritual weapon is very strong, this flavor is truly intoxicating." Li Ji sits savoring a chicken thigh while listening to the music, drooling and sparkling eyes. "The sisters are so beautiful." After the dance, the two sisters Dong Li and Shaoqing stand close together in a seductive pose, showing off their peaches and melons. Hi, immortal lord, what do you think?" At the same time, City God and Judge stand on the mountain cliff and gaze down at Changqing's courtyard house. City God and Judge saw that scene and admired it a lot, exclaiming, "The Fox Fairy and those two dragon girls have a great destiny indeed. It's truly amazing to be with an expert like Immortal Shen." After a night of drinking with a few girls, the sky had begun to brighten. Changqing lay sprawled on the bed snoring loudly, completely naked, well, except for a piece of cloth covering his body. Then Changqing turned over and buried his face in something, mumbling, "Oh, so fragrant." He unconsciously fumbled around and accidentally touched something, causing Dong Er lying next to him to groan as she tried to spell out some words. Not satisfied, Changqing continued to touch to see if the elasticity was good. Dong Er couldn't take it any longer and yelled out, waking Changqing up. He sat up and was shocked to see Dong Er on his bed. His eyes bulged as he silently thought, "Why is Dong Er on my bed?" Confused, Changqing lay back down, his mind spinning, muttering, "What happened last night?" After speaking, he rolled over to the other side. The young man tightly bit his finger, tears streaming from his eyes. "What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that I got drunk last night and couldn't control myself for a moment?" Still in panic, Dong Er sat up behind him and called Shen Taoist. Changqing heard it and shivered, feeling terrified. The young man was covered in sweat, pretending to yawn to deceive Dong Er. Dong Er saw and laughed, sitting up and putting on his clothes, then quickly walked towards the door. As she stepped out of the room, she closed the door tightly. As Dong Er left, Chongqing sat up, pulled his pants out and looked inside. With widened eyes, he exclaimed, "What should I do? What should I do?" "Stay calm. Stay calm, a 21st century guy like me should never encounter such a situation. At worst, getting married would be fine." Chongqing came up with an idea, searched on Google. "My boyfriend slept with someone else on the same bed, he said he was drunk and out of control. What should I do?" If a man is really drunk, he can't get it up, both in theory and in practice, so there's nothing to worry about. True, I got drunk last night, didn't do anything, safe. Later, Dong Er carried a bucket to the well to fetch water, walking and chuckling to herself. Shen Taoist was really something last night, he. In the middle of the courtyard was the battlefield of Dongli, Shaoqing, and Little Fox, who drank and immediately fell asleep. As they slept, they muttered in a joyful expression, "Clearly, I was first, Little Fox, don't try to take the Immortal's comfort." "Sister, correct, the Immortal belongs to us." Princess Zhang Lu and Li Ji stepped out to greet Chongqing. "Shen Taoist, the Emperor wishes for Li Ji to become your disciple, what is your opinion?" Chongqing, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "That is Li Ji. Li Ji Tang Gao Sung, and he is to be my disciple." Before he could respond, the young Li Ji knelt before Chongqing, bowing his head. "Please accept me as your disciple, even if it is to serve you tea and pour water. This is because of what you said, don't blame me for spoiling you. Alright, you can stay." "Thank you, Shen Taoist." Zhang Lu will deliver this good news to the Emperor. "Thank you, Master." After the exchange, Chongqing saw Princess Zhang Lu off as she returned to Chang'an City. Finally, peace was achieved after a few hard days. At the royal palace, outside the main hall, there appeared the imposing figure of a large water dragon. "Li Shimin, come out and face me, I want you to pay for your sins." The next morning in Chongqing's courtyard house, in front of us were 3 manuals on making soap, brewing wine, and making scented cards, with a display board showing, time remaining is 1612 hours 33 minutes 23 seconds, do you want to claim your reward? Chongqing stared at the 3 manuals on the table, furrowing his brow. "You didn't give me much before, now you give me these 3 things, even if you charge 648 this time, you still can't trap me, right?" After speaking, Chongqing pressed the shortcut key on the system board to confirm receiving the reward. Seconds later, a huge treasure chest appeared in front of Chongqing, making his cheeks blush with excitement, his nose twitching, licking his lips eagerly. "The reward of 648 is indeed different, and there's even a chest, quickly let me see what's inside if you have anything good." Before he could open it, suddenly the treasure chest emitted a dazzling golden light, causing Chongqing to lean back in surprise. He covered his eyes with his hand, his face full of anticipation. "Ah, what is this?" As a brilliant light shone from the newly published book 3000 Questions on Cultivating Spiritual Energy. Chongqing immediately threw the book to the ground in anger, his face turning green with rage, shouting, "Why is it this cursed thing again?" Just as he was still fuming, there was a noise outside the door. Chongqing quickly picked up the book and called out, "Who's there?" It was Li Ji outside the door, the young boy grinning happily, asking, "Master, what should we do today?" Chongqing smirked, thinking to himself, selling roasted duck can make money, and Li Ji is here for free labor. The system also coincidentally provides guidance on raising pigs. After pondering, Chongqing put on a serious face and stepped out the door, asking Li Ji, "Are you willing to work hard for the prosperity of the Tang dynasty in cheap meat?" Li Ji replied eagerly, "If Master can ensure cheap meat for everyone, it's not hard work at all." Li Ji's life is also dedicated to Master. Hearing this, Chongqing immediately handed the manual to Li Ji with a slight smile. "If you raise a herd of pigs following the methods in this book, one day, the common people will naturally have cheap meat. Can you endure the hardship?" Li Ji took the manual and responded, "I can endure it, Master." While the master and disciple were talking, Dong Er hurriedly ran in from outside the gate, panting heavily and shouting, Shen Taoist, there's an old man outside calling himself Yuan Tian Gang, saying he has something urgent to discuss with you." Outside the door, Yuan Tian Gang was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Shen Taoist, save me." Amid his sobs, a loud voice called out, "Yuan Tianshi," as Chang Qing stepped out, his eyes closed, sweating. "Stand up and speak, well. Shen Taoist, this matter is not convenient to discuss in front of others. Isn't this old swindler here because he's sick and wants me to cure him too?" thought Chang Qing. A moment later, Chang Qing helped Yuan Tian Gang up and turned to Dong Er and Li Ji. "Li Ji, follow the book I gave you and go with by Dong Er to buy some pigs to start raising them." "Understood, Shen Taoist." "Yes, master." After Dong Er and Li Ji left, Chang Qing whispered to the old Tian Gang, "All right, now that they're gone, what's the matter? Are you sick and unable to see them?" "It's not me, it's the emperor." Chang Qing widened his eyes in shock, "Just healed Zhang Sun Huang Ho, and now it's the emperor." "Not exactly. The imperial physician said that the emperor has a seizure disorder, always saying things like, 'Don't come here, don't come to see me,' and when the emperor was lying in bed, he urged me." "Yuan physician, my life can only be saved by Shen Taoist, will definitely invite Shen Taoist. After examining him, I found evil spirits entwined around him, but my Taoist abilities are not enough to unblock it. If we ignore it, the emperor's time is running out. Shen Taoist is asking for you." Chang Qing rubbed his chin with his hand, closing his eyes tightly. "Wait, let me think." He thought of himself being beheaded, his face pale and sweating. Based on the description, it seems like the emperor is suffering from delusions caused by malicious spirits. "I'm not sure how to treat this. If the treatment for Huangdi does not work, it is possible to be beheaded, let alone his illness. If it is truly a case of misunderstanding causing harm, then at that time consider oneself as an assassin, separating the head in an instant. I am still young, I do not want to die in confusion like that." While pondering, old Tian Gang shouted loudly, "Shen Taoist, I know that I want to find you, so I have high hopes for you." Chang Qing heard this and cursed silently. "It's like having a stupid teammate. Now I may be killed if I go. Not going means seeing death without saving. I really thank you, thinking about finding me first to make achievements like this. Shen Taoist, no need to be polite. Shen Taoist, the danger is approaching soon, please come immediately." Saying that, old Tian Gang immediately dragged Chang Qing away, making him surprised. "What about Li Ji? Did you bring him along?" "I have already said, Jin King is still young, so I don't want him to see my current appearance." Later, old Tian Gang led Chang Qing to 2 horses. "Shen Taoist must know how to ride a horse, right? I brought one for you from the inn." Chang Qing stared at the horse, thinking more than 100 miles away, feeling tired of riding the horse, wondering if he really had to ride to Chang'an. Lao Tian Gang thought of Chang Qing flying on a sword and thought, could it be that Shen Taoist initially wanted to fly to Chang'an with a sword, but had to ride a horse because of his insistence? Chang Qing listened, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and rode the horse. After all, when he was in college, he had learned to ride a horse, so he wasn't too awkward, but he had to say in advance that he wasn't very good at riding horses and might not be fast. Just then, suddenly, barking could be heard from afar. Lao Tian Gang and Chang Qing turned to see Little Fox, who had not taken them to Chang'an before, now determined to accompany them this time. Chang Qing saw Little Fox and hugged her, smiling brightly, eager to go to Chang'an City together. "Woof woof," Little Fox blushed when hugged. "That's right, right there, so comfortable." Chang Qing gently petted Little Fox's head. "All right, I will take you with me." After speaking, Tian Gang and Chang Qing rode their horses, starting their journey to Chang'an City. "Master Yuan, please lead the way," Chang Qing instructed Little Fox before they left. "Xiao Bai, when we arrive in Chang'an, remember not to lick anyone's spit, understood?" As expected of Shen Taoist, the fox fairy of Qingqiu is no different from a pet. The scene shifted to the imperial capital, where Tian Gang and Chang Qing arrived in Chang'an. Tian Gang quickly pulled the young man into the palace like a gust of wind. Hurry, let's go meet His Majesty. They were walking when suddenly something made Tian Gang and Chongqing stop and stare ahead. Two generals were guarding the entrance, one with a sword and the other with a steel whip. It must be Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, truly formidable. Tian Gang bowed respectfully. Please Shen Taoist, help me conquer demons and save my master, Chongqing whispered after hearing the request. Goodness gracious, this old man tricked me into bringing him here and now he wants me to go in myself. Is he looking for a scapegoat? I have been trained to be aware of scams since I was young, don't expect me to go in alone. What if Huang Di is actually dead, then we will both be in trouble together. Master Yuan Thian, please accompany me inside, I still need your assistance. Yes, I will follow you. As Chongqing stepped inside, the two generals turned to each other. The young man who just entered doesn't seem very capable, there's no other way for now. Chongqing entered the room and saw Huang Di in a state of spiritual collapse, surrounded by hidden weapons. It seems to be a mental issue, let's try the most common modern treatment method first. After thinking it over, Chongqing turned to Tian Gang. Master Yuan, please help me summon the 4 treasures to this place. Then Chongqing placed a black stone on a piece of paper. He took out a pen from somewhere and focused on the tip. Ancient words with clouds, the dead turn into ghosts, ghosts turn into evidence. The fear of ghosts is just like the fear of ghosts. It's no wonder that as a Shen Taoist, even stone blocking paper is not ordinary, but a stone mended by the heavens and left behind by Nu Wan Yang Yang. Immediately after that, Chongqing dipped his brush in ink and then used the brush to draw intricate patterns on the paper, and then a strange white and black energy rose up, looking quite bizarre. When this talisman appeared, all demons retreated. At this moment, that white and black energy floated towards Huang Di and continuously absorbed into his dantian, surrounding the demon in the form of a dragon in front of Huang Di's dantian. Huang Di was in pain, his eyes rolled back in astonishment and confusion. While Lao Tian Gang stood behind and secretly gasped at the scene, the immortal magic technique, the magical talent of Shen Taoist is truly immense, even the demons are not opponents to him. The demon inside Huang Di's chest was in extreme pain as it was being swallowed by the spiritual weapon created by Chongqing. The demon growled loudly, Why? Why can't my own magical power be used, instead being trapped by this talisman, I die unjustly. Chongqing smiled at the outcome of his actions. Humph, indeed dealing with superstitious people requires the most effective method of treating with words. After the demon inside Huang Di died, Huang Di also woke up, his eyes wide open. Shen Taoist, you finally arrived. Earlier Wei Zheng said he greeted the Underworld judge, ensuring my safety. Fortunately, thanks to your help, I was able to avoid going to the Underworld. Chongqing laughed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, rest assured, everyone is under the control of the poor man. Li Shimin is still not recovered, and starting to talk nonsense again. This is a sign of delusion. At the same time, in the King of Hell's palace, the King of Hell paced back and forth in the main hall, holding his head in worry. Why hasn't the messenger of Wei Zheng returned with Li Shimin? Could something have happened? Suddenly, the death ledger moved. The King of Hell turned to look, his eyes wide and shocked. What's this now? The King of Hell stared at the death ledger, his face pale and bloodless. Wasn't it predetermined that Li Shimin would die in the 11th year of Zhengguan? Why change to the 33rd year of Zhengguan? King of Hell angrily slammed his hand on the table, then waved his hand forward, gnashing his teeth and glaring fiercely with red eyes, unable to remain calm. Bull-headed horse face, black and white impermanent, come here. Upon hearing the summon from King of Hell, bull-headed horse face and black and white impermanent immediately appeared in an instant, then knelt down and greeted King of Hell respectfully. King of Hell stood in front of black and white impermanent and bull-headed horse face, shouting loudly, Li Shimin has changed his fate without authorization. You two immediately go to Chang'an to bring back his soul, back in the mortal world. Inside the palace, an old man walked in and respectfully greeted Shen Taoist, asking why he did not completely eliminate the demons and monsters, despite sealing them. Of course, because they need to be treated with words. Is it really true that Li Shimin has a demon inside him? Understand science, right? Chang Qing turned his head, smiled lightly, and replied that the demon has been temporarily suppressed by me. Otherwise, I need to ask if there have been any recent incidents in the court. Huang Di, upon hearing this, frowned and held his head in his hands. After the Taoist left, I encountered a person in my dream who called himself Jing He, the Dragon King. He told me, because I made a bet with your fellow countryman Yuan Shoucheng, I secretly altered the time and amount of rain to win. Now, the heavens want Wei Zheng to kill me. Please, save my life. If you succeed, I promise to ensure favorable weather in Chang'an for 10,000 years. I agreed with the Dragon King, so I invited Wei Zheng to the palace to play chess. We played all day until Wei Zheng grew sleepy and fell asleep, not leaving for a single step. Then, the Dragon King, in the form of a ghost, came to claim my life, saying I did not keep my promise. Hearing this, Chang Qing felt as if lightning had struck his ears, his face darkening. Isn't this the plot of Journey to the West? No, from my observations, martial arts masters in the Tang dynasty are not few, and scaling walls and walking on roofs are quite familiar. The truth is always singular. There is an immortal god who wants to scare the emperor to death, so they deliberately orchestrate this. At this point, the emperor clutched his chest in pain, closing his eyes tightly. Although I had no knowledge of letting Wei Zheng kill the Dragon King in his dream. But the Dragon King has violated the rules of heaven, deserving death. What is wrong with the punishment? Chang Qing saw this and stepped back to pat Huang Di's shoulder. This is not the fault of your majesty. The people of the Tang dynasty are too superstitious. Perhaps if I speak directly, they will not believe. We have to use deception. At the same time, outside the door, four streams of ghost energy appeared flying straight into Huang Di's palace. Four streams of ghost energy hit the ground, and black and white impermanent, Horseface immediately blew out a mesmerizing ghost energy. The two generals who smelled the mesmerizing ghost energy stood frozen. Let's go, today we will catch Li Shimin. There will be a reward from above. As soon as they entered the palace, bull-headed Horseface and black and white impermanent stood still for 5 seconds. Chang Qing heard the sound and turned to whisper, indeed there are criminals trying to capture Huang Di, disguised like this, thinking others are fools. Black and white impermanent, upon seeing Chang Qing, angrily stared, gritted their teeth and said, it is him. Without hesitation, black and white impermanent immediately used military weapons to send strong streams of ghost energy towards Chang Qing. Demon Taoist, prepare to die. Oh, it's you lot. Chang Qing said as he grasped the black stone in his hand, his body radiating with abundant spiritual energy. He smiled inwardly, thinking, if it were other experts, I might be a bit apprehensive, but your petty skills are just a scratch. Without hesitation, Chang Qing tightly gripped the black stone and charged straight at black. However, this time, black was more astute and dodged Chang Qing's attack, smirking triumphantly. Demon Taoist, you merely rely on demon magic and forbidden spells, but young master here relies on martial arts alone. You are no match for me. Chang Qing stared straight ahead, retracting the black stone, and said in a stern voice, still daring to dodge. Black sneered disdainfully, just a demon Taoist who doesn't know martial arts. Watch me. But before he could finish, something made Black's eyes widen in shock. In an instant, Chang Qing landed a critical blow, striking directly at Black's chest with the black stone. The impact sent Black flying, and with that single powerful strike, he crumpled completely at Chang Qing's feet. He kicked Black in the leg, sneering smugly, what? Still want to fight with me? Want to fight alone or with a group? My family will always support me. Just look closely, this little guy is a lesson. Facing a crowd, you have to think of ways to suppress them. Bullheaded saw Chang Qing's actions and thought to himself, annoyed, this guy looks handsome and elegant on the outside, but aside from his flashy appearance, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. He doesn't seem to have any special powers either. Finishing his thoughts, Bullheaded slammed his foot on the ground, then looked ahead sternly and said, "The underworld works, those without business here, please leave. Today was supposed to be your death day, Li Shermin, and the dragon on your body is also waiting for you to face your punishment, so no matter what, you cannot stay in the mortal realm." Chang Qing listened quietly and thought to himself, "Truly arrogant, I must have been drugged to faint." Bullheaded approached and said, "Quickly come with me." Huang Di, hearing this, was extremely frightened. "Help, help. Don't waste any more effort, those who can come have all fallen asleep. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Before you, you can only obediently follow this path," Bullheaded said, looking to Shen Changqing. "As for you, Shen Changqing, you have obstructed the affairs of the underworld 5 times 7 times, committing crimes against the heavens. Therefore, you will also accompany us on this journey." Upon hearing this, Changqing not only was not afraid, but also tightly held the black stone in his hand, with bright flashes of lightning shining beside him. "Following the leader of your family, watch me here." Before the attack of Changqing, Bullheaded stared intently at the black stone in his heart. Just a mortal means, just agree with the wind." Seconds before the black stone was about to hit his face, Bullheaded realized. Oh, why couldn't he mobilize his power? Not good, can't dodge, so the result was Bullheaded immediately being struck on the head, rolling several times. Bullheaded fell to the ground, staring blankly at Changqing. Why? Clearly he wanted to dodge but couldn't. What kind of demon magic is this? Before he could stabilize his formation, Changqing continued to rush forward with the black stone in hand, glaring fiercely. Your head seems quite stiff, huh? Quite ambitious, huh? Changqing immediately rushed forward and continuously punched Bullheaded in the face. You muscle-bound idiot, trash, useless person, wimp. After being beaten up for a while, Bullheaded turned into a milk cow. What's going on? Has my cultivation become weaker following his ridiculous words? Could it be great magical talent? Incomprehensible speech? Thinking this, Bullheaded passed out in a state of confusion, froth foaming at the mouth. At the same time, Little Fox angrily rushed forward, for bristling, barking, woof woof, at White and Horseface. Seeing this, Changqing turned to Tiangang. Elder Yuan. Look at this. You're even worse than Xiao Bai, at least he knows to lend a hand when we're fighting, unlike you, Shen Taoist is intimidating, the old man truly cannot intervene. At this moment, Little Fox, in a fit of rage, unleashed her power. Behind Little Fox, the imposing image of a 9-tailed ancestor appeared. White and Horseface, witnessing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat. Horseface, is that? Yes, it's the 9-tailed fox demon ancestor. Between the two of us, we can't defeat him, they said, still dazed. Suddenly, the black stone flew straight toward them. Watch this, a direct hit, Changqing said. The stone struck Horseface squarely in the face, knocking him backward. Horseface was left wondering, who am I? Where am I? What did I do wrong? I haven't even done anything yet. Changqing walked over and picked up the black stone, tossing it lightly in his hand. He smirked, now it's just me. Come at me if you dare. White's hand trembled as he shouted, I'll fight you to the end. I'll smash you with a brick if I have to, ah. White charged at Changqing like a gust of wind, but Changqing remained confidently still. No need to move much. When the enemy charges, just counter with the black stone. It's enough to make them cry, he thought. In the blink of an eye, Changqing had defeated Black and White Impermanent and Bullheaded Horseface, tying them up in a bundle. He then bent down to scoop up Little Fox, cradling her gently. Hee, it's done, Changqing laughed, flipping Little Fox over to playfully rub his belly, causing Little Fox to feel an intense sense of joy. Xiao Bai is so good, even helping me. Old Tiangang looked over, sweating as he said, "Shen Taoist, bull-headed horse-face is a judge in the underworld, and black and white impermanent is the messenger of the underworld. Will we be in trouble for hurting them? Though the underworld's power is normal, they are still established deities. Behind them, there may be truly powerful celestial beings that we cannot offend." Hearing Tian Gang's words, Chang Qing stroked his chin, thinking to himself, following Elder Yuan's intentions, the organization known as the Underworld seems to have very strong power. They dared to enter the imperial palace to kidnap Huang Di, so their power is indeed not to be underestimated. But since we've already offended the underworld, we can only rely on Huang Di then. As long as we gain his trust, we can once again rid the world of evil. By that time, even the underworld won't be able to do anything. We should use the power of words to heal Huang Di. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. With this thought, Chang Qing stepped in front of Huang Di, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. "Your Majesty, the evil spirits from the underworld have been dealt with, but I need you to tell me the details about the ghost possessing you. May I ask you to share this information?" "Of course," Huang Di replied. As he spoke, his entire body began to emanate intertwining purple evil energy in pure white aura. Suddenly, an intense power surged within him, causing Huang Di to scream in pain, "Ugh, ugh, ah." In an instant, a shadowy figure emerged from Huang Di's back, a wraith with sharp dragon horns, eyes rolled back in torment, and a mouth that continuously lamented. "Injustice, I have been wronged, I died unjustly." Chang Qing was taken aback and shouted, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Realizing that he couldn't communicate with Huang Di's second persona, Chang Qing thought, "It seems that to untangle the knot, I must find the one who tied it. To completely cure his mental ailment, I need to leverage these pretenders." With that, Chang Qing turned and slapped Bullheaded so hard his face twisted. A second later, Chang Qing slapped Horseface as well, making it a matching pair. Bullheaded and Horseface, now reeling from the blows, seemed utterly confused. "What? Hello? What did I do? Hey, guys, what's going on?" Chang Qing folded his arms, his face darkening, and said sternly, "The two of you, I want to ask you a few questions. Think carefully before you answer, because if you don't, I can't guarantee what might happen next. Do you understand?"